Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Happy Wednesday. I almost said Tuesday. That would have been the wrong day. It was supposed to be Tuesday and now it's Wednesday. That's why. Let's get some music going. Squirrel party. Squirrel party. I love this one. Time for a squirrel dance party. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, my friends. So happy you guys are here. How are y'all doing today? Are you having a wonderful Wednesday? We've had the funniest weather here. I don't know if it's been crazy for you guys, but like about a week ago, going back in time, it was like summer basically. It was like 80 degrees, sunny, and then out of the blue, this is kind of classic North Carolina weather. Out of the blue, it dropped back down. It was like rainy, and then it was like in the 30s. So it's like, oh, we're back to winter. That's nice. And it was like that up until this morning, and now it's 70 degrees and sunny again. So you never know. It keeps you on your toes, and all that. Super Planner Girl says she's tired. I know you've got a lot going on right now this fall, Super Planner Girl, and things that you're doing this week, but I hope that you can get some sleep. For all of you guys who have pawn nerds, as you know, I have a pawn nerd, but I also have like extended into the pawn nerd group orchids. Like I have chosen to include them as part of the pawn nerd group because I think they're more than a houseplant. They are more than a houseplant. They, in my opinion, are more akin to a pawn nerd, aka a pet, or really even a child. Having one is like having a child, basically. And so I am new to attempting to keep plants. Well, okay, I've tried to keep plants alive. I've never been even remotely successful ever. But I am determined because I got an orchid a couple weeks, well, maybe like 2 weeks ago. And then afterwards, I learned that it's like the most impossible plant ever. Due to which I was like, all right, let's do this. And I got a second one actually today. And so anyway, it's like a whole thing. You have to like, it's people end up becoming like they're like orchid people. I call them in my mind now. They started out like I did, where they saw a nice orchid at the grocery store, and it was a good price. So they got it, and then like 10 years later, they've got like rooms in their house dedicated to orchids, and like they've had to learn all this shit on their own to learn how to care for them through trial and error and through experience, because really there's not like hard fast answers to things. And then due to which they made YouTube channels to help other people who are deciding to end up with a child instead, and consequently have these like YouTube channels that are like, have all kinds of like, upwards of 1 million followers or more. So, just because there's just so many people that need help with it. So let me just put it that way. So anyway, I now have two of these children, and my first one was Persephone, and my second one is Penelope. So I have Persephone and Penelope, and I will put pictures if you guys are interested in Discord of them. Yeah, so I just kind of look at them every 5 minutes and see if they're still alive, out of terror and fear, and they're still alive. This is my life now. So I don't know if anyone can relate. I know there was somebody, one or two people, I think, on STS that said they also for kids, they know the struggle. It's like a whole thing, guys. Anyone that wants and has time for another hobby that will actually feel really meaningful, like get yourself a freaking orchid. Because you could easily you could like go all in and like become an orchid person. And honestly, I initially, when I saw these orchid people, I was like, what? How did that happen? But like, a couple days transpired as I was researching more and more. And then I'm like, oh, I get it. I can totally see how this happened. This makes perfect sense. This makes sense. Perfect sense. And it's actually not a bad thing. Like, it's actually a really good thing. Like, it's a positive thing, you know? It's a positive thing because orchids can see, now here I am, right? Like, I'm talking about orchids, but they can live for like 15, 20 years. So it really is like having a ponder, right? And like they, you know, I think what also appeals to me about it, I also have studied wine in the past, and I love, one of the things that really strikes me about wine and what I love about it is that good wine, what makes good wine good is the struggle. So like, how to paraphrase this briefly. So like, okay. Wine grapes, they don't grow in soil. They grow either in types of like rock, like slate rock / like clay type environments that are completely unforgiving and hostile. And the wines that are considered to be the best, most complex, the rarest. I mean, I would say that what goes hand in hand is this. What makes the best wines the best, in my opinion, some people might say, oh, well, it's based on the region in terms of that's their value, right? Well, that's true. But why does the region matter? It's the terroir, spelled Terroir. Like, take a Burgundy, take a, you know, whatever. I personally love things from the Rhone, like a Chateauneuf du Pape. But the reason that those regions matter is because of the terroir. And so, like, the region and the environment, like physical environment in the world, right, is very specific to where you're growing your wine. And the harsher and more difficult and more hostile those places are, the better the wine. And that's why wines are kind of known for the region. I mean, that's how they're labeled in terms of the AOC system. But B, the reason that happened in the first place, kind of like with music, right? Why do we have music theory? Well, people didn't just arbitrarily make rules. The rules were established after hundreds of years when patterns emerged, and the rules were based to explain the patterns. Same thing with wine. So the reason we have these geographical regions is because there's patterns that emerged over hundreds of years, and I think it's explained with the environment and nature. And that's the other reason I love it, is because that environment too, or that aspect of it rather. So nature is a big part. So anyway, what gives the wines the character, right? And the grapes the character is the struggle. And not just the struggle of that one grape or that one vine for that 1 year, but the long memory of struggle, like of the grapes that came before it type thing, right? Like a long history of struggle. And of course that also makes sense too from what we know of like how things work, like natural selection, you know, science. So anyway, all that to say, I could go into a whole thing about wine, but I think that also is why this was, because I see an orchid and I'm like, oh yeah, I recognize that. That's also like violin. It's also like learning Russian. It's also like studying fine wine. It's like all the things where there's this, what makes it so beautiful, what makes it so interesting and appealing is A, the challenge, and B, the fact that it has struggle, and it's actually not like, there's some plants. I've got this plant. Okay, I have this other plant. I'll put pictures of this for my plants. I have another plant, 3 plants. The other plant's not an orchid. The other plant is a plant that my brother gave me for Christmas 2 years ago, and this is what started it all. It's in a turtle. It's like a turtle wings thing. I don't even know what type of plant it is. It's some sort of succulent. Literally, I looked it up when I first got it for Christmas 2 years ago, and like, it was like, you don't need to do anything to it. And so like, literally, I water it when I think of it every now and again. and it just sits there and it's alive. That plant is the first plant in my life that I haven't killed despite all my best efforts. So that plant gave me the hope that now I've had that for almost 2 years, right? Or whatever. I guess it'll be 3 years this upcoming Christmas. But now that I've had that plant's alive. I'm like, I can do it. I can do this. And that's when I got the first orchid. So yeah. Anyway, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. So Super Planner Girl saying she's almost killed and brought back the same plant like 5 times. What type of plant is that? I'm wondering. The naming is fun, isn't it? And that's one thing I never really knew about. Like, I didn't know that other people did that. Like, my experience is that in the orchid world, I quickly learned a couple things. You call them phals for short. The type of orchid is the phalaenopsis. People call them phals for short. That's PHAL. And they always refer to them as she's, and they name them. And so I quickly learned that was the thing. And I didn't plan to start naming them. It's just I looked at Persephone and I called her Persephone in my head. And so that's how that started. And then today when I got the second orchid and I put her in my car, and I was thinking about her, and I didn't try today. I was just thinking about her, and I was thinking about her as Penelope. That's how that happened. So an aloe allen, is that like a regular aloe plant? Wow, at the CVS, yeah. Aloe allen? I don't know. DSN says there was a guy at his last job that replayed anything he had. Oh wow, cubes? Is that cubicles? Wow. Wow, how cute. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that hardy plants, right? And the orchid, I would say, is not hard. Like, it's not a hardy plant. Like, okay, it's funny because it's like, I also appreciate this about it. It's both things at once. Like, with all the research I've done, and I'm sure there's lots more out there, but it's like it's an impossible plant, right? That just people can keep alive. But at the same time, it's known for being what's the right word? What's the right word? It can rebound. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with an R, right? Like, not resourceful. Like it can rebound. It's resilient. That's the word. It's resilient. So it's from what I can. It's not hardy, but people say it's resilient. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't really know what features about it would make it resilient, because it seems like more often than not, people end up killing them despite their best efforts. But we'll see. We have It's a house. It's a house, dude. That's brilliant, Super Planner Girl. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Hold on. Let's make this right.
It's a house.
And also,
There's a chicken.
in case anyone saw in the Discord, by the way, did I put that in the video? I think I put it in the video of my surprise present that I got in the mail the other day. And if you're wondering what it is,
There's a chicken.
And it's a chicken that plays a specific song that we all know and love called It's Not Unusual, the Alex Murdaugh version. And it is amazing. And that was a surprise from Super Planner Girl that I got in the mail 2 days ago. And also, just in case anyone's wondering, wait, hold on. What is it?
It's a house.
No, not that one.
There's a chicken.
That's what it is. Also, just because now is a really good time for this. So I'm gonna have to look up. Oh, let me go back to my music here. I'm gonna have to look up this monster plant? Monster plant. Do the monster plant, like the Monster Mash, but the monster plant. They do the mash. They do the all right, hold on. Sorry, it would be they do the plant. They do the monster plant. That's yeah. So it's a house plant. That's killer. I love that. So wifey, I think she's been having, you guys know there's all kinds of stuff going on. She's been having all these issues with YouTube, with like trying to make a new account, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm going to text her just in case, because she, I don't know if she's been able to make another account yet. But she's trying to. And I know that like she tried to make one and then got deleted. And, Google has rules. I've only ever had the one Gmail Google account my whole life, and it's the one I have now. And I made my YouTube channel before it was even owned by Google. This was back in the Stone Ages, basically. I was like in high school. So like literally back then it wasn't like it is now. You didn't make a channel. You weren't a creator. It was like you wanted to watch videos on YouTube. Like if you were using YouTube, you were also posting videos. And it didn't mean you were necessarily a creator. Like everybody would just, like in college, for example, like all my friends were just posting funny videos. And it was like only the people that wanted to watch them would like maybe what social media is now, where it's like, it was just so you could send it to your friends and shit. It wasn't like for other people. Well, like the way that you did it back then was you just registered with your name. And I think it had to be your name, maybe. It wasn't like it. So anyway, that's why my channel is the way it is. And so it's from when I was like in high school. And literally it was like, as a musician, that's what you did. There wasn't storage space on, like, first of all, there weren't smartphones. Everything was very different. So like basically back in the day, I used Facebook as like photo storage, and I used YouTube as video storage, but I could delete it after. That's literally how I did it. Like if I had my digital camera and I had pictures, put them on Facebook and then delete them off the camera. Same type of thing for YouTube. Like if I was performing on violin and people filmed it, they filmed it on like probably their digital camera or some sort of camera, and like that would eat up all your memory, right? They would send it to me, it'd be on my computer, and like that was all my memory, things were just so different. And so then I would, in order to have enough storage space, I would I'd put it on YouTube and then delete it. Like I don't even have those files. Anything that I have in violin, I don't even have files for any of those, because first of all, I didn't take them because I was performing. Someone else filmed it. And second of all, I posted it on YouTube. So A, people could watch it, but B, so then I could delete it from wherever it was taking up space. It's just so different nowadays, isn't it? But anyway, so I don't even know why I was talking about that, but it's just very different. So yes, I guess because of wifey. So anyway, I don't know the troubles of what she's going through, but I have no doubt that it's a big pain in the butt because it's technology related. So yeah, April 23rd, 2000. Wow, good little tidbit there from DSN. April 23rd, 2005 was the first video ever uploaded. And I wasn't too long after that. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was not too long after that. Yeah, and like, I don't have social media. Like, I don't use Instagram and TikTok. But like, and I don't even use Facebook anymore because it all went to shit. Like, Facebook was cool back in the day. I haven't really even gotten on my Facebook account since 2017 or something. So it's been a few years. And I've literally never even had an Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, X, whatever other things. Just the Facebook that I haven't been on in 7 years. And then the YouTube that I use every day. So yeah, hopefully wifey will join us. I know she's trying to. But okay, so let's talk about the game plan here. So, okay. So first of all, guys, let me pause this. So first of all, the game plan is this. We are going to have the episode today and episode tomorrow. And that will be tomorrow will be the final episode in the trial series. So I did post a poll in the Discord and about what to kind of do next. I've already kind of made an executive decision, but just to kind of explain my thought process here, I was talking about doing Chad Daybell. I still plan on doing that. I absolutely plan on doing that. I'm really looking forward to it. Part of the thing was, as you guys know, I wasn't quite sure how long it was going to take for me to finish the trial series, and also kind of feeling it out because there's been, we only have the one feed available, and so it's like the video's not that great, and then nobody could hear it for the longest time until Space Coast made it audible. And to my knowledge, it's really the only channel that there is on YouTube where you can actually hear it at all. And so, but like, if you can't hear it or see it, let's say, then it's really not, it's like no one knows what's going on, right? But also, like I said, I was also finishing, I think that they've actually also from the court feed, I think they've improved some of those elements too. And I might still, like, when it gets to the defense's case in chief, it's entirely possible that, especially as they're getting these other kinks worked out and it's more audible, it's more visual, it's more able to see, whatever the word is for that, it's more seeable. If we've got Chad's kids getting on the stand, or God forbid Chad Daybell, I will, if I'm available, I will get on and do that. I'll stream that live, and so we can talk about it. But there's been some differences so far from Lori's trial rather. But a lot of the witnesses have been the same, and what will be different though, where things will get more okay. For those who've followed this case since the beginning, like I have, and also who have watched Lori's trial, or rather, I guess, listened to it, thinking about it logically, where things will definitely be different no matter what is when it's the defense's case, because she didn't have a case. Her defense was, we're not doing anything, which they have the right to do. But we all know, or we're expecting Chad's defense to put on a case. So anything that happens there is going to be new. So just thinking about that logically, that's freaking exciting, right? Regardless, whether he brings in an expert or whoever it is, Lori didn't do anything. So that will definitely be worth potentially, kind of trying to give feedback on in real time, because I know that is fun. And that is something I've talked about before, how like reacting in real time, you know what I mean? Because that way it's like you're surprised or whatever. But all that being said, what my plan for this is that my plan is to do a series similar, or with the intention of it being in the same method as the Murdaugh, which is the whole trial gavel to gavel. But as we're watching the trial and things come up in the trial, bringing in the context, bringing in the history, explaining things. Of course, with this one, there's a lot of elements that I don't think a lot of people even know why they're talking about it, whether there's religious significance or there's a lot of backstory. There's a huge family tree. Honestly, the family is way more complicated even than the Murdaugh family. And it's just like with the Murdaugh trial, right? You can watch you can be watching, whether it was Lori's trial or Chad's trial, you can watch these trials and they're automatically going to be different than other trials because of the nature, the subject matter, right? And they're going to be interesting. And there's a lot of differences and things that make them unique and worth watching. But when you have the full backstory and the full context, think about how much you guys have expressed to me that you've gotten out of all the deep dives we've done in this, right? And I think there's a benefit to doing that throughout the trial process, right? Because, what we usually see people, there's the trial or people are covering the trial live, whatever. And I think that's great, right? And then we also see like deep dives into just like a documentary style deep dive, right? Like what we see in true crime a lot, where it's like the backstory and blah, blah. And I guess maybe it makes sense for me because I love LawTube and I love live trial. I love court documents. But I also love getting the full context and the backstory and appreciating that matter. And so I guess that's sort of why, none of this was planned. It's just what seemed natural to me, but I'm just kind of thinking it through, like where it was like, what seemed natural to me was watching the trial gavel to gavel, but actually being able to stop, pause it, and talk about the backstory of this and that and the context of this and that. And discussions, as we've had all kinds of discussions, wherever it kind of takes us. And so I actually really like that combination of like the deep dive, but also the live trial commentary. And so that is, I really enjoy it. And so, and DSN actually says, I knew nothing about Chad or Lori before this trial. Deep dived into it for the last 3 weeks, still more there. Oh yeah, there's a lot. And it's a longer, I mean, well, if you really want to go back to deep diving like Lori, you need to go back to like her birth, basically. Well, I guess pre her birth. Yeah. So again, I've been thinking about, I'm like, similarly to Murdaugh, if you really want to understand Murdaugh, you have to go back to his great grandfather, you know. So it's just some type of thing where it's like, you really want to understand it, you know, how far back you have to go. But it is similar, like where you just, there's a lot of layers, and it's not, there's other trials that we watch and other cases that most, okay, let me put it this way, most are not like this. What these two cases have in common are these anomalies where there is such a backstory and there is such a depth to understanding the history, the family history. And in this case with Chad and Lori, there's the religious significance, and all kinds of stuff. They both have such interesting backstories, and there's just all kinds of stuff to learn about. And there's tons there. Yeah. I mean, years and years. And I'm glad. So for anyone that's unfamiliar, you know, like you are totally fine, because when we start doing Chad and Lori, like I'm going to approach it from the similar approaches I had here, which is like, you know, as things come up in the trial, that's when we'll really start deep diving stuff. But it's going to be from the thing of like throughout Murdaugh, we've had people that had never watched it before. If you guys remember, we've had people that saw some of it, but not all of it. And we had people who'd seen it many, many times. And my goal is that everybody can benefit, right? So like, if you have seen it, you're still going to learn something new. I learn something new every day, you know? And if you're new to it, I'm going to explain everything in a way that you can understand it. And if there's something else where it's like, oh yeah, we broke this down in this episode, I'll give the episode and timestamp, blah, blah, blah. But like, my goal is that for every level of understanding, I guess really, I kind of am approaching it from like, if you have literally no knowledge of the case, but if you have as much knowledge as possible, you're still going to benefit from it. That's sort of the approach that I think of it in my mind. I mean, that's how I feel about it, right? I feel like every time I'm working on these cases and putting this stuff together, I'm learning something new and I'm benefiting from it. And, you know, and I am trying to learn as much as I can about it. So, I did post, I don't know, maybe a week ago. Okay, what I'm going to do in the Discord too, I'm going to start like a tab for like recommended, since the plan now is that I'm going to start covering and doing that trial series for Chad. I'm going to do that. I think it will be after his trial is over, depending on how much longer it is, but more than likely that will be the case. So in the meantime, I'm going to do a tab where it's like preparation, if you want to. Not, you don't have to. My goal again is to go through everything. And that even if you already know it, it shouldn't feel redundant, hopefully, if I'm doing my job correctly. Not that it's my job, but you know what I mean? If I'm achieving what I want, if I'm doing what I want to do, right? Like then it shouldn't feel redundant ever, hopefully. But that if you do want to have any, you know, background for fun, like extracurricular learning, I can post stuff there. But I did post like a week ago, maybe. I did post something that I said was like recommended if you want to listen to it, prior to the coverage that we do here. And it was the Chad speech from the day that him and Lori met. And that's all it is. It's a recording of his speech. And I just think it's a great place to start, because to me, that's a great place to start, right? Start with the word coming right out of his mouth and without anyone's interpretation, without anything else, just his words from the day they met. I think that's a really good place to start. So again, I'll try to remember to make a tab in the Discord where I can specifically put things like that. So if you guys want to, you can find them. But like I said, it's not going to be like required, or obviously not required, but you know, yeah. So yeah, and that's a whole thing too, right? LDS culture DSN says LDS culture and norms versus what these folks were doing. And, for you guys, those of us who are here right now, to my knowledge, are on the East Coast. And I don't know about you guys. Let me know what you guys think, but in the chat. But I mean, my exposure to Mormonism is none, apart until I started following these cases, right? Like literally, it is not a thing. I've never met a Mormon person that I know of. Like prior to these cases, the only reference I had to Mormonism came from South Park, from those guys, right? Like Trey Parker and Matt Stone, because they did this prior to South Park. They did this awesome B movie called Cannibal the Musical. So it's like a B movie and a musical rolled into one. And I've done a lot of like musical theater. So like this was just like, and I love B movies. Like it's the best. And they were like, they were so young, and it was them and their buddies, and it's the best. It's super fucking funny. And it was way before South Park. Actually, I have it on DVD somewhere, even though I don't have a way to play DVDs. But anyway, that was like my first exposure probably to Mormonism, because a lot of songs talk about Mormonism. And then, of course, there's jokes about it on South Park, but that was literally my own. I never had any, I still have no real life in person with a person experiences. Like I've never met a Mormon person unless I didn't know they were Mormon. Like, so by that, I mean, if it was like, it couldn't have been someone I knew very well. Anyway, there's no Mormon churches here in Greensboro that I know of. You never hear about it. It's all Christian, like, and I'm going to be honest with you. I know a lot about Mormonism in terms of the details of how it works and the structure and the stuff. I don't even know if it counts as Christianity or not. I honestly don't even know that. I was not raised religious, and I don't know if it counts as a type of Christianity. But what I was going to say is, here in Greensboro, it's churches everywhere, but it's all like, Baptist or like, Presbyterian or Methodist, stuff like that. There's some other, we have like some mosques and temples, but there's mostly Christian churches. Oh, wow. Super Planner Girl says we have a pretty big Mormon church nearby. Interesting. Wow. Okay. So you've got some Mormon people. Now, in a way, I'm thinking about like Georgia is a little bit closer, right? I need a map of the US. Is a little bit closer. Yeah. I mean, it's not like a whole lot closer, but it's a little bit closer to Mormon territory, right? What about you, DSN? Any Mormon exposure for you? Or are you Googling if we have Mormon churches here? Is that what you're saying? I've never seen them. And I've never met anyone. That, right. Of course it would. You're right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything that. And the other thing too is like my life with violin. That's another interesting thing I just thought of. My life with violin. Okay, the time that I've spent in churches has been because of music. So with violin, or even with musicals, like I would be hired to be either playing violin or being on stage, or like weddings most would be the biggest thing of all. But also like for Easter, Christmas, I've actually clocked a lot of hours in churches, but I mean, all of them I was, I wasn't there as a church person. I've never heard of Lakefield Drive, but I'll find out. Now I'm curious. I'm going to have to go drive by it and take some pictures. Dude, wait. Okay, hold on. Now I'm thinking of Undercover Squirrel Mission. Should I go? That'd be great research, wouldn't it? Should I go? Can I just go? Is that something you can do? Oh my God, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to look into this, you guys. This is like akin to me calling up the freaking rehab. I'm going to have to go and see will they let me go? Can you just go to a service? I can't even picture what that would be like in my mind. In my mind, I'm like, I have no idea what you would wear or like, but I did call a rehab place. But I want to like, okay, I'm thinking undercover squirreling. Can I go and pretend like, oh, I'm joining the Mormon? Okay. How do I put this? It would be interesting from a research perspective to get a little bit of experience as to what it's like. and like, can I just do that? I wonder. Anyway, so yeah, but my experience and with churches has been being hired at, and so for holidays and stuff. And I will say that, like, it was really interesting because with weddings, I could give you guys stories for days on this. Like, the weddings was really interesting because religions do it differently, and then people do it differently. And I've seen every freaking type of wedding you could possibly imagine. I've seen it. I started playing weddings in middle school. Hundreds, if not thousands, of weddings, I would say. Um, and I agree with you, DSN. I feel the same way. I respect people's religious beliefs, but not a fan of extremists. Definitely. Yeah. 100%. Yes. Um, I mean, I guess I would be curious. Like, I would just be curious. I guess if you're kind of like a Mormon extremist, you probably would want to be out in that area too, right? Like, you're probably right. Like, it's probably more like normal people here. But yeah, I mean, and it makes sense too, right? Because like we are all respectful. That's why we gravitate towards learning the truth and being respectful. And with those of us here that also we like the same type of things here. Yeah, undercover Mormon. That's exactly right. Dude, I wish wifey was here because she would have so much to say. Let me see if she's texted me back. Like, I'm texting her again. She's gonna be like, how am I missing this? I don't think she's even getting my text, which means she's probably working feverishly trying to get her account working. Dude, I know, undercover Mormon though. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. And you guys heard me on the phone. I mean, I have a hard time because I get so excited. I did better on that phone call than I ever could have predicted. I hung up when I couldn't take it anymore because I was like, I can't maintain this for much longer. But that was, I think, all the learning I've done about law and crime and trials has paid off in a sense to where uh, my absolute squirrel enthusiasm doesn't just give it away right off the bat. Yeah, I mean, and there is a lot of crap, and but yeah, you guys, for anyone who's wondering too, Greensboro's funny. Greensboro is known for a lot of things. Like, it has, I think, more colleges per square something than like maybe anywhere in the country. It has a lot of colleges. It's known for that. Like, there's just like a fuck ton of colleges here. And as with anywhere in the South, there's a lot of churches, but it's known for the Quakers. You guys know of Quakers? Do you guys have Quakers there? Like, we have a lot of Quakers, like Quaker churches. And in fact, like, you guys remember the bear story? I told you guys the bear story. I think that was on New Garden Road. New Garden was like named after all the Quakers. So there's like New Garden Friends School is on New Garden Road, and the Friends are what Quakers call each other. Like, that's what their congregation of people or whatever, they call each other the Friends. Like, that's their friendship. So anything with like friendship, friends, there's like a lot of roads in Greensboro that have friend or friendship in the name. And like, even one of the really great colleges here that's a private school that is like kind of up with like the Ivy Leagues, but it's not as well known. But it's Guilford College. That is also like it's actually where New Garden and Friendly cross and meet. And it was also like founded by the Quakers. And it's right next to like New Garden Friends School, which is like an elementary school. But anyway, but the Quakers are really unique. Like, they are a very different group than your regular. And again, I still don't know if they fall under the umbrella of Christian. Like, I need to learn, don't I? Like, I don't know. Like, Christian, in my mind, I'm just thinking like I need to go back to school or something, because like Christian in my mind, I'm thinking is like Baptist, Presbyterian, and I'm like forgetting, like, are Mormon and Quaker, are those varieties of Christian? I don't even know. If anyone wants to Google that. And DSN loves their oats. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I agree. I would agree. I think that religion, well, okay. I think that to the extent that this is true, which I do believe it's true, I don't think it's because of the religion that they're the better people. I think it's the people. I think that what makes those people better is the fact that they believe in something, and that can do a lot of wonderful things. On the flip side, believing in something can also be very bad, as we know. It really just depends. And it just depends on what you believe in, right? But for the most part, believing in something and having what's the right word? Like having a purpose, right? And things like that. Having like a core values is what my mom would call it growing up, core values. A lot of people do learn that from religion. And so I think that that's really important. However you establish core values, good core values, right? Like not like stealing from your clients like Alex Murdaugh or murdering your family, but like good core values, right? However you establish those, whether it's through religion or whether it's through other means, I think that's a really good thing. And so that's kind of how I would interpret it, is that, but a lot of people who do have a strong sense of core values would gravitate to religion, and that does make sense. Right. Yeah, it's a personal thing. You guys know how I feel about Dr. Rucata, who's like a hero to me in every way. I think he's one of the most amazing humans. He, if I start talking about him, we're never going to even get to the episode. And I agree with that. DSN, too much of anything makes you an addict. Yeah, I don't know. If I start talking about Dr. Rucata, we're doomed. He's a very wise man. I'll say that. And he has a lot of wonderful, beautiful things to say. And, I could go on and on, but, yeah, I could do an entire episode just talking about things that I think are especially important that he said. Actually, I regularly write them down and record them because there's so many things that he says that I'm just like, the world needs to, this is like one of the most astute observations I've ever heard. Like, it's insane. Yeah. So, okay. So that's the question, right? So Dr. Rucata only divulged it was actually on New Year's Eve. He was on the interview room, and they were doing a show, and they were talking about manifestos. So they were talking about Elliot Rodger and some other folks. And I think the majority was talking about Elliot Rodger. Of course, BK then kind of came up in that regard. But somebody asked, and the question was popped up, on the screen, and it was like asking him about his religion, because I've listened to it as much as I possibly can that he's ever involved in. I've never heard him talk about his religion, or if he has one or whatever. And that's when he told the story. And it's really interesting. Of course, I'm going to butcher it because he's incredible, and everything that he says is art and poetry, basically. But you could ask him to explain his favorite cheese, and you're going to be like, my mind is blown, right? But basically, just to paraphrase and do a horrible job, and as soon as he said it, I'm like, this makes perfect sense. I feel like his mind, I understand. I get it. Like, I could, if I ever had a conversation with him, it would just, I feel like it could just go on indefinitely. But like, I love philosophy. As you guys know, we've had a lot of tangents on here. And he does too. He's very inquisitive, and he appreciates the importance of questioning things. And we've talked a lot about that on this series and on my channel here, about the importance of questioning things and just asking the question, even if there's not an answer. The importance of asking the question. And Dr. Rucata is a great example of that. Because, even though he's a forensic psychologist, he's very different than the others. Like, he's not, we've seen others come on the different platforms. He's very different. And the thing that always stood out to me was he really took an approach that was way more philosophical and from a way more of a humanitarian perspective versus like a clinical perspective. And also everything that he says, he speaks, and it sounds like as if it was a poem. Like this is somebody who's to say well-read would be an understatement. I mean, he quotes literature left and right, but it's like he's just so eloquent. And that, anyway, but he just puts things in such a lovely way, and the way he talks and the timing, everything. But all that to say, it didn't surprise me to hear when he said, his answer didn't surprise me at all. In fact, actually, when he said, he was answering the question, he was like, so I actually went to seminary school. And I'm like, oh my God, this tracks. This makes perfect I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, yep, I get it. Of course he did. So he goes to seminary school, and at some point during that process, he starts having questions about the nature of evil, the nature of self-will, all these questions that, if you can imagine, if you're someone who's in seminary school and you're an actual thinker, you're not just someone who's just following, you're an actual thinker and you're questioning shit. You can imagine, I can imagine the questions that arose in his mind, and maybe you guys can too. There's going to be a lot of questions, right? He's not going to just believe something that somebody tells him, there's just no way. So, so he had all these questions, and those questions are what led him to start studying psychology. And that's how he became, technically, I guess you would call it a forensic psychologist, but it makes perfect sense to me why he studies the people he studies, because most people wouldn't have any compassion for them. And these people that have done these heinous crimes, when I say compassion for them, I don't mean forgiving them or whatever. I'm not saying that. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that they're worth understanding. And I feel like that's where a lot of people miss the mark. By writing people off as evil, they're just evil. We hear that. I hear that all the time on different channels, and it drives me crazy. And I understand why people say it. This is like a whole tangent. I understand why people say it. I totally understand it. But if I were to try to say, what would Dr. Brucato say about that, right? I think he would say that doesn't, and when I say this, he has actually said this to a certain, like, he has addressed this exact issue numerous times, right? So something to the extent of like, how does that help us, right? It doesn't actually help us. And he goes back to, you have to be able, like with his book, The New Evil, right? It's like, I know he's like saying, like, I know it's hard to look at all these horrible things that people have done, but like, he gave a great example, and actually it was in reference to tearing down the Idaho courthouse. I'm going to just say this real quick, and then I'll try to finish answering Super Clinton Girl's initial question about his religion. I told you guys, right, what would happen if I started talking about him. He gave a great example about the Idaho courthouse, but I think it's also relevant with this too, with just writing people off as evil. And he said this. He said, think about how after the Holocaust, like, look at the concentration camps from the Holocaust. Nobody tore those down. They're preserved. Think about that, guys. The implications of that are huge for so many reasons. It's not just the fact that there's people who are crazy and say it didn't happen or whatever. I don't know that anything could convince them otherwise, but perhaps, I mean, one would hope that evidence would convince, but we all know there's people that can be confronted with real world evidence and it's not going to matter. We know that. So, but that aside, I think it's the mindset, right? That the mindset was, after the world came out of this unspeakable tragedy, it wasn't tear it down so we can forget about it, or tear it down because it's too horrible to look at it. Tear it down because it's traumatic for us to see it. It was the complete opposite. Preserve it all. And what a profound, it's like something that we all know, but like, no one's like, how often are we all thinking about concentration camps, right? So like, had he not said it, I don't think I would have actually realized that parallel, but it's brilliant. And I'm sorry, now I'm looking at the chat here. So, yeah, so when Raj blames things on mental health, I don't remember. Yeah, I mean, and of course there's a whole thing too, right? Like mental health. that's a whole other conversation because, some people might put like things like psychopathy and sociopathy in the umbrella of mental health and others wouldn't, because then you're into a different conversation about a personality disorder versus a mood disorder versus like a behavioral disorder. Yeah. I mean, and here's the other problem I have with the word evil, though. Just saying, like, this is where I feel like this is the lawyer in me, even though I'm not a lawyer, is like, how do you define evil, right? That varies culture by culture. Ask a 4-year-old what's evil, right? They're going to give a different definition. I mean, it's just like we've had the same conversation on other things, right? You have to define the thing first, and to define the thing, you have to define the other thing. Remember, what was it we were talking about that? But it's a similar thing. How are we going to define evil in a way that everyone agrees? It's not possible. It's just not possible. It's either going to be too vague or it's going to be too specific. And it's just going to depend. So I think that's the other reason why it's also just not helpful as a descriptor. But anyway, but yeah, the whole thing about the concentration camp. So Dr. Mercado like just points out that uses that as an example, right? That was horrifying and awful, but there was an appreciation culturally in all the different countries and, throughout wherever in the world, I guess, that it was important to understand, to keep it so we could try to understand what went wrong and try to understand it from it, because we're all humans. Like, this affected everybody. And like that, I think, is also a good parallel as to what I'm talking about. Like, he brings such a level of humanity. To me, it's the approach that is really needed when it comes to understanding people who commit the most heinous, horrific crimes. I don't know that anybody gets it as right as Dr. Mercado, in my personal opinion, in terms of their approach. His approach is really, again, like, I know I keep saying this, but like I don't know that he even realizes the impact that he's having just from his approach and how he's teaching things and his writing and his research. Like, I really think he's changing, the perception and the way people understand, whether it's just a lay person or whether it's an expert. He's really, I think, challenging a lot of these things that have been going on in terms of how people understand or don't. I would say actually don't understand some of these horrible, his whole like serial sexual offenders, right? People that like your BTKs, people that are like serial sexual sadists, right? That's really what's the right way to put it? That's really the crux of like trying to get at what's going on mentally, and lots of people can comment on it, but nobody, in my opinion, is helpful as Dr. Mercado in really understanding it. So yeah, and then there's the whole I know, right? Light or dark. Yeah. So okay, but then let me finish answering Super Planner Girl's question. So yeah, so he answers the question by saying that he went to seminary, right? And then he says how he became a psychologist, and then he finishes sort of answering that question by saying, when they're kind of asking him, like, like what he believes, blah blah, because he says he went to seminary school, and he's like, his response to that is something akin to like, I believe that. And he's always very candid. If you guys ever watch, he's extremely candid. This was like the first time where he chose to not be completely candid. And I'm not saying that in a bad way at all. I just think that speaks to, it makes sense with his answer. His answer was, that religion, or he said something like, okay. He says something like spirituality is an individual's relationship with a higher power. And that's a deeply personal thing. And that's up to them. And then religion is like how people group themselves and label themselves. I agree with that 100%. And he didn't say this. I'm going to say this. I think the distinction there is like spirituality is a good thing, and it can be anything, right? People can have a higher power of any kind. And a religion is different. And you guys, I'm sure can understand what I mean by that. Again, this would be a whole other conversation, but a religion is different. It's used to accomplish a goal. For one thing, it's a way of, it's by its very nature, it's labeling people, it's grouping people, othering people. Then there's the whole thing of like hypocrisy and like, my way is right, you guys are wrong. And then using it for power. And then, the crusade, dude, yeah. So, but spirituality, I don't know, has ever done anything bad for anybody. Like, I don't know that spirituality has caused, when you look at these types of issues that have any type of any faith-based, right? Like, I don't know that it's ever just one person who's spiritual. I think that there's always some sort of layer with like an extreme religious belief, right? So yeah, religion, I think the thing about religion is it's for social purposes. It's so you know which building to go to. Like, it's so you can have a friend group, right? And again, one of the reasons that some of the things that are positive for certain people, if they are religious, there's social elements to it, right? And we see that a lot, and actually in the Murdaugh trial, where they're like, I know this person from church, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's definitely a thing in the South, especially, but, or I know there's some people like, okay, my mom, let me give you this example. My mom was raised in upstate New York. They were not raised religious, but they went to church every Sunday. You know why? Because it was the only place. They lived out in the middle of nowhere. It was the only place where the girls, because my mom was one of 4 girls, they could sing in the choir. It was the only place where and that gave them, and they all ended up doing performing arts and stuff. So like that gave them experience. They wanted to sing. And, they also played piano and other instruments. Like literally it was where they got their musical experience, because there was nowhere else to do it within hours. So they weren't there for the religious part of it, but they were there for the musical part of it. So there's different things that people can appreciate about it, right? But again, I think the difference is it's the social, it's the social, right? The external versus like the internal, right? Versus the spirituality. It's a personal thing. It's literally you have it with your higher power, and it's if that makes sense, And I think that might be a good distinction. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. I'm glad that you appreciate that. Yeah. So, and really, when it comes to religion, the social element can be with a large group or it could be with a small group. Like, look at your different cults and your different, like you just need, but you need another person. I think that's the difference. You need a follower or a cohort. What you need another person, right? You can't just establish a religion of one person. It wouldn't be recognized. So you need somebody else to say, yeah, and then you go from there, I suppose. It depends on what religion we're talking about. But, the story of Joseph Smith is really interesting. And we'll get into that as we just cover Chad. So I'm just having a sip of my sparkle water. But yeah. So Chad, we'll do Chad like after, it'll probably be after his trial's over. But my plan is, so after the episode tomorrow, we're going to continue on with the Murdaugh deep dive, and we're going to start that series on with Gloria Satterfield. I'm super excited about that because it's going to be different. It's going to be mostly court documents. There's going to be some other stuff. There's going to be less video to watch, like as opposed to the trial, obviously. It's going to be a lot of court documents, but then we'll be pulling up other things that could be from the trial that would be maybe video, like in that case. But it's going to be a lot of reading court documents, and I couldn't be more excited. I freaking love court documents, and I really hope you guys will enjoy it. I think that, court documents can be super, so I'm so excited. I can really talk. Super thrilling. And this is how you really can learn things. And this isn't something that anybody's really covered, like what we're going to be doing. It's not something that you can really learn any other way apart from the court documents. So it's going to be super fun, and you guys have no idea, like y'all aren't ready for this because it's going to be insane. But yeah, so okay, so what was I going to do first? Was this. I was going to do the telemetry. So if you guys remember from the last episode, we were talking about, well, it was specifically at the time, the Super Planner Girl and I, we were talking about that question at the end of Creighton's closing, where he's saying Alex puts his car in and out of park. And actually, let me just play it because I think I started out with that. Let's see here. Understanding the most confusing telemetry chart of all time. Oh, I remember this. Yes, but first, okay. So this is not related to the telemetry, but I was recording something from the trial, and this was at the beginning of it as they're getting the cameras, whatever. But do you guys know why I included this here? Do you guys see what I see? Do you guys see what I see? This I included it because I thought it was funny because of what I saw. Like I saw this and I was like, ah! I'm wondering if you guys appreciate that. And I still haven't heard from Wifey. I don't know. I hope she's okay. If she comes on, then we'll have to probably touch on some of this more because I know she's going to have a lot of things to say. But do you guys appreciate this that you're seeing on the screen right now? Hopefully you should be seeing it on screen. You guys know why I'm showing you this. Do you guys see why I included it on the video? Let me pull up this other file. Well, okay. So since I don't know if anybody's so because I saw it and I thought it was looks like so DSN. So this was just when I was recording some of the trial. And this was at the very beginning of the day, like the court cameras or whatever, when they're getting their feed. I included it because I thought, I was recording this and looking at the trial, and I looked up at the screen. And I'm like, do you guys see what I see? Like with the lettering, I don't want to say it because it'll give it away. But I saw it, it was only this one day, this one feed. It wasn't like every trial they had this on. It was like the very first 20 seconds or something of this one particular day. This was what was on the feed, and that was the only day it had it, or whatever. I don't even know what it means. I just thought it was funny, and that's why I included it here. But do you guys know I thought it was funny? You know what I mean? You guys see what I see? Do you see what I see? There is something very funny on the screen. Do you see what I see? You guys see what I see? Because, okay, fine. So I saw it and I was like, my brain thought it said my brain looked at it and thought it was what the truck, it interpreted it that way. Just because there's a W and it's a 4-letter word and then truck and then a separate symbol, which in my mind could have been a question. Literally it was just, that was my initial reaction was I looked up and I was like, ah! So I was I thought it was what the truck. And that's literally all that is. That's, now that I mention it, just do you guys see it? Okay, but let me go ahead and play this.
It gets there, he's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58, and then at 10:05:06 he leaves for the kennels.
Why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle parked true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
All right,
If
you ready?
Take a look, scroll to
The
the
super
right.
planner girl, remember we were talking about this and you're like, this is the most confusing thing of all time. He's going to ask him all the things that we had questions about.
On the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay, so this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment series.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they have the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay. All right, but then at 99:54 and 99:56, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay. It looks like it's colored more green.
I'm going to try to
correct?
summarize that because it's not easy to follow. First, we're going to address vehicle parked false and vehicle parked true. So vehicle parked false means it's not shifted into park. He can't say that it means it's in drive. That's why I'm just being careful here. He can't say it means it's in drive. It's just shifted out of park. Vehicle parked true means it is shifted into park. And then the colors, and we're going to look again at the chart here in a second, but the colors are not affiliated with if it's true or false. The colors are showing matching events in and out of park. That makes sense.
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay. And that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find yes.
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at that would be 10 o'clock and 30 seconds,
Okay.
36 seconds.
This is the exact part that we're going to see the clip as well. But this is the exact part Creighton's talking about where he says that after at this point is where he is like he's shifting in and out of park.
Okay.
On June 7th, 2021 p.m.
And those are color coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and then vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's p.m. And it goes back into park at 10:01 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021.
All right, so here's the chart. So this is kind of we're going to try to make sense of this. So we have it at 10, so 2200 is military time, but that's 10 o'clock and 36 seconds. So these times in and out of park start at 10 o'clock and 36 seconds. Okay, so let me back up. 10 o'clock and 30 seconds, he's turning onto the road, Moselle Road. He's turning onto the house. So, and are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? I never noticed this until now. Well, the highlighted part. Is anybody seeing, like, why did I just stop mid-sentence? There's a reason for that. Look at the address. Does anyone know, is anybody picking up on what I'm saying here with the address and noticing why that's weird? Perhaps. And there could be an explanation for it, but given the importance of being precise, it is interesting. And of course, in the document, in the full timeline document, it would show it shows the map of that event, and I'm zoomed in, so exactly, super planner girl nailed it. That's the address to the kennel. Yep. You see why I stopped mid-sentence? Because I was about to say he turned into the house, and I'm like, wait, hold on. That's the address to the kennel. Yep, correct. That's exactly right. The house is 4157. So what I'm wondering is this, again, because I haven't zoomed in, so we can't see the map, but they never actually, in the trial, we never hear them say, oh, hold on. It's a house plant.
It's a house.
During the trial, we don't actually, exactly not the house. During the trial, they don't actually ever say 4157. I don't know if you guys noticed that. And so I wonder if that's on purpose. Like, is it because they don't want people to like try to find it, or because it might be too confusing, which is understandable, right? Because it would sound like a different like I could understand in a way being like the jury's gonna think these are two separate addresses, as in like owned by different people. I could understand that. I do, but however, like, okay, this would be a lot weirder if it wasn't for the fact that they never actually say 4157. I don't think they ever say that the entire trial. Really, the only way to learn that is from like documents or going through Google Maps. And so that might be why this is here like this, but it is weird because it's like, you know, you would think that it should be precise. They're definitely two different locations. Okay, so let's table that for just a second. So he goes, we know he goes to the house, right? Regardless of what, we know it's the house. So see, now I'm like, okay, no, it's supposed to be the house. So 10 o'clock and 30 seconds, right? And then 10 o'clock and 36 seconds, he puts his vehicle in park. That's that first entry up there in green. He puts his vehicle in park. So these entries start at 10 o'clock and 36 seconds and end at 10:01 and 43 seconds. This is the in and out of park. Remember, this is when he first arrives back after Moselle. This is going to come up later. By the way, guys, let me just say this real quick. Buckle up for the intermission. I think I've solved all of the questions that remained about what happened with Maggie's phone and why did he chuck it and when did he chuck it and all these questions that were still there. I really worked hard on this, and I think I have what makes sense is like the only possible solution. I really want your guys' input because it could be I'm forgetting. Like, I want to know if you guys agree. Like, it's kind of like having to take a lot of different factors in, but it's the only thing that actually makes sense and it explains all of it. But I will want your guys' input on that when we get there. But this will come up then too, okay? This same chart, we'll see it again. So remember, okay, so again, he's just come back from Alameda. Let's picture, he's just come back from Alameda. And there she is. There's wifey. You missed our whole, we're just getting started for like, I don't know, however long. We've been talking about like basically Chad Daybell's, well, mostly religion, but Mormonism, like this entire time, essentially. Also Dr. Mercado and the nature of spirituality versus religion. And the entire time I was like, where's wifey? Because I'm going to do undercover Mormon squirreling. Oh, you heard it? Okay, good. Excellent. Yay. I'm so glad you're here, wifey. Okay. So, yes. So goes to the house. Right. Now okay. Again, like, he's coming back from Moselle, 10 o'clock and 30 seconds. And we're going to see this again later at intermission with the timeline, but it's at 10:05 and something is when he actually starts the car back up to drive to the kennels. Okay. So there's a gap in here, right? Where we are under the impression that he's going to the house. We're going to talk more about that at the intermission. I really can't wait to get to that. It's going to be a good one. We're going to need everyone's brains in full gear. Get your coffee, get your water, get all your stuff. It's going to take all of our brains to try to crack it, but I think we can do it. So, but it's weird, right? It's weird because it would still like, well, what's going on here? You know? And then the in and out of park thing is interesting. And so, so yeah, so again, it is that same what is it here? It's 10 o'clock and 30. So it's a little over a minute here, right? Yeah, it's a little over a minute here that he's shifting in and out of park. Let's count how many times it happens, because this is what we need to figure out. So remember what the dude said? Sometimes there's multiple entries for the same event. So we can't just count. We can't just make, it's not, there's no simple way to understand this. We're gonna have to go through it. So we have 10 o'clock 36. The first two lines there are the same event. So that's in park. And I would say, when's the next false? So the next false isn't until 22:01:17. So he's actually in park for, yeah, like 40 seconds or whatever, something like that. And then he shifts out of park. So we're going to do complete reps here. So he arrives, he's in park, and then he goes out of park. So we're going to call that 1. And then when does he go back to park? He goes back to park at 10 o'clock, 10:01:29. And then out of park again at 10:01:30. So that's the second full rep, right? Is this correct? Are you guys, okay, let me just double check. Okay, so he's in park, true, out of park, false. That's 1 rep. And then true, false. Yeah, so that's 2 full rounds here. And then back into park, and then that's a half a round because he's going to stay in park, right, until he goes to leave. So it's in and out of park. It's actually not that many times. It's still kind of weird. Looking at this, it looks like he's going in and out, in and out, in and out. It's really not. He gets there, he parks, right? Let's work it out. He gets there, he parks, and what is it, like 40 seconds later? Thank you, DSN, for doing the math. And then 40 seconds later, out of park, and then 12 seconds later, back into park. And then what is that? Like another, where does he go false again? And then immediately out of park? Am I reading this correctly, guys? So false. True again. Yeah. Yeah, because at 1:29, okay, 10:01:29, he's in park. And he's out of park again 1 second later. Yeah, 10:01:30. And then back in park 13 seconds later. It's gonna take time to figure that out, I think, and I think it's possible. But I'm gonna have to marinate on that. And I probably should write down I'm gonna have to make another chart. I'm gonna have to make a chart that's readable with like the amount of time and the in and out. And then we'll do this for the next one. We'll combine this into the part that we're going to talk about at intermission. We're going to we'll incorporate, we'll do a circle around back tomorrow and see if we can put this part together, because the part we're going to talk about at the intermission is not going to account for why he's shifting in and out. It's going to use this chart, and it's going to go over this whole time period. But I think we can do better, and we can even try to figure out why the in and out of park, but it's going to be tough. So, so the thing is, DSN, I don't think he's pulling in and out, because he's not. If he was actually driving, we would have that on the OnStar data. Like, this is the telemetry shit here, right? But like the OnStar data that we got, in the trial looks different than this, but that shows when he's moving, and it shows how fast he's moving, and it has the GPS location. So while homeboy Dwight Falkowski couldn't, when he was doing the telemetry data, of course that was before the OnStar came in, but he couldn't look at this and figure out if the vehicle was moving, right? That was part of why it was so disappointing. He's like, I can't tell you if it's moving or not. I can't tell you if it's in drive. I can only tell you if it's in and out of park. That's it. But the OnStar data gives us the GPS location and all the other information that we know if he's moving or not. And he wasn't driving anywhere. That's why it's extra. Oh, it was just a joke. Okay. Well, what you said it makes more sense than not, like, driving up and down like a dick makes more sense than just shifting in and out of park for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, that's more plausible. Like, why else? Okay, this is the question. Somebody, and maybe it's Suburban related, like if someone drives a Suburban, I don't know. Why? Okay, we need to brainstorm this. Why would someone just shift in and out of park like this? What would that do? And let's take this further. To not drive the car, right? So what's he doing? Is he shifting it into neutral? Is he shifting it? I guess a Suburban might have other gears. I don't know. I drive a freaking Prius. Like, are there other gears where you could shift it into, but it's not like, and I guess depending on if it's flat, right? If you shift it into drive it or reverse, in some instances, the car might move, and in other cases, it might not move, right? Am I right about that? I'm trying to think. Like sometimes the car might roll if it's on a hill, but like, I don't know. Like I'm wondering maybe he was shifting it into drive or maybe he was shifting it into reverse, but he just wasn't adding any gas, so it didn't go. I don't know. We need to think about this. So I'm glad, and I'm so glad wifey made it here. Okay, so let me see, what else do I have on this video? Let's see.
Okay, let's go.
He's back again for more.
To just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340.
It could have been, so wifey says, wouldn't it be, it could have been a neutral. We don't know. Like, that's the thing that's interesting. Like, that's the one, let me say this. That's the one thing we don't have with the GP, with the car. Let's think about, this is interesting, right? This is the one thing that we've got. In other words, they got all the information they could because, initially it was just the telemetry and that was very minimal because of all the shit. But then they got the OnStar. But what they never were able to find out with any of it was the state of the vehicle in terms of the gear. That's interesting. And I wonder, this would be something else to look into. Like for other murders, I feel like they probably are able to tell that. Like, I don't know if it's just that. I'm wondering if that should have been in the telemetry, but because the telemetry was encrypted. Because think about that, right? Like, there's a lot of murders. You know what? Perfect example. I don't want to say these words because I know it's controversial, but Karen Reed, let me just say this much. I'm not following it. I don't really know the first thing about it, and I don't give a shit. But what I will say is this, because first off, I just don't like things that are that divisive. But what I will say this is that from the very minimal things I do know about it, which is basically nothing, I know there was a car involved. Mark my words, if no one said it, hear it from me first, despite the fact that I know literally nothing about the case. They are going to argue over the state of the vehicle. And hopefully, if I watch any of that trial, you guys, it will be the day if they have someone explain this. How could they tell what gear the vehicle was in? And I don't even know what she was fucking driving. That's why I'm saying vehicle. I don't know if it was a car, if it was a truck. But if it's a SUV or a truck, you've got other gears. And I drive a hybrid, so I don't know anything about it. But, there's different gears you can shift it into. And that, I would imagine, would be really important. I'm not trying to talk about Karen Reed. I'll make that clear. I'm just saying that thinking of a case where that's going to be, that I could see that being really important. Any case, right, where somebody is hit with a car, but it was like unclear if it was like, what happened, right? I could see that being the case. So I'm curious, though, that seems like something that would normally be in telemetry, but they don't have that for Alex. So we don't know. And isn't that wild, though? I know. I'm sorry. I know. I threw up in my mouth when I said it too, wifey. Yeah, I know. Was it though? What in my mind? I don't know. I don't give a shit, but I will give a shit if they bring in an expert from the FBI or wherever who's going to explain the telemetry in terms of the gears. Actually, honestly, anything regarding telemetry, because that can help us understand this shit better, right? Remember, like I said it before with BK, everybody, I said it weeks ago, and now it's coming up again because of the alibi stuff. I called it. I said this at the time when we watched Matthew Wild, and then I said it again a couple episodes ago. And some of you guys might even remember. I said this. We will probably never hear anyone explain better at a trial how these fucking cell towers work. And because the Murdaugh trial is a special gem of a trial, literally this will never happen ever again. But the prosecutor's like, okay, he literally says, take it away to the guy, because the guy's such a fucking expert and he's a teacher. That's the other thing. He's not like this dude, right? Matthew Wild is he teaches like at the FBI Academy. He is used to teaching people how to understand these towers, and he is the best, most qualified. And the dude takes it away and gives a whole class for like an hour on how these towers work. I have it, of course I bridged it for the sake of brevity in the episode, but like even what I included, I remember saying at the time, and then I've referred to it since. This is invaluable because this is what's going to come up. I said this before the new shit with the quote unquote alibi. Like, this is going to come up, and this dude does the best job of explaining how these towers work. And I don't know that we'll see someone have that opportunity or ability to just educate that in that type of manner. And if for people who are interested, I would recommend, and I'm sure I'll do it myself, watching his full testimony again, because I didn't include all of it, but watch, because his testimony, the first half of it is educating on the towers. It's not related to the case. It's not Murdaugh specific. And that's why it's so valuable, because it's not like he starts just by educating you on how the towers work. And then after that, he gets into the facts of the case. So that's why I think it's so great. But okay, so it was an SUV, a Lexus SUV. Okay, gotcha. So the telemetry as to like if it's in reverse, I suppose, would be important. It makes sense. But it was an SUV. So then it would have more. I think the SUVs tend to have more gears than the cars do. So yeah, and I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about the case to know if there's other. All I'm getting from that I can glean that is valuable from without knowing anything about the case. And it's like 2019 Lexus SUV. Yes. What does that mean to me? It means it's an SUV. From what I know about SUVs, they tend to have more gears and more gear options than cars, like 4-wheel drive and shit, right? 2019 means it's a later model. It's going to have OnStar or whatever, right? It's going to have, that shit. Oh, what's the other word for it? The navigation, the entertainment. What do they call it? Oh my God. Entertainment info. What is that word? Oh my God. Infotainment. That's it. Oh my God. It's going to have all that shit, right? Bluetooth connectivity, all the shit. Cameras, same thing. It's going to have that. In other words, that car is going to have a lot of information if they didn't fuck it up, right? It should have a lot of information. Yeah. GPS. Yeah. So anyway, but yes, so we don't know. And that's what's so interesting. Like, we're missing that here, right? And again, I think it would have been in that telemetry, but because it was encrypted, and then the best they could do. I mean, let's just appreciate this poor dude spent over a year of his life trying to crack this freaking car. Over a year. And remember, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It was the first and only time the FBI had seen an encrypted telemetry from a vehicle. So, but we don't know. I mean, there's questions like twofold. Like, what was he doing? What was he shifting it to? Right? Was he like, what gear was he shifting it to? Because we know it was out of park. What gear was he shifting it to? And then the second question is why? Or maybe the why is the first question. Maybe the why would explain what gear it is. I don't know. Honestly, we are going to have to think about it. I need y'all's help with it. Right. Exactly. DSN. Yes. I've heard it suffers from a wide crack between the driver's seat where a cell phone can fall and it is tough to retrieve. We're going to see that later too. Speaking of that notorious tough crack in the, yeah.
And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's
I mean, we're smarter than him. We already figured this out. Just kidding.
And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So
there it is again. I'm sitting here like thinking to myself, I'm gonna reverse my question that I already asked. I'm gonna approach the question from why would he shift it in and out? I think what happens if we start there? Why would he shift it? And this might be better discussed. You know what? This might be better discussed at intermission because this is going to be relevant to what we talk about there with the Maggie's phone thing. Maybe that's the best way to kind of handle it. But what I'll say is this: we'll have some time watching the beginning of Jim's closing. You guys can be thinking about this. The questions are, why would he shift it in and out of park? and then and which gear. You could reverse them. Which gear would you shift it to and why? And there's going to be some time, and then this is going to come up again during the intermission when we do the new segment, which is called What the Truck Is Up with the Cell Phone Business. So, yeah. But I think that's it for this presentation. Let's see. Yes, learning is scrolling.
It's a house.
All right, excellent. Do you guys feel like your brains have already gotten an exercise? We've already covered a lot of different things, haven't we? The nature of religion, undercover squirreling. We've had to decode that crazy chart. We've already covered a lot of stuff. I feel like my brain's already getting a workout. Hopefully you guys do too. So let us jump right on in to part 18. Creighton.
But even
Love you, Creighton.
if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? It puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up
so
here
will
with
we.
the 252 people and all the rest of it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And then at 9:02, the defendant over there,
Who
who
can I
wouldn't
just
even
say
admit until
how much do you guys love it? Okay, let me put it this way. There are other attorneys, other prosecutors where if they were to go, the defendant over there in point, I would be like, that's so cringe. I don't know why. I can't explain it. I don't even care why. I love it when Creighton does it. And I think part of it, he saved it for the closing. He's not like yelling, right? Maybe that's part of, I said I wasn't going to ask why. I'm asking why. He's not yelling. He's not being like insulting. And also it's just like, it's his demeanor. It like, to me, it's like, that's him getting as riled up as it gets, but it's really not even that bad considering what we see from other cases. I don't know. What do you guys think? He does that like maybe 4 or 5 times in his closing. And every time I freaking love it when he goes, I want to see it again. Actually, that's how much I love it. Let me just rewind it a smidge. I love it.
Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 252 people and all the rest of it. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there,
I love it. I love it.
who wouldn't even admit until forced to
it's
that he was even at the
appropriate. I love
scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car?
So I have to, not a spoiler alert, kind of a spoiler alert. Some of the things that are in this recap that I included are things that we're going to be discussing. Like these are he's asking these questions because he can't answer them, which it's closing argument, so it's allowed. It would be better if you could answer them, right? So let's just remember, he's asking questions for the jury. He's not giving answers, he's asking questions. He's asking these questions, and these are the questions we're going to attempt to answer at intermission with what the truck is up with the cell phone business. So aliens on golf carts, though, but you know what? What if they're one and the same? Because gray boys, right? Like gray, like oftentimes don't we see aliens and they're like gray? So what if it's the same thing? Maybe the 252 people are aliens. That would make a lot of sense, actually. But yeah. So so remember, he's asking, listen to the questions he's asking, because we're going to prepare to answer them.
With Maggie's phone and placed it in that car?
That's a good question,
And
Creighton.
then what do we see from 902 to 906? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All in that 4-minute period where he's moving around, but he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready.
Oh my God, I didn't even notice that. Did you guys notice this? Hold
It's
on.
the process. At the same time you're calling all these phones. Why is he
I
calling
did not notice
multiple
this
times? We can see
until
right
now.
here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph.
Did you guys notice this? You get $1 million if anyone noticed. This is my point. I've watched this how many freaking times I couldn't even tell you, and I never noticed this until now. Look at the right where that yellow arrow is. Do you guys see that? This is why I love freaking Creighton. He put this in his PowerPoint presentation. ESP question mark. Did you guys see that before, or are you just seeing this just now for the first time like I am? He put ESP question mark. I freaking love Creighton. I never saw that until now. That is just, I don't know why. I love that. ESP question mark. It's in the PowerPoint. Dude, I love it.
He calls Maggie again.
So much.
All in that 4-minute period where he's moving around, but he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines.
He would only have been able to do that if he was there.
Whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. System startup. 90556 in the Suburban. And then this is interesting.
Right.
Maggie's phone has that orientation change.
Okay, listen to that.
2 seconds.
You guys, this is key. We're going to talk about this at intermission. This is key. This last, Matt, in your minds, keep this. Maggie's last orientation change, okay, is at 9:06:12. Wait, sorry, 9:06:20. Matt, let me say that again. Maggie, you have a question. Shoot, super planner girl, go for it. Maggie's last orientation changes at 9:06:20. Okay. Let me say that one, because we hear a lot of questions. When did he check the phone? And they have the whole, could he chuck it without the, or it's like we get so into the weeds with that I know for me, I forgot why it was even a matter of debate, because there's a lot of activity on her phone with it calling and texting from Alex and whatnot. The last orientation change that she has is at 9:06:20. That's why it's a matter of debate. And the question is, well, then when and how did her phone get on the side of the road, right? Okay, rabbit 12 question. Good. I thank you for letting me know, and I will keep that in mind. Oh, you're going on Nesty. Okay, let's do it. So that's a good question, Super Planner Girl. And actually, I don't think anyone's asked that. So why did he stay gone for such a short time at Alameda? Why didn't he stay gone for longer? That's a really good question. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to think about that. Does anyone else in the chat have an idea? I'm trying to think. So, like the question that someone else would come check on them. To my knowledge, when would we have known for sure someone would have shown up at the property? Let's say Alex just stayed overnight, whatever, right? Like, who would have been the next person to show up at the property? I think it is a good question. I agree. He could have stayed however long he wanted. Great point. Yeah. That is a good question. These are really good questions. So, right. What was his rush to get back and call 911? And we notice it too. Remember, he drives faster on the way back than he does on the way there. And and the defense mentions that, and it is an interesting point, right? Because you would think that he would be driving faster on the way there to get over there and try to make it distance himself. I agree. Maybe that's part of this. Why would he drive faster on the way back? This is a really good question. What was he in a hurry for? He was in more of a hurry on the way back. That's a really good question. Okay, but what I was going to say is like the next person who would have shown up, I think it would have been my favorite person on the planet, Roger Dale Davis Jr. That's the dude who is the doggy caretaker, who I think is one of the most important witnesses in the entire trial. And he talked about the hose and everything. If you guys don't, I freaking love him. Oh, that could be it. That's a good point. Super planner girl. You know what? Ding, ding, ding. You might be right about that, because you know what? Those GPS collar trackers, I researched those thoroughly when we were first starting the chicken business episodes. The batteries would have a lifespan. That might be it. And I wouldn't even be surprised if he had an app. Sorry. This is why asking questions matters, because look at this. This is leading to more answers. And I didn't even think about this, but okay, well, let me back up. I read this when I was researching the callers, but I didn't actually think about it until now. With those GPS things, they have apps. So that's actually how you would find the dog, or you could put it on, ostensibly, you could put it on fucking anything, right? You could put it on a rabbit or a squirrel, right? You can make the collar small. But anyway, my point is like those GPS things, the way that they work is there's an app. He might have on the app, been able to see where they were, and maybe they were getting close to being outside of the perimeter of the electric fence, which we know sometimes worked, sometimes didn't. B, I guarantee you the app would tell you the battery life on the GPS device, and maybe the battery was running low, and then he would not have been able to locate the dogs. I think that is a really good possibility. Yeah, people becoming worried. Here's the thing about this one. It would have actually worked out better for him to let someone else find them, wouldn't it? It's this dude, super planner girl. It has to be the dogs, because think about it this way. Wouldn't it have been even better if he stayed overnight? Like, let's say he could have made it seem legitimate for him to stay overnight. Maybe honestly, the hospital with his dad would have been better, right? Because we know people were over there. But let's play that out in our heads. And let's say if he did that, you know what would have happened? Other people maybe would have been worried because they couldn't get a hold of them. Having said that, the cell service was spotty. Rogan would have probably been the first person to be worried, because having said that, though, he was worried, but it wasn't enough for him to come over there. And we know he wasn't nearby. He was like, I don't know, an hour away or something. But it wasn't like he thought, oh my God, call 911, right? You know what I mean? He was like, he probably assumed they weren't getting service. And it's not like anybody, like people that didn't hear from them weren't thinking that something bad happened. So it might have been that the first person who what would have happened is Roger Dale Davis Jr. would have showed up in the morning at 5 a.m. or whatever, 6 a.m. to do the dogs, and he would have discovered the bodies. Wouldn't that have been ideal for Alex? Have someone else discover them? Y'all. I'm reading what y'all are saying in the chat. Because likely not knowing about the murders looked more believable. Yeah, okay, that's a good point, wifey. I mean, yeah, this is why it's important. It's important to talk about this stuff. You know, she's making a good point that the fact that he was worried, that makes sense. That's a good point. That part of this whole thing was he was worried because he couldn't get a hold of them. Yeah, right. And of course, that's a contradictory thing because he doesn't go by there. But I totally get what you're saying. Wifey's got a great point here. I agree. I think that's absolutely the case. I think that that's exactly his problem, right? He's always setting out to prove that he's telling the truth, that he's actually sometimes not actually thinking as smartly as he could. Because the smart thing to do would have been let Roger Dale Davis Jr. discover them. That would have been the smart thing, or anyone else. But he would have been a given. Like it would have been a guarantee that either he would have discovered them first thing in the morning, and or someone, maybe if someone else was worried enough, they would have come over that night. But worst case scenario, it's not like they would have been sitting there for a week, right? He in this situation had a guarantee that there was someone who showed up every morning, and that person would have showed up and discovered them because that person went to the cat. What if that was his plan? You know, you guys. Okay, work with me here. He had a guarantee that Roger Dale Davis Jr. would show up. Now, here's what got me thinking. This isn't just a guarantee that someone's going to show up in the morning, early in the morning, but not only that, it's a guarantee they're going to show up at the kennels. I haven't even thought, but my brain's going in a lot of places. He could have murdered them anywhere on the property. He could have murdered them at the house. You guys. He could have murdered them at the house. He could have murdered them anywhere on the property, outside. Why the kennels? Because it's far from the house, if that's the point. But of course, there's all kinds of you know what I mean? And maybe, and I was going to say it was happenstance, but it wasn't, because we know he planned ahead by leaving the guns out there. Was it because Roger Dale Davis Jr. doesn't ever go to the house? He goes to the kennels. He goes literally to the dogs. I'm wondering, could it be possible too that was his initial plan, but it all went to shit because of the chicken and Bubba? And I think that, so let's think about this. So what if that was his initial plan? Let's say that the Bubba chicken scenario didn't happen, and it was just they let the dogs out, the dogs go back in, they're in their crates, their kennels. Maybe then he murders them, and maybe he was actually going to go to the freaking hospital or his mom and stay overnight, right? Roger Dale Davis Jr. would have showed up in the morning and found them dead. Maybe what happened was, because of the Bubba chicken shit show, it threw everything off because the dogs were out and he needed to get out of there quick, as we know. In terms of compressing the timelines, we know he had to get out of there quick. But the thing that what we're addressing is he didn't have to get back quick. And that's such a great distinction. He did have to get out of there quick. So the dogs being out, right? And Jim, we're going to see Jim Griffin even brings up the collars actually in his closing. But the dogs being out, and then he's like, I don't have time to fucking wrangle these dogs and get the chicken and all that, right? Do all that. I got to get out of here. And there's might be another complication. We're going to talk about intermission that could also complicate matters. And then because of that, the dogs were out. And then that could have been the whole reason why he had to change this entire thing. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. That's a good point too. DSN says he got to control the crime scene to some degree by being the one who found them. That's a great point. Yeah, great point. Yeah, I agree. Build the early narrative with first responders. And that's true. He still could have waited though, right? But that point I love that. I agree. I do agree. That would explain that would be a reason to not let someone else find them. So I think that's absolutely. But why would he drive faster on the way back than on the way there, though? That's really what it comes down to, right? So trying to get to Paul's phone before the battery dies, is that what you're thinking? I don't know if that was. What are you referring to here? Wifey, that was his initial plan. Are you saying his initial plan was to? I'm not sure what you're saying. Because we know he left the guns over there. So he was planning to go to the kennels all along, I would think. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, he didn't have any way to get into Paul's phone. He would have, I think he would have probably known that, like, because he knew, like, him and Maggie had, like, he said, and I believe it, right? Because a lot of, they shared their passwords or whatever. But I don't think he would have. And I don't know that the phone would show an unlock attempt, like a failed unlock attempt. Fuck, I haven't looked that up. If anyone wants to look that up, I've researched the fuck out of fucking cell phones, but what I haven't searched for, and I know a lot of things about what will show up. What does the phone keep record of? We're going to talk more about that again at intermission. But what I haven't looked up is if somebody tries to unlock the passcode and it's unsuccessful, would the phone keep a record of that? Obviously, if it's successful, it would be a record. The record would just be that the phone unlocks, but it wouldn't show anything else other than that. It would just show as unlocked. But if someone wants to do a Google search real quick and see, like, if someone does a failed password attempt, like just once, not enough to where it's like you have to wait, how the phones do that, but like, is it going to log that? That's a good question. Did he, because we don't know, that would answer that question though. Like, did he actually attempt to guess Paul's password? Because a lot of times people can guess it, right? Now, having said that, we know the answer was his birthday, and that's the first thing most people would guess. And I would imagine that's the first thing Alex would have guessed. So my thought would be, if he wanted to get into the phone and try guessing the password, he probably could have done it and guessed it correctly, maybe. I don't know. Wifey, I hear what you're saying, and I think that what you're saying is almost giving him too much credit. Like, I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. I don't think there was any convincing about going to the kennels. That's just his story because he's trying to explain why he took a fake nap and didn't go. Like, that's him still trying to be like, yeah, my lie is half right. I don't think there was any of that. I don't think there was any talk of that. Like, so first of all, even if there was any convincing or whatever, I just think that I think it's almost giving him too much credit to think that he maybe was a chicken and was going to not do it. Like, I think he was planning. The more I've gone, I didn't have too much to say about this until we really went through the whole thing with the trucks and learned that he must have planned this ahead of time, at least in the sense of leaving the guns out there, and that he would have planned this. Like, well, we know he lured them there, right? First of all, but in terms of even more specifically, the way that I've broken it down, all the What the Truck episodes with him and Paul, and even the fact that they were shooting those same firearms and how all that works out, the fact that his phone was on airplane mode that entire time, he comes home from work, puts his phone on airplane. It clearly, it was planned. He was planning. He was setting up for this. Like, and there's no way around it. So it would be nice to think that maybe he was kind of having second thoughts, but I just don't think so. Yeah. Oh, the Why Maggie is for the post-trial series. So tomorrow is the last episode of the trial series. The Why Maggie's bigger than the trial, I think. We're not going to get answers. I wanted to start asking that question during the trial because it's important. Because because otherwise the question wouldn't make any sense, right? Like, what is the point of the trial? The point of the trial is they're trying to explain, they don't have to, right? They don't have to give motive, but they're trying to explain why he killed his wife and son. That was their choice. That was the prosecution's choice to try to explain why he killed Maggie and Paul. And throughout the trial, we're presented with a lot of evidence that really makes a good case for Paul, as we've discussed, all the benefits. But the reason and as you guys know, when I posed that question was, what's the difference that adding Maggie into the mix gives him an extra benefit? And if he wanted to kill the whole family for some reason, he didn't call Buster over there, right? So it's like, why Maggie and why not Buster, really, when it comes down to it? And so I wanted to start asking that question because they discuss that at length in the trial. It comes up being in the closing arguments as we hear them in this last episode. Like, this is part of the whole thing. So it's a good time to start thinking about that question as it's being asked in trial. But my personal thought is we don't get answers for that in the trial. In my opinion. I mean, we get answers, but I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts? Do you guys feel satisfied? Like, when all is said and done, I mean, here we're not done with closing arguments, but we're almost done. Do you guys feel satisfied with why he killed Maggie based on just what you've heard in trial? That's a good question. We can talk more about that as it goes on, but that's what I'm wondering. Like, do you guys feel like, yep, I feel like I understand why he killed Maggie based on what I've heard in trial? So yeah, so wifey, what you're saying, yes, but he didn't need Maggie. Like, if you're going, like that's part of the discussion is the sympathy, right? If you need the sympathy, like his dad was going to die. Clearly, he didn't think that would get him enough sympathy. And that makes sense because, I mean, I hate to say this, like his dad was old and had been sick for a long time or whatever, right? Clearly, he thought that wouldn't get him enough sympathy. So, but your son, yeah. But if you're just like saying, I need as much sympathy as possible, and you're willing to just add people in for that fact, wouldn't you add Buster in too? So like what you're saying is that here, wifey, is accurate in the sense that, yes, that's the case, the state's theory, but that's not, we need to differentiate the Maggie, Paul, and Buster and figure it out. Right. That exactly, Secret Planner Girl. He could have done with Paul. And we started discussing this really early on, and it might have been before some of you guys, I think you were here, Secret Planner Girl, but we started discussing this in like some of the first episodes because I wanted to start thinking about this from the get-go. That he could have done it with Paul. And what we're going to do as we go forward, we're going to go through everything. We're going to go through what were his goals, what could have actually been accomplished. And I'm going to also ask the question of this one, which is, what would have happened if he got away with it? You guys, I have so much in store for y'all. Like, what would have happened if he got away with it? Don't worry about going too far with that yet, because that's post-trial. But that's one of the questions we're going to talk about, and we're going to really look into all this. But those things are all important because why it's Maggie and Paul, but not Buster. But from everything we've been presented in trial, it really looks like Paul would have done the trick, right? Yeah, those were just rumors from everything I know. They were just rumors. And is this someone who's killing out of vengeance? No. Like that, that's not his psychological profile. I can tell you that for a fact. Okay, let me do it this way. If those rumors were real, let me do it this way. Let's say those rumors were real. Let's say they weren't rumors. Let's say she was actually going to leave him. His psychological profile is not that, in my opinion. He's just not in that realm. He's only concerned about his own plan, and he's scheming with the money and all this. He's not jealous. He's not. there's, when you think about someone who would do that, like, oh, I don't want you to leave me, or, divorce or whatever, someone's having an affair, we see that all the time. That's the majority of the cases. It's like there's jealousy, and there's usually some sort of domestic abuse going on. There's like manipulation. And when I say manipulation, I mean within the family. We know he manipulated everybody, but he had a great relationship with Maggie and Paul. I mean, everybody said so. His family life was seemed great. Like, it did not, he didn't do anything from what we know, he treated them awesome and didn't do anything bad to them until he killed them. So yeah. I just don't. Let me also throw this into the mix. Okay, even if that's true, this is the twofer? Okay, let's work through this. So that would mean, okay, let me put it this way. He's planning on killing Paul for all the other reasons, right? The boat case, the financial stuff. And he's kind of setting plans for that. But then separately from that, he hears a rumor that Maggie's planning on leaving him. So this is a completely separate motivation. And then he's like, well, let me just for the sake of convenience, let me just see if I can kill them both at the same time for different reasons. I mean, maybe if you're like an assassin, like the children, right? Where you're just like trying to just be efficient, maybe then you might, you know what I mean? Like, try to get two different jobs done at once, but like those are two different jobs, quote unquote jobs, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I've actually thought about that before with can you guys think of any case? Okay, let's do it this way. Can you guys think of any case where someone's been convicted or whatever of killing? It doesn't even have to be family, but different people where it's not a hired person. It's someone they know, right? A friend, family member, whatever, where they're killing multiple people at once at the same time for different reasons. Like they kill the brother because the brother did this, and then they kill, I'm making this up, I'm just giving examples. And then they kill the wife because, or the son or whatever, completely separate reason. And then in other words, they have different reasons for each person, but they kill them all at the same time. Can you think of any case where that has happened? I agree that the Gray Boys could have pulled it off 100%. Well, we know, I agree. He doesn't love people the way we love people. There's no question about that. Which case? Yeah, let me know which case Wifey. I'm curious. I mean, and if I sat there and thought about it, I maybe could have thought of one. I just didn't have one at the top of my head. I don't know which, can you give a name? Coolant? Is that the name? I've never heard of that. So yeah, let me know. Again, we need one person committing the murders. Now, if it's okay, let me put it this way. If there's more than one person who's doing the killing, then it would make sense. Like, for example, just again, this would be an example. Let's say you've got a husband and wife, and the wife is having an affair or whatever, right? And then she's got a new boyfriend. And then there's some sort of like custody dispute with her ex, but then the boyfriend has an ex. So then this couple, the new couple, they both are like, yeah, hey, we need to get rid of our exes. So then they work together to, and to me, that's different. Like, so if there's more than one person who's committing the murders, that would make sense that it would be like, well, let's just try to be like efficient with it. Cause then but if it's one person. Oh, coolant. Okay. Oh, that sounds yummy. Sewer planner girl. So, okay, coolant. But what I'm wondering is who's doing the murders and why are they killing the people? So yeah, I mean, I know about coolant, so I'm more worried. I'm wondering more about, so yeah, anyway, but my point is like, and the other thing too, I'll just put it this way, right? If there, again, if we go, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's say the rumors are true. Let's say they're not rumors and they're true. Well, from what we know of with rumors, right? Anyway, they'd been going on for a long time, right? Like that had been rumors. Well, then why wait to kill Maggie? Like if the only reason to kill her was because his ego couldn't take it, that means it would be separate from gaining anything with the financial crimes or like the reasons to kill Paul. So it would be like, let's say that he even was thinking, oh, I need to get rid of Paul. But then let's say these rumors are happening with Maggie and his ego can't take it. He'd be like, if that's the case, he would just go ahead and kill her. He wouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to wait until killing Paul. No, if he had the ability to control his behavior, then that contradicts killing someone because your ego can't take it, right? If that makes sense. So, okay. Y'all, let's keep going.
Before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on family guns being there, did he have ESP?
And they love golf
You have
carts.
ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking
Right.
as he manufactured his alibi?
Dude, this is back to the questions we need to really focus on right now. Is this alibi thing with him and the phone?
That it was coming through. Right here, Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the.
Okay, I'm reading what Wifey's saying in the chat, but from what you're saying, it sounds like these happened at different times. Like, not to mention, we're talking about two people. This is what I'm saying. This is different. If it's different people. So you're saying the mother and daughter planned the death of the dad. If you've got two different people working together, it would make sense that you'd have more than one motive because each person could have their own motive and then they're working as a team. That's different than one person having different motives, right? And then it also sounds like somebody happened after the fact. Maybe the lack of motive for Maggie was part of his alibi. That's a good point. DSN, that's a great point. That's a great point. DSN, you could be onto something with that. Yep, just to confuse it. Honestly, that to me, apart from what we're going to discuss after this trial series, in which case, if there is a motive, that I can get behind, we're going to go through that again after the trial series. But other than that, my gut is going with what DSN says here. That it was part of his alibi. I think that's that. Thank you. That makes perfect sense to me. 100%. So I see what you're saying, but it still sounds like there were two people working together. It's just different than one person, I feel like. And they had the same motives. We're talking about different motives. We're talking about one person with different motives for different people. So one person, Alex, having one motive for Paul and a different motive for Maggie, but killing them at the exact same time. That's what we're talking about. Okay, I hope you come back later because that intermission is going to be, to quote Michael Scott, zoppity. But yeah, I think what you're saying there, DSN definitely is plausible that it was just because of the fact that there wouldn't be a good motive and it would be that for the alibi. Yeah. Maybe also it was supposed to back up the tooth shooter theory. I mean, I hadn't thought of that until now, but like if he's really trying to go with the two shooter theory and that's why he's got the two different guns, Maybe that's why he kills both of them. Trying to make it seem like it was two shooters. Because he really wants it to be these children, the two gray boys.
Various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back.
I just thought of a good way to articulate what I think my mindset here. If you're killing for any emotional reason, like say your ego can't take it anymore, somebody's going to leave you, somebody's cheating on you, or for any emotional reason, do you guys think that at the same time, multitasking would be at the forefront? Let me put it this way. Multitasking a murder. Like, well, I'm going to, just to save time, I'm going to kill these two people at the same time just to save myself the whatever. It's multitasking, right? That's my point. Is like if it's completely separate reasons to kill two different people, or however, in this case, two people, completely separate motives. Again, this is if it's because Maggie's going to leave him or whatever. And then Paul, again, I think we can get behind more based on what we hear from the prosecution. Two completely different motives. It would be like multitasking a murder. Like, I really want to kill Paul because this. I really want to kill Maggie because this. Well, that seems like a lot of, I'm going to try to do it at the same time. I mean, is it possible? What is that question they all say? Is it possible or is it, what's that question that they always say? Like, is it possible or is it plausible? What is it? Or is it reasonable? What's the saying? They're the saying. Anyway, but beyond that, like, I think the other thing that would be a bigger factor is like, if you've got emotional reasons, like your ego is involved and it's like the multitasking thing. Here's the point. The multitasking thing is so practical, right? That's my point. It's practical. It's logical. There are people who would be killers in that category where it's organized, it's logical, it's rational, and it's not emotional. And it's very pragmatic for a purpose, right? Okay, let's think about, in that case, multitasking would make sense. But if it's not a practical thing, like it's something emotional or whatever, I don't know that person would be also thinking, well, let me put my emotions aside so I can be practical, if that makes sense. Like the murder wouldn't be about practicality because it wouldn't be practical. Like if they're operating from their point of view that they're just killing out of their emotions, I don't think they're also convincing themselves it's a good idea or that's practical versus the person who's not emotional, who's killing, like say, again, we're talking about someone who's maybe more on the psychopathic or sociopathic element of like, it's just to serve a purpose. It's just practical. There's no emotions involved. Does that make sense at all? That's a good point, DSN. I love that you guys are giving me ideas. This is awesome. If he only killed Paul, he would have had to fool Maggie. That's a great point. Yeah. That's a really good point. And that would have been a lot harder to do. That's another great point, DSN. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, Maggie would have figured it out. I think that everything that you guys are saying really resonates with me. I think the one thing that doesn't is that he was mad because she was going to leave him and then he decided to just kill them both at the same time. I can't get behind that. Even if the rumors were true, which we have no reason to believe they were anything beyond rumors, but even if they were true, I just don't understand that from a psychological perspective. And I think Dr. Bricado would be like, that doesn't really make any sense. But I could be wrong, of course, obviously. But like, I just, I go off of what I feel like I learned from him. And those just seem like different motive, like going to the core of the motive, right? Like the emotional versus the practical. I think that's a good way if we want to boil it down that way. So Thank you for all y'all.
Went inside so
Throwing
quickly
ideas in the chat if you haven't yet. I love it.
and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South.
Aw.
And then he got in his car
In the history of the South.
seconds after the supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. They knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances.
Shortest
that you
nap
have
in
to
the history of the
accept.
South is so good.
The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49
Right.
and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt.
There he is gesturing to Alex again, which I love. So remember, one of the questions that we had, which led to another question, was why him speeding back, right? He drove faster on the way back. That was a great question from Super Planner Girl that led to these other questions. But yeah, I mean, I think where I'm at with that one, which because we kind of went off there, which I love. So like, I think the dog thing really makes a lot of sense though. Like, I think that he, the battery life on the freaking GPS trackers, and I think he probably, because we know they didn't do the full, it's going to come up actually in Jim's closing, but we know they didn't do the full heavy duty thing on Alex's phone until months later. They just did the light extraction thingy at the time. So anyway, I don't know if he was using that app. I don't even know if they would have even been bothered to look at that, right? It probably wouldn't even been on their radar. Yeah, they traveled the same route as
That's
Alex.
the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose.
They were very courteous, right? They were
These
courteous.
vigilantes were just
These vigilantes were courteous enough to put the dogs up and roll up the hose, but they didn't do it exactly right, but they were courteous enough to do it.
lucky enough to find these family weapons there. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone.
That's right. The Gray Boys were brought
Everyone
up
who
right.
thought they were close to him. Everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too.
Well done, Creighton. All right.
First off, this morning we have to deal with
All right.
the issue involving the removal of a juror. A few days ago, I received a complaint from a member of the public indicating that a juror had engaged in improper conversations with parties not associated with the case. I communicated and provided a copy of the communications to the defense counsel. After court, we then met with the juror on the record, and the juror denied discussing the case with anyone not on the jury or with anyone on the jury. She provided information that led us to the court to contact the persons that she was suspected of having conversations with concerning the case. Those individuals were interviewed and provided an affidavit regarding the contact that the juror had with them. We then also brought those two individuals in and had a hearing in chambers on the record in the presence of counsel yesterday.
Yeah, so I was just looking it up on my phone. You know, my gut was correct, I believe, about this whole thing with the passcode attempts. Like, from what I can tell, everything I'm learning about the iPhones is like anything that you're doing from the control panel, which is to say, like, if you guys have iPhones, like my iPhone right now is locked, right? If I tap it, what happens? The backlight comes on. You know, we get a data thing for that, right? Anything that I can try to do before unlocking it. So that would include, you know, if you swipe from, at least from on my phone, it's like the top right, you swipe down, flashlight, airplane mode, orientation lock, all the shit that you have, all the little things you have on there. That, as well as typing in a passcode, anything that is done until it's unlocked, from what everything I've researched, is not going to show up on any phone report. What will show up is that the backlight came on, if there was an orientation change, right? And then other than that, it's if the phone is unlocked. All that other stuff before it's unlocked, it doesn't store, from everything that I've learned. So in other words, what that means is this: if somebody is trying to get into somebody's phone, let's say Alex is trying to get into Paul's phone and he's, you know, trying to type in the passcode. Let's say he couldn't guess it, right? You know, it wouldn't have logged that unless he did it enough times, like 10 times or whatever. And then it's like, and then it would log that you have a warning thing, or, you know, you guys know what I mean, right? When it's like too many attempts, it'll log that. Other than that, it'll just log if it gets unlocked. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's going to be, this is knowledge we can take with us to other cases as well. Again, I don't know how it works with Androids. I've never had an Android, but with an iPhone, anything that you're doing before the phone is unlocked, I think it's safe to assume it's not going to make a record of that. Now, with the example of like the orientation lock, like we've talked about with Paul, the record isn't that you switch an orientation lock on or off. The record would be an absence of things. For example, like we talked about the fact that we have no orientation changes for Paul at all until after he's dead at 10:47, I think, or something. It's when Alex says he's checking him, quote unquote. That is the first and only orientation change for Paul. So in that case, the lack of having any orientation changes for Paul when he's on his phone all day, every day, is the weird thing. But that's not a logged, that's not something in the record that's absence of something in the record. So that's a completely different type of evidence. So again, like when the phone's unlocked, it's a different thing. But from everything I can tell, and it's what's interesting is if you do that swipey thing and you look at things on the control panel, there's a lot of things you can do. And from everything I've learned, all of those things are not going to register. You can even access the camera. Now, remember, and that makes sense because they made a distinction as well between accessing the camera or the camera being accessed by the phone trying to recognize a Face ID. That's different. So that all makes sense, right? Because it's going to log it if the camera is like trying to recognize a face. That makes sense. I remember the iPhone expert guy talking about that. Anyway, okay.
In which both of those individuals waffled on the nature and the extent of the contact. They also provided a recorded interview, or the state provided a recorded interview with the jurors, and I reviewed that interview last night. So the juror has had contact or discussions concerning the case with,
And wifey, I think it's a good question. I don't think you need to feel like you shouldn't have brought that up about Maggie leaving him. A lot of people ask that question. And my problem with that isn't that it didn't come up in trial. Let me be clear. My problem with that isn't that it didn't come up in trial. It's that I haven't heard any person, whether it was in trial or not, like I didn't hear anyone like her sister. Okay, let's take her sister, let's take Blanca, people who are really close to her, her family, her friends. I don't know of any of them saying from their mouths that Maggie was thinking about it. So rumors is different to me, right? Like, it's not that it didn't come up in trial, but it's like, where's the source? It was just a rumor, that could be anything. But Marion, though, didn't say anything about Maggie thinking about leaving him. Now so she can give you an impression. That makes sense, but that's different than her saying something, right? Like, because we know Marion, like, kind of seems suspicious of Alex, right? Having said that, it just seemed kind of like it was after the fact, because it was like, for her, it seems like her kind of opinion changed after he was talking about the boat case and all that shit, right? Because she says that. But I don't remember her saying anything about Maggie feeling unhappy or Maggie feeling unsafe or like she wanted to leave. Everybody that we've heard from in trial or not in trial, even the nail salon lady, somebody interviewed her. I forget who it was. She didn't come into the person who did Maggie's nails and saw her that day. Who was that? Was the ED? Somebody interviewed her, and she wasn't in the trial, obviously, but they interviewed her. And the people that do your nails and your hair or whatever, they hear all the shit, right? And this is somebody who actually wasn't in the Murdaugh world. She didn't live, the nail lady was like in Charleston or something, like different city, didn't have any connections to the family. Like that's the person who you're going to spill all your business to, right? Especially if you live in a small town. Anyway, but the nail lady, I remember that because that was a big deal. And I'll see if I can find that. But the nail lady was like, yeah, she never said there was anything wrong. She seemed happy. She said that Maggie had her ring on when she had her nails done, if I remember correctly. So that's I trust thing, what I mean, like contemporaneous from a person who actually knows whether it came into trial or not. And as far as Maggie staying at Edisto, though, we heard from a lot. We did hear from a lot. I mean, I understand people living separate, but we have to remember that there's also people who sleep in separate bedrooms. Who was it? Surprised me. Was it Lauren and Dr. Babe? There was some couple, I'm trying to remember, who I was surprised, but recently they said something that made it seem like they sleep in separate rooms sometimes. It might have been Lauren and Dr. Babe. And I was like really surprised. But the reason they slept in separate rooms was because somebody was having, it was like snoring or sleep apnea, something like that. It was a practical purpose, right? But it surprised me because it was a couple. Again, I can't remember exactly who it was. If don't quote me on that, if it was Lauren and Dr. Babe. But I remember being surprised because I was like, it was a couple that whoever it was like, they clearly have a great relationship. And I was surprised, but it was like a practical purpose, and it didn't actually have any bearing on. It wasn't like, you know what I mean, anything sus. So we have to remember that, even though, and I totally get it, I understand. Like, yeah, I would have thought it's weird to be in a separate room in the same house, but keeping in mind that from beyond considering that every couple is different, right? I think a good way to gauge it is off of what we heard from people who knew them. All right. And the thing is too, like all the testimony said that, and all like without question, all of the testimony, including including Marion, said she liked being at Edisto in the summer. And they were all referred to the biting flies, the flies, the mosquitoes. It was too hot and muggy and humid. And that would be a practical consideration. And that makes sense. Like, yeah, like, I think it just depends on the couple again. And that's why I think that the best way to get that information when part of the couple is dead, like in this case, right, and the other half is a liar, going off of everybody else who's a credible witness, right? All of Paul's friends, all the law firm people, her family, like everyone that we heard from was credible and believable except for Alex. So, all that testimony matters to me, especially because they were all so close and so tight knit. And even the nail lady, from what I recall, and I'm going to make a note to find that interview, but even the nail lady, from what I recall, it just, there wasn't, so I think if there was any conflicting testimony, I would feel differently about it. Because all of the testimony from one person after another, they all gave the reasons why Maggie was staying at Edisto. And none of it had to do with her relationship. And then again, on top of that, everyone said they had a great relationship. Everyone did. I just feel like I have to go off of that for me personally and not use my own views on what would be normal or not normal. Because those people knew the couple, right? They knew the family. They know the area. They know the culture. They know what would be weird and not weird, right? You know what I mean? Like, so that's where I just, for me personally, I feel confident and trusting, because there was so much testimony from all these credible sources, if that makes sense. So yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that it's all about appearances and they wouldn't want anyone to know. I just, again, if that's the case, in my mind, I really like to try to prove myself wrong. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, let me go with that. But what I'm running into again with that is this problem of the multitasking murder. I can't, if I walk through that outcome of there's marital issues, I'm looking at an emotional situation, and it just doesn't. If that's the case, to me, it would change. Like, okay, if I'm walking through that in my mind, it was an emotional thing. Maybe they were having issues, but no one knew. Okay, I'm going to walk through that situation here and see what happens. It's like, in that case, the only way I can see it making sense that he killed both Maggie and Paul would be if him and Paul got into some fight at the time, which would not speak to it being planned. That would speak to it being, like we hear about in other cases where they get mad and they lose their temper. First of all, there's no one's ever said anything about Alex losing his temper, but okay, let's say that everyone lied about that, or let's say people just didn't want to say. Let's say he did have a temper. Still, that flies in the face of planning a murder. It's quite the opposite, right? So when you lure people there and then you have the guns ready hours ahead of time, you put your phone on airplane mode hours ahead of time, you turn it off completely, 40 minutes ahead of time? Like, none of that speaks to emotion, like all of a sudden feeling mad. And again, I think things regarding Maggie, yeah, that could be more of a slow burn. Like, I could see that. But if it's anger and rage, like it would have taken for Paul, that would have had to be like, the only way I can see him killing both of them would be like, that would be the situation, right? Like him and Paul get into some sort of fight about something and he loses his temper, but yet he would also be having to feel emotionally at the same time jealousy regarding Maggie. Even if I can't, it just doesn't click for me. Yeah, wifey, are you listening? I'm going with this. I'm saying I'm going with that. I already said, like, what I'm working through right now is, let's say he fooled everybody and his marriage was awful. That's exactly the scenario I'm working through right now, and saying what would happen if that was the case. He fooled everybody. in all these different ways. Okay, let's say he fooled everybody. The marriage was, Maggie was going to leave him. Let's say she was cheating. Whatever the case was, that's what I'm going through right now. I'm saying, let's assume that's the case. I'm working through it and saying, how would that change things? And what I'm saying is that in my mind, it would change why he murdered Paul, because that's an emotional murder. And again, that flies in the face of planning. It flies. Okay, maybe if it was just Maggie, let me say it this way. If it was just Maggie, it would make sense that there's because jealousy over someone leaving you and resentment, that's emotional, but it can happen more over time, right? So we see this where it's like, they maybe decide they're going to plan it, but like the emotions have been building up over time. Sometimes it might be that they lose their temper, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt of trying to play this out as if it's possible because we know Alex planned it. Okay. So that's why I'm saying that. However, what with Paul, that type of emotion it would have taken, if it was an emotional murder, would have had to be temper, heat of the moment, anger. And that's not planned. I mean, and so if he was planning on killing Maggie, but wasn't planning on killing Paul, and then just happened to kill Paul because he was mad at him, well, how was he going to tell Paul about how his mom died? Like, he had to be planning to kill both of them. So even if you go off of, am I making sense? Am I making sense as to how, I don't know how he would have, I mean, again, the planning is what really throws a wrench in all this, right? The fact that it was planned, and he planned to kill both of them, right? He planned to kill both of them. So unless it was the opposite, like we were saying, well, maybe he killed Maggie because he knew he wasn't going to be able to lie to her about why he killed Paul. Okay, the only way that I can explain in my mind, if his motivation for killing Maggie was because they were having marital issues, the only way I can explain that is the case would be the reverse, would be that he didn't have any reason to kill Paul. This would be the only, okay, I'm walking through this. This is the only way this would make sense to me. This is literally the only way so let's say it was marital issues with Maggie. The only way I can see that being the case would be this scenario. They were having marital issues. He planned on killing her. And the only reason he killed Paul was because he knew he couldn't lie to Paul about killing Maggie. But having said that, then why lure Paul there, right? Well, and why not lure Buster? Like, that doesn't actually, so now I'm like, why would he, it still doesn't really make full sense, or does it? Because it's like, if he felt like he couldn't lie to Paul, why, then is he better lying to Buster? It just doesn't make any sense. So now on the reverse, still seems plausible that he needed to kill Paul for the boat case and all that, all the money, the other shit that we know about. And then he didn't think he'd be able to lie to Maggie about it. That makes more sense. Because that wouldn't necessarily involve Buster. So, okay, hopefully that makes sense though. I appreciate everyone's opinions and everyone's thoughts, because it helps me think it through. Like I keep saying, I love challenging. I mean, this is what I do when I'm doing this on my own, is I try to challenge my own thoughts. Like the way that I said about proving the thing about the truck was, instead of trying to prove how Alex had to ride with them, I said about trying to prove how he could have gone separately. Like in What the Truck Part 3, that was the whole thing. It was like, how could he have gone separately? And I went through all the possibilities, and there was no way he could have. So like, that's how I approach things. So I actually really appreciate it. And I mean, it helps to be able to work through it step by step. And I just, again, I can't see I can't see any way that he killed Maggie solely for marital issues, reasons. It just wouldn't, because he could have just lured her there and killed her and not killed Paul. And he could, I feel like he could have lied to Paul and Buster more easily about what happened to Maggie than lied to Maggie about killing Paul, right? Like, I think that makes sense. Like, it would have been easier for him to convince Paul and Buster. I mean, we know he did convince Buster anyway, right? About killing Maggie and Paul. So, yeah, right. I mean, does that make sense though? Like, there would have been no reason for Paul. So yeah. The boat case was a big part of his explanation. Yes. What is that? What are you referencing there, DSN, with the boat? Because so you're saying, are you saying like that? And like the other thing is, again, like, let's say that he did want to kill Maggie for marital issues. Like, I almost called her Mary again. He could have just, again, in my mind, that would have been separate. It would have been lure her there, kill her. Clearly, again, Buster, he convinced Buster he didn't kill that. So like, that wouldn't have been an issue. And then if something happened with Paul with the boat case later, he could have handled that separately. The fact that, again, I just keep going back to the fact that they, both of them at the same time and not Buster. But again, y'all, I can't wait to see what you guys think after we go through the Gloria Satterfield stuff. You guys don't even know. This is going to be new to the planet Earth for the most part. There's been basically no one talking about, because you have to go through all the insurance documents. Like, I know it sounds boring. Trust me. I'm going to reiterate. When people are like, Gloria Satterfield, I mean, not that anyone said that, but like my gut feeling on why Maggie, but also why Paul, really, I do think that what the prosecution is saying makes sense for Paul. It could have been a factor, but I think the real reason, honestly, for both of them lies deeper into what we didn't hear in trial, but has to do with Gloria Satterfield. And that's why I promised the why Maggie, I promised the motive. That's coming in the next series. That's why I called it the fall that started it all. Yeah, the fall that started it all. You guys don't even. Yeah, it's almost terrifying actually going through it, because it's like. Anyway, I'm just getting like major goosebumps because of what I know and what and I'll just remind you guys that he was fucking with that even when he was in prison. Up until recently, he was still fucking with that lawsuit. That fucking, not just her death, but the insurance fuckery that happened after it, even before he stole. Okay, when I say Gloria Satterfield, I'm not even talking about stealing from the boys. That's not even what I'm talking about. That, just to be clear, I should have probably made that more clear initially. I'm not talking about how he stole from her kids. I mean, that matters, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about shit that no one knows about. I think him stealing from the boys was just him doing what he was just doing to his other client. But I'm talking about other shit, you guys. Right. Yes. It's what it's about, I think, is what happened there is the answer to everything. What happened with her and her fall. The fall that started it all. So Wifey's asking questions that we're gonna get to. Yeah. Y'all are gonna freaking love it, dude. You guys. We've got 911 calls. We've got interviews with insurance adjusters. We've got all kinds of documents from the insurance company. Let me just say this. When this happened, they interviewed Maggie and Paul. The insurance company did. Because remember, he's filing a claim. This is before he stole anything, right, from them. It was just filing a claim for her death. And they interviewed Paul and Maggie and asked them what happened. And they were still alive. That's like, it's so akin to the not Bubba, yeah, Bubba video. It's so akin to that, right? It's so akin to that. It's a record of them almost speaking from their graves, trying to say, here's what happened. And trying to parse out, what are they saying because Alex told them? How are their stories not matching up? Dude, it's insane. But we actually have that. Like, that's a miracle, right? We have their words of what they said happened. And we have them on the 911 call. Maggie called 911 for Gloria Satterfield, and Paul was in the back. There's so many overlaps too with the trial. It's a lot. Okay, let's keep going.
At least 3 individuals, though it does not appear that the conversations were that extensive, it did involve the juror offering her opinion regarding evidence received up to that point in the trial that the conversation took place. And in order to preserve the integrity of the process and the interests of both the state and the defense in a fair trial, that juror will be removed.
And one thing I'm going to say real quick,
replaced by,
but one thing else there real quick. A lot of the same strategies that we saw with Alex in the murder trial, including how he handles he's answering questions. A lot of the same strategies, right? And let's just think of, just to say this real quick, fucking with the timeline. Fucking with the timeline, when he's there, when he's somewhere, when he's not somewhere. Why people go to the house, for what reason. There's a lot of fucking similarities that we're going to hear. That's all I'll say.
By another juror. I will make a part of the record under seal because of maintaining the confidentiality of the identity of the jurors. I will place under seal the recorded interview, affidavits received, and both discussions with counsel have taken place on the record, and all of that will be made a part of the record. And we'll bring the juror out to inform her that her services will no longer be needed. We will then replace her with an alternate juror. Any additional comments by the state or the defense?
Not from the state.
Your Honor, we do not accept from your ruling.
Yes,
I've sat through everything you sat through, and it's muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. However, I think it's important for me to note for the record that the interviews of these 2 people were done by SLED agents, one of whom was named as a witness in this case, and the other who was listed in the notes as being one of the investigating officers. Just to note that, again, SLED has made another bad judgment in this case.
Oh, Jay.
I'm not accepting from your ruling.
Yes, sir.
I'm just pointing out that this is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. Thank you.
And the court has not had any discussion with any SLED agents concerning this issue. And all the inquiry by the court has been directly with the suspected parties involved and with the juror. And this is a matter that this long trial with the intense publicity is certainly it would be certainly difficult for any individual to not have some exposure outside of the courtroom to information concerning the case, and to also be tempted to engage in discussions with others. But it is improper, it is contrary to my instructions to the jury daily, multiple times per day, and this juror unfortunately violated that order. So if you will bring out juror number 785. Let's make sure she brings everything with her. She will, I'm sure. Tony. Good morning. Yes, ma'am, up here. In your normal spot's fine. If you could just remain standing for me. Good morning. You doing okay today? All right.
The egg lady, infamous.
I have, as you know, we've had some discussions with you over the past couple of days concerning indications of conversations with few folks not on the jury concerning the case and expressing some opinion about the case. I have reviewed everything, including statements given by individuals and recorded interviews, and concluded that despite my order to not discuss the case with anyone, that intentionally or unintentionally you've had some discussions with some folks not on the jury, and which is going to require me to remove you from the jury. You have been a by all accounts, great juror and
Yay,
smiled
Meadors back.
consistently.
Yay, I'm excited.
Seemingly been attentive to the case and performed well. And, I'm sure that with all the time you've invested in it, you probably hate
Y'all
not
are
to
so
continue,
funny.
or maybe you're ready to go. I don't know. But I certainly want to thank you for your service. I'm not suggesting that
Lifey,
you
I love that.
intentionally did.
I love that you're realizing, yeah. You guys just wait. It's good. I'm super excited for the next series with Gloria Savage,
Anything.
and it's going to be just like this when we do Chad Daybell. We're gonna probably pull up some stuff from Lori's trial, because again, it'll give us context. But I'm not, because of the fact that there's no video. I think that the better way to do that is pull it up when it's relevant in conjunction with Chad's trial, but use that because it does have at least video,
Wrong.
But yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Deep dive
in order
/
to
gavel
preserve
coverage
the
at the same
integrity
time.
of the process, and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors. Have you brought everything that you have outside of? You left some stuff in there. What do you have in there?
A dozen eggs.
Say it again.
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs.
One of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody from
Oh,
the farm. So
okay.
eggs in my purse and nut water.
All right. Well, you're going to leave the eggs. You want to leave the eggs or take the eggs? You're going to take the eggs. So, Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs, her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. If you can get those things from the jury room. As you know, the identity of the jurors are confidential, not known to the public, and the reason you are still where you are is that cameras are not allowed to videotape the jurors, and we have operated by juror numbers throughout the process, and we'll continue to do so, and your identity will be kept confidential as far as the court is concerned, and we trust that in the event you decide you want to speak publicly about this case, that you wait until after the case is over. You're not encouraged at all to do so, but you have a right to speak to anyone you want to, if you decide to do so. No, I have not spoken with her today, but no, this is not related to, I know we also had some conversation was brought up concerning your ex-husband, but that's not a part of this consideration at all. This is totally independent of any other conversation that he might have had concerning you. That's not part of the the order of the court. So they're going to get your things, and then once you're removed from the jury, you can't go back in the jury room. We'll have to tell them goodbye for you. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. You can go. Thank you. We get a lot of interesting things, but now a dozen eggs. It's certainly pretty interesting. We'll give her a chance to leave or to take her. She's gone? Yes. Okay, very good. Anything else before the jury comes?
Have we picked an alternate?
Oh, right, absolutely. When they come out, we'll need to select an alternate, and the clerk you have the remaining alternates in a box. Any objection to a blind selection of that alternate out of the box?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Juror number 254.
Juror number 254 will become part of the panel, of the deliberating panel at this point. 254. Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, before the jury comes in, early in my closing argument, we have a blow-up of the photos of Maggie and Paul at the crime scene. I'm going to hold it up so that the jury can see, the audience cannot see, but I'm just notifying Court TV that please don't display this blow-up during the proceedings.
You may bring the jury. Good morning. Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning one more time. Juror number 254. You are now part of the first 12.
Oh, you guys are so
jurors.
nice. Y'all are so sweet. I know, I felt bad for her too.
We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it
And
argument.
that's typical.
I'm not here to have
And a girl, that is definitely typical. But Judge Newman did it differently from the beginning. I remember like on the jury, like before opening statements, when he did like not jury instructions, but whatever, when he's like addressing the jury, he's like, he told them like, I go ahead and I pick a 4-person, and I pick blah blah. Like he kind of prepared them for that. That's just how he does it. And I think most places they announce the alternates at the end, but it's funny in some it was really up to the court. Like they can pick. I have definitely heard others where they pick ahead of time. They agree ahead of time. Others, they might agree ahead of time and tell them or not tell them. And then others, it's random. It really just kind of varies. Yeah. It's up to them.
argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks.
Oh boy.
And in reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And
yeah, right.
the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocence up to governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided: an interchange during the course of the trial between us. You're all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time, and if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't, this case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak to for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed. And we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations. But you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alex Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required, under your solemn oath as we began, to presume Alex Murdaugh innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alex Murdaugh was charged with the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or a Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports. Here, the call on the field is that Alex Murdaugh is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires. And that unless and until the state proves his guilt to each one of you individually, voting individually, proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. Those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by the jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually, in your mind, that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions
good night,
that you
wifey.
will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. and you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower, and it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias for one side or the other, and there's scales on Lady Justice, and those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence, and the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence, and that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes, and it is you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a jury trial.
It's very rambling.
And
it's very rambling.
Tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig, and I might benefit from
Shout out to
something like
Blackwater.
that. But in Scotland,
Out to Ireland.
it runs about the same until it gets time for the verdict
I need to do
in
my
the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, and they are given 3 options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven.
Now listen to how he twists this. So he's discussing the burdens of proof. It's so interesting, right? Attorneys always go, they have their own ways of doing it. Let's listen to how he twists this then here in a second. Because he's differentiating, right, the important distinction between, not guilty or innocent, right? But let's see how he twists that.
Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift a crime scene for fingerprints, shoe-wear impressions, cannot secure a telephone.
So do you guys see where this is going? And let me know if you want to review. We did I think it was on the last episode, we talked about strategies for your closing argument. If you guys had to predict, where do you think he's going right now? It would be a logical, at least for me, it's like a logical thing. Oh, like, okay, he sounds like he's going into the direction of where they fucked up on the crime scene, right? Because this is common, right? He's saying he's starting out with the presumption of innocence and burden of proof and all that, right? And then it's going into, well, why does the prosecution have such a high burden? Because they have all the resources. They're the ones who are collecting the evidence, blah, blah. So it would make sense logically that he's going to follow this with, now what happens with when they fuck that up, right? Let's see what happens.
And get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and 2 dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alex Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911. And
Great point, Blackwater.
But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning, on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says,
For reals, right?
at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. You have 2 people who have been executed.
So
within.
what happened here was
Y'all were out
the
there.
camera people, rightfully so, thought he was going to pull up some sort of steel exhibit. So they didn't realize it was just a copy of the press release, and so they moved the cameras, which that was, better safe than sorry, right?
100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road. They've been slaughtered. And at this time, there's no danger to the public. Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alex Murdaugh? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. What we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alex is a suspect, and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle.
SLED!
They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job,
So here we go. Blame law
Alex would
enforcement.
have
This
been
is where I thought he was
excluded
going.
from that circle.
Took him a while, but he got there eventually.
Year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy till I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional.
I find that
And
interesting.
he explained.
He makes it a point to flatter that dude, but throw the rest of law enforcement under the bus. I don't know. That probably was objectionable, but as we know, they don't often object on things that are objectionable here.
When he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up, and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected, and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public
I
servant.
wouldn't remind Jude.
And he also agree we've got to stop cars from coming in here to preserve
Y'all,
these.
let's real quick. Do you guys hopefully, if Mark Ball's testimony is still fresh on your minds? Yes, we heard from him multiple times. Well, I guess he wasn't part of the proffer with the financial stuff, but we heard from him because initially the defense called him, and then of course the state called him on rebuttal. So we heard from him a lot. But if you guys hopefully remember his testimony, what Jim's referring to is the reason why they called him initially, which was because of the testimony where he's saying that, you know, how open the crime scene was. Or let me rewind it a second and see verbatim what he says here. But this is the reason why. But I'm like, why are you bringing this up? Because we'll discuss it.
And he's consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public servant here. And he also agreed we've got to stop cars from coming in here.
Okay, so I was right. Yeah, about the crime scene not being locked down with the cars. So Black Widow is asking if wifey is gone. So she says she was going to bed. I'm not quite sure. I know she's had some trouble typing a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if she pops back up. Let me just say that. But she said she was going to sleep. So yeah. So, but what I was going to ask though is with Mark Ball, you know, the reason they called him is that, you know, he testified that, you know, again, the scene wasn't really all that locked down. And then the only other thing he said that maybe could help them was he testified about Paul, you know, had water on him or something. I think the main thing was about this, but my question was this, like, is that enough? Like, in my mind, I'm like, I wouldn't remind the jury about Mark Ball if I was the defense, because like what they got from that could benefit you, if at all, is so minimal compared to how much he helped the prosecution, even when he was called by the defense. Like, in my mind, I'm like, why are you remembering them of Mark Ball's testimony? Like, if I think of Mark Ball, I think of like all the things he said that are just like, you know, Lockwood says I should be asleep, but you're too interesting. Well, thank you.
And it was not done. It was not done.
People to be sleep deprived.
Captain Chapman from the Collinsville County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks.
Yes. And we are going to revisit those in intermission.
Came in off Moselle Road.
Those tire tracks.
Saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels, but then on the other side, where you saw that Alex was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks, and he tried to track them. Slab was coming on, and then it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere.
Well, okay. I'm doing it now. Actually, let me refill my coffee, and then we're doing it. Because I'm hearing him, and I'm like, I have to. I want to go ahead and do. I kept saying we're going to do an intermission. I really want to do our segment on. I'm getting too excited about what the truck is going on with the cell phone business, and because everything he's saying, I'm like, we talk about this because the tire tracks are involved. Let me refill my coffee, and then we'll do it.
Deputy Rutland talked about
Gotta stay hydrated.
Seeing hair in Maggie's hands. You'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? We don't know the answer to that. We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have. They failed to properly take footwear impressions from the feed room or at the apron right outside the feed room. And I think that's I don't think that's uncontradicted. The Agent Worley who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerchi, what is required, and I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did, and both. Now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit,
Okay.
but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr.
Yes,
Palmbach
Maggie did have hair in her hands.
have this murderer for Paul
We have a command
standing
for
on the
DSN.
concrete. Standing on the concrete.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Is a chicken.
Yes, Maggie did have hair in her hands. I know. I think that it seemed like it was probably dog hair, but it was not tested. He's correct about that.
Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken. The thing that has baffled us, has completely baffled us, is
Yeah, it
why
was.
did they never take
It was a
DNA
small.
samples
It was only
off of
brought up like once. It was
Maggie's
not
clothes?
discussed at great length.
her dress?
It was easy to miss.
Why did they
It
never
wasn't-
take DNA samples off Paul's clothes?
It was like a
They
quick
never
little
did.
thing with the hair.
They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. That's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know who's
Guys, let me know when you're ready. When you have,
they took DNA off of extensively?
let me know when you guys are ready to continue what we talked about earlier with this timeline. When he gets back from Almeida and Maggie's phone, and you've got your thinking caps ready, and you've got your coffee and your whatever beverages and your snacks. Let me know when you're ready.
Alec. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA was samples were taken. Was Alec assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Alec wrestling with the assailant on June
I was
the
just
7th?
gonna make that
There's
as a
no evidence of
joke.
that.
You guys, I was just about to make a joke that he was fighting or fooling around with the 5'2" children, and I was gonna say that as a joke, and then oh my god, the gray boy aliens that ride golf carts in the ceiling with ESP that trained all their lives also had a wrestling match with Alex. That's where we're at.
So why are they taking DNA evidence of Alec's clothing in June of 2021? And there's only one reason. And it goes back to this right here. There was only one reason. Only one reason. Is that they had decided that unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec.
Okay, I have this pause here because I wanted to show what he's saying in contrast to what we know to be true, which is that the spouse is always the first person, right? Even if they didn't find the dead body, it's a known fact. But not only do we know that as a known fact, so does Alex. So I wanted to show this very short part from his very first interview with law enforcement to prove that.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So clearly he's like, yeah, of course I am. Of course you're doing this. I'm a spouse. Like, so yeah.
And I'll get into more detail about Maggie's phone.
Oh boy.
And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was well. Let me just go right into it.
Oh boy. So I have this pause here included because what that sounds like, he's like going to go one direction and now he's like, well, let me just get right into it. Not strong, right? Because it's deviating from any type of disorganization, deviating from the outline. That's not good. Not good.
Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt.
Oh boy.
Without a doubt.
All right, you're saying that.
Alex, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone, because it did not happen. It could not happen. Detective Owen, have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI. It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do. And so, well, you know, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. Well, what we learned during this trial is, Sheriff Sled sent a subpoena via a fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe, and whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was, but we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that Sled followed up with a phone call. There's no indication Sled followed up with a letter. There's no indication Sled did anything other than
lots of
put
sledding.
it in a file. Put the response in the file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and Sled on this investigation?
It's not what happened. What happened was the dude who actually came in and spoke as a witness was watching the trial himself. No one contacted. He was watching the trial and was like, hey, I can get this, and then gave it to them and came in as a
What are
witness.
you talking about? So Friday, you know, sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data that you got to see. And that would be great. That would be great. But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get water. I apologize. There's pollen, something else. They put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself. And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize, but it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, from Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does.
Okay.
A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. And Agent Dove says we didn't have an upgraded software that would read it. Took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in the Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that.
It wasn't pinging.
And it's
Last ping, dude. You guys. Okay.
Have
Okay.
they done it?
Okay. I can't take it anymore. We have to do it. Everything he's saying is so wrong, you guys. First of all, the whole thing about her shit being overwritten is actually not that was something that seemed to be kind of accepted. But as I went back and looked, as we've talked about this in the other videos, like there was no indication of that. The thing that's missing, like the defense keeps talking about her GPS location data missing. That's actually not missing because she had her location services turned on, but the apps were toggled on for while using, and she wasn't using any of those apps that would use location data. That's the first thing. The second thing is the thing that's actually missing is cell phone tower pings, and that's the thing that is weird. And this is what we're gonna, yeah. I mean, I would say he's doing a bad job of it. Because the jury's going to have the evidence back there with them. And Blackwater says the car is a Faraday cage, but fans work in cars. The jury's going to have the evidence back there with them, and they're going to be able to look at this stuff. But, they're, while they have to remember during trial, you know what I mean? Again, they have the evidence going back there. Of course, we all know they didn't deliberate for all that long. But, okay. So the second thing is that it's the cell phone pings that are actually missing. Let's do this thing. You guys ready? What the truck is up with this cell phone business? All right. So, missed calls from Alex, 9:04 p.m. 2 calls at 9:06. I need all you guys with your thinking caps if you can put them on to help me with this, because this is the thing. And for those of you who were here at the beginning, this is what I kept saying was going to happen a little bit later. We're going to go through this entire thing with the phone and that timeline at around 10 o'clock. So 9:06 p.m. 2 calls, 9:45 p.m. 10:03. Missed call from Buster at 10:46 p.m. Missed calls from John Marvin. Those are at the top of their on the picture at the top of the phone. Those were from June 8th when he was trying to find her phone, right? He was with law enforcement or whatever. But Buster's call was at 10:46. And actually, let me go back. So the last call from Alex was 10:03, and then the call from Buster at 10:46. Okay. Maggie's last cell phone ping off a tower is at 7:50 p.m. So are you guys seeing what's weird here, right? And yes, 10:03, he arrived back at Alameda at 10 o'clock and 30 seconds. So at 10:03, he's back from Alameda. Yes. He called Maggie then. Here, let's go back again. All right, missed calls from Alex, 9:04. Okay, remember, his phone wakes up at 9:02 from his nappy thing, right? His fake nap. We know he wasn't. His phone, let me rephrase this. He turns his phone back on at 9:02. He calls Maggie at 9:04, twice at 9:06. Once at 9:45, again at 10:03. Don't worry, we're going to go through the timeline, break it down, roll detailed. But we're starting with these calls and why this is weird because of something else here. After this part, this. Do you guys see what's weird? Maggie's last cell phone ping off a tower is at 7:50 p.m. Are you guys seeing what has been troubling me? Her last cell phone ping off a tower is at 7:50. Let's remember the whole thing with the towers. That's not data that gets overwritten. That's not data that you can. That's nothing to do with the cell phone tower. Remember, there's a big difference with all these different types of data. The cell phone tower pings, that shit's Verizon. That shit can't be fucked with. That shit can't be deleted. That shit can't be fucked with. Like the cell phone pings. That's like the hardcore cell phone evidence that we get, right? The only part where people try to, in terms of it, arguing around it, like what we're going to be seeing with this fake alibi of Koberger's, it's going to come down to what we heard about from Matthew Well when he explained how these work, right? There's a triangle, and it's like, which side of the triangle is it pinging off of? Because it could be this tower or that tower. That's the only way that people can be like, where's the wiggle room in terms of it's because there is a triangle, like a radius of where it can ping off of the tower. And, you know, the more towers or less towers you have, it changes things. The fewer towers you have out, you know, out in the middle of nowhere, which would be true also of where BK says he was, it really doesn't leave a whole lot of doubt, right? Because it's like, yeah, that's the only tower. So anyway, but the ping is the ping, right? And as we know, when do the cell phones do the pings? They do the pings if you're just around, you're not calling anybody, especially if you have, it depends on how many towers you have, right? But these cell phones are always trying to communicate. It can ping anytime, right? It's just seeing if there's a tower nearby. But of course, as we know, this is why it's weird, right? As we know, when is it definitely going to ping? If you use the phone for a phone call or a text message, right? Her last ping off a tower is at 7:50 p.m. So how the heck does this happen? You guys see what I'm saying? She also receives texts. It's not just these calls, but I'm just using this as an example. Her phone is still essentially using cellular data to a certain extent, right? Like, it's the opposite of what would normally happen, because normally what would happen is they would go through the records and they would be like, yep, they have all these cell phone pings off the tower, but we look at the phone and it's missing from the phone. Clearly it was deleted. This is the opposite. We have it in the phone, but her last cell phone tower ping is at 7:50 p.m. It's the opposite. Bam. This is going to become crucial. And you know what? The prosecution never argued this, but I think I know why, and we're going to talk about that as we go through this. I think they figured it was going to be them having to try to answer too many things they didn't have evidence for, but we'll see. See what you guys think. All right.
In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers.
From the Verizon dude, I went back and listened to all of his shit.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So
now remember, this is a Verizon custodian of records. And this is what's so kind of in a way, it can be frustrating about how evidence works, because everything is split. But like, it makes sense in a way, but it's also annoying because it's like, he's the custodian of records. All he can do is say what the records say. And the Verizon records are just going to show your cell phone pings. So what's not going to be in a Verizon custodian of records? Like, what's not going to be in his report? Why it's not pinging, why it is ping, you know what I mean? It's just going to say, here's a ping, here's not a ping, basically, right? Like, he can't theorize as to why a call didn't ping or whatever, right? Just to remind people of that.
because this call was not picked up, the call is routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
Because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
Okay. And would that yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir?
That would be correct.
Okay. I believe you said previously column K was the digit
There.
associated with the particular tower a call is routed through, correct?
That is
So
correct.
that's the thing, right? So again, they show on the Verizon, this is what's so crazy. They show in the Verizon records. What I thought was going to be crazy is if they didn't show on the Verizon records. In my mind, I'm like, okay, well, if this is so insane. This is really, it's really still kind of an anomaly because it's like, well, in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, if we see it in her phone, but we know that there weren't any pings, in my mind, I'm like, well, I'm not expecting to see it in the Verizon records either. Because in my mind, if it's in the Verizon records, it means it pinged off a tower. But that's actually not true. I was wrong about, that was my thought process. But what we're learning here is that's how thorough the Verizon records are. Like, it still knows. Even if it doesn't actually ping a tower, the network still knows that it happened, which is great. That's good news for all of these cases where they use cell phone shit.
See in this one, in A. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say in A?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 904.
So actually, so Super Planner Girl, you're right. He could have actually done it before they went out to the kennels. That's a good point. He could have done that. But we don't actually have, like, there weren't. So where is this? This is at 153. If I go back to this just real quick to show you, if you look at these calls, her call log, no one actually tried to call her in between, sadly, right? Like, no one. So it's where you see where it says Barbara 3, like halfway down the phone, where it says Barbara 3. Those were the last calls that she, like, when I said the last cell phone ping was at 7:50, that was when she was talking to Barbara. So in other words, sadly, no one tried to call her between 7:50 and then when Alex called her. That's really fucking sad. No one tried to call her again. Like in other words, her cell, like, and then the next thing was like that text message about John Marvin, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, it'd be kind of hard to know if he did put it in airplane mode before they went to, like, it's entirely possible. It's just there wasn't enough, like, it would be hard to know just because there wasn't enough people trying to talk to her, if that makes sense. There wasn't, because we don't have it until Alex calling at 9:04. That's so fucking depressing. She did get the group text. She also got the text from Alex. Now, the group text would have been, it was sent around the time I think they were leaving for the kennels. Like, what we do know is, like, she can still get these calls. She still got calls and text messages with it on airplane mode. So that's why it makes it hard to know exactly when. And when we go through the timeline, I think the group text will be on there as well. I think it was probably when they were eating dinner-ish. Yeah, it was red. It was close to right before they died. You might be thinking of, though, when it was red on her phone, which was literally, like, right at the time of death. But we're going to see that again here in a second. But it was actually sent out, like, I think maybe 20 minutes or something before it was opened. But we're gonna see that again here in a second. Let me go back to where we were here, because I wanted to pull that up with those calls from Barbara Nixon so we could see.
Time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir.
That would be correct.
Okay. I believe you said previously column K was the digit associated with the particular tower a call is routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one, in A. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say in A?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower.
Oh, so I just saw what you said here. So you're saying when the phone's in airplane mode, it will pop up all that missed activity when it's taken out. Interesting. Okay. Can you elaborate on that? Because that's actually going to be important. That's going to be important as we go forward here, trying to figure out. That's going to be really helpful if you can elaborate. Yeah. Because I don't never use airplane mode, so I don't even know.
When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
That means Alex.
The 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
So her phone even rang.
Did not
it didn't ping a tower.
A particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, let's finish up with this record. Column M again.
I figured out what you're saying, Super Planner Girl. I think I figured out what you're saying. I think what you're saying is that the reason those notifications appeared is because it was taken off of airplane mode. I think that's probably what you're saying, because that would make sense. However, that's the custodian of records. He's saying those calls came through at those times that I had mentioned or I had showed up there at the beginning. That's when they showed on her phone. So I think I see what you're saying, but here's why it's weird is because he's saying on his records when those, and we will see it on the timeline. It matches with Alex's phone. Like when those calls were placed was when the phone was in airplane mode. And that's also when the notifications came in. It wasn't, it's weird. Right. But also the thing is, and that makes sense, but like the other thing is her backlight comes on, like we see in the timeline when she's getting the notifications. For example, when Alex called, well, let's take it as when Alex calls her at 9:04, her phone's in airplane mode, right? Alex calls her at 9:04. We have it from his phone that he called her at 9:04. We have on her phone, her backlight comes on because there's a call coming in. We have her receiving the call. We have her getting a notification for a missed call. And we have the Verizon record showing that there was a call at that time. But there was no cell phone ping. It did all of that without pinging a tower. Right. I see what you're saying. And that makes sense. That's why this is weird, is because we can see from her backlight in the timeline. Remember, because like you, I'm sure this will ring a bell. All the times when they say he calls her and we see her backlight come on, right? Like they say that bunch. That's because it's actually going through at the time. That's why it's weird. And it's notifying her at the time. Like her phone is showing that a call is coming through. He even said it was ringing. This dude just said it rang, but it wasn't answered. The calls are coming through. Her phone is getting those notifications at the time, but it's not pinging a tower. And it could be the spotty service. Definitely could be. But I do think there's something.
The target number, correct? 9041?
That is correct.
All right. And then we see in calling in is in November 9041 again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right. And no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
I skipped over column L. It says MT. And what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay. And so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. All right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call.
And that's what I found. I did a lot of research on airplane mode, and that was one of the things I found. That I like read all the shit. Like, what happens if your phone's on airplane mode and somebody calls you? It says it gets forwarded to voicemail. So that's what actually he says happened here for one of these particular calls. It was forwarded to voicemail.
Multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
And that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
The thing is that yeah, it's just so crazy because it's not pinging the towers. But yeah.
That is correct.
And so we see, if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone.
Here we go. This is key. This to me is why it has to be airplane mode. Because we know he's with her phone. This is key. His right here.
That's correct.
All right. We see a number of other calls.
Look, guys.
Starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two of calls.
This is why it can't just be the spotty service, because we know he's with her phone, and we know from the cell phone data, but this Verizon dude, Alex's after she's dead, right? Yes, this is starting at 9:04. After his phone has come back on, right? It had been off. Alex's phone is pinging off of the cell towers, but Maggie's isn't. And we know their phones are together, right? So the spotty service can't be what it is. Otherwise, his phone, you see what I mean here?
From the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
It's going to get crazier.
And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. And that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is from What the Truck, part 3. Okay. All this is going to tie together. Scenarios A, B, and C. This is from What the Truck, part 3, which was on the last episode. White truck and black truck are at the gut. This was the outcome of depending on how they drove around. White truck and black truck at the house golf cart. The kennels. This leaves one vehicle available to be driven to the kennels of the black truck. And then we have scenario D. White truck and golf cart at the house, black truck at the kennels. This leaves one vehicle available to be driven to the kennels of the golf cart. Now we're going to hear some testimony, and it's going to help us understand this and decide which one. Oh, don't go, Super Planner Girl. I need you here to help me figure this out. No.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believe that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had been turned on?
It was not.
Okay. The truck was not warm to the touch. Now, I don't really know enough about trucks to really, I guess that it means it wasn't driven recently.
The tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time trying to, or attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
Well, we know it was the golf cart. Okay. In conclusion, 1. So because of that testimony, we're putting it all together. Alex drives Buster's black truck to meet Paul at the kennel/shed area where Paul has parked John Marvin's white truck. 2. They ride the property in the golf cart with the firearms, looking for hogs and shooting at shit. 3. Paul drives back to the house first in John Marvin's white truck. 4. Alex leaves after so he can make sure he knows where the guns will be, like at the shed or kennel, and drives back to the house in the golf cart. 5. Buster's black truck remains at the kennels. White truck and golf cart are at the house. 6. The whole fam rides together to the kennels in the golf cart. So this would mean that the last time the black truck was driven would have been whenever Alex first went to go meet Paul, which was, what was that, around 7 o'clock or something? So that would explain why that black truck, he says that, like, it was cool to touch. He didn't think anyone had driven it recently. And at the very least, it sounds like it definitely wasn't driven out to the kennels, right? Like, because it would have still been warm to the touch, ostensibly. So, and I think the same would have been true potentially if it was also driven when they were quote unquote riding the property. So my initial thought of them riding the property in the golf cart actually, I think is accurate. All right. So Alex's lies. One, Alex says they rode. This is now it's going to make sense. So Alex says they rode the property in Buster's black truck because they actually rode in the golf cart. 2, Alex says he came home before Paul because he actually came home after. 3, Alex says he drove back in John Marvin's white truck because he actually drove back in the golf cart. And Paul drove John Marvin's white truck. All right, from Chicken Business Part 3. Potential scenario C. All right. So this is back when we were talking about the significance of this text from Megan, where it's at 8:48:59, and it's 2 seconds later when his phone locks forever, and he reads it but doesn't respond. So this is again this scenario where it's likely he still had his phone in his hand, reading the text and was going to text back, which again, it means it's not in his pocket when he's killed, right? So then his phone locks unintentionally, like perhaps he drops it or whatever, or auto locks due to low power mode. But the important part is this time of death, right? Like that if the reason he doesn't respond to this text is because he was shot, and then that's why his phone locks at 8:49:01. As we've talked about before, this shifts the whole time of death up because Maggie would have heard that shot, right? And of course, it also changes the shit with Paul's phone. The phone wouldn't have been in his pocket, which means it would have fallen to the ground in the feed room where Paul was standing. Okay, potential scenarios A and B, the aftermath. So this would have been what kind of seemed to be it was kind of what everyone was thinking, and maybe what the prosecution was kind of saying. If Paul is shot between 8:49:29 and 8:49:30, like the idea being that Maggie locked her phone when she heard the gunshots, right? That would place Paul's time of death at that time when her phone locks. See what I mean? That's why this whole time of death thing, it actually shifts by about 30 seconds. So if she locks her phone because she hears the gunshots, then that's what we're talking about here. So if Maggie locked her phone after hearing the gunshots, then Alex, okay, this is why it's important. If Maggie locked her phone after hearing the gunshots, then she must have had it on her person, right? Holding it or on her person somewhere. Alex must have retrieved it intentionally and brought it with him, potentially with the goal of confusing the crime scene. Okay. Potential scenario C, the aftermath. This changes everything. All right. So if Paul is shot with his phone in the hand, phone falls to the ground, and that's when his phone locks at 8:49:01. Maggie would not be on her phone. That last usage on Maggie's phone is Alex, not Maggie. This is going to matter, right? And this is all possible because he had her passcode, because her phone unlocks for text message, right? He had her passcode. So this could be Alex, not Maggie. And then her phone locks forever at 8:49:31. So again, that big difference is her phone locking was not her locking it because she heard the gunshots, potentially, right? I think it makes a lot of sense, and we're going to see why. Besides the fact that Paul's cell phone habits really, I think, this makes more sense. If Paul was shot at 8:49:01 and Maggie soon after, right? And it was Alex who unlocked her phone at 8:49:26. Perhaps she had left her phone on the golf cart while messing with the dogs, because we know they rode over there together on the golf cart, and Alex didn't realize this until he went to drive away. So let me say that again. So if it makes sense, because here's why. Here, a number of things. First of all, women out there, how many of you have pockets, right? We know guys, they always have pockets for their cell phone. Like, my phone is always in my purse, right? And like, if I'm going out to play with the dogs, am I going to have a purse? No. Like, am I going to have pockets? Probably not. I mean, maybe. But even still, she's not using her phone when they're out at the kennels. The only time we see that phone activity is at this time, which is 8:49:26, where it says she unlocks to read that text message about the dad. So before that, she's not using the phone when they're out at the kennels. There's no activity. So it's entirely possible that she rode out there, and with them on the golf cart, and she left her phone at the golf cart. That would make sense, right? If you're resting with the dogs, you don't want to get your phone wet. You don't have pockets. In which case, what would happen is Alex would have gotten back to that golf cart and had a big surprise waiting for him with Maggie's phone being on the golf cart. And let's say he'd already started taking off. Yeah. And then that's a problem, right? Because her phone, in his mind, he would be assuming her phone could be potentially tracking all the shit, right? GPS, whatever. Okay. So 10:34 p.m. is the first orientation change for Paul's phone in the full timeline. This is when Alex, quote, tries to do something with it after it pops out of Paul's pocket. And of course, we also know it's the last orientation change at 10:34. Considering Paul used his phone more than anyone in the timeline, yet didn't log a single orientation change until 10:34, while everyone else logs them constantly, it is reasonable to draw the conclusion that Paul had his orientation locked. We've talked about this before, but there's stuff added here. This is why if his phone file is described a potential scenario C, it did not log an orientation change. Further, orientation lock can be accessed from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. Airplane mode can also be accessed from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. But what if someone has the passcode to someone else's iPhone? Accessing any settings, such as orientation lock or airplane mode via the control panel, would allow those changes to be made without logging data. As we've said before, it's not until you unlock the phone that it's going to keep track of what you're doing. So even if you have the passcode, if you can do it on airplane mode, right? Which you can, it's a fact. You can check your phones, at least if it's an iPhone, right? Like from the control panel. So again, if your phone's locked, it's off, you tap it, screen comes on, and you drag from like the top right corner and it brings down all those things. You can do airplane mode right there. And it means you don't actually have to have the passcode. So that would be ideal. Even if you have the passcode, right? It would be beneficial in this case because it means that the phone wouldn't log that. If once you unlock that phone, if you do airplane mode through the settings or whatever, it's going to it should actually log that, I believe. Actually, sorry, let me take that back. It won't log that airplane mode was toggled on and off, but it will show that the phone was unlocked. So that would be what you want to avoid. Okay, so in this case, again, the benefit would be 1, no data entry for unlocking the phone, like I said, and 2, no data entry for changing settings via the control panel. As with previous generations, current iOS software and iPhone generations do not record any changes made to the orientation lock. Similarly, data will not show if airplane mode was switched on or off. It can only show if a phone is currently on airplane mode or not. And I think that's true regardless of how you access the airplane mode, from what I recall reading. Regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls, but no cell phone tower pings, is that he put her phone on airplane mode either by unlocking it at 8:49:26, and in doing so would be altering the time of death / proof of life, right? Because everyone thought that was Maggie reading that text. Or potentially he could have just put it on airplane mode from the control panel without unlocking it. Does that make sense? Let me read that again. Regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls, but no cell phone tower pings, is that he put her phone on airplane mode, either by unlocking it at 8:49:26, and in doing so, he would be altering the time of death proof of life. Even if that wasn't his intention, it did that, right? Because it was like, oh, she unlocked it and read this text. Or from the control panel without unlocking it, as I described before. Would he have felt confident enough in his knowledge of cell phone / cell tower technology to intentionally collect her phone, with the plan being to chuck it while sending calls and text messages, and I guess hoping they don't ping towers, right? Just to fuck with the crime scene? I think that, well, I'm going to just go ahead and say, I think that if you're Alex and you're fucking with the phone, regardless of anything else, what you're going to be terrified of is the phone making cell phone tower pings, right? Like that, again, that's the thing that you cannot control if it happens. You can delete phone calls and messages, right? Of course, they can kind of they can't really recover them. They can kind of show if they appear on one, database, but not another. But there's excuses for that, or not excuses, but reason. It's like, oh, maybe it overrode it. Again, the cell phone tower pings are the cell phone tower pings. That's just, and the same with the Verizon records. He has no control over that once it happens. He can't. The only thing would be to ensure 100% that. Now, again, it's not a problem for him that it appears in the Verizon records. It's only a problem for him if it pings off a tower, because his phone is pinging off of towers, right? When they keep talking about GPS location data, like the defense especially, we have to remember that that's, there's different ways there's different categories of that. And typically they're talking about the iPhone cache data, but you also get location data from the cell phone tower pings. And that's something that was that's not overwritten. That's not like, you can't blame law enforcement for that. You can't blame that has nothing to do with the Faraday bag. Because that's not data stored on the phone. That's through the network provider, right? Like that's through Verizon. All right. Or did he drive off with it in the golf cart on accident and panic, putting it on airplane mode in hopes that the data would show, quote, he was never with her phone. And I'm saying that in quotes because he always says that. So let me say that one more time. So, or did he drive off with it in the golf? So the first one was like, did he just on purpose go retrieve it from wherever? Again, that's assuming that's going with scenarios A and B, which is that that she was using her phone. She unlocked it at 8:49:26. That's when she locked it again because she heard gunshots. That pushes their time of death out later, right? And then in that case, her phone would have been in her hand. Maybe she stuck it in a pocket. But she would have had it on her, right? She would have been running over to, why is it? Hold on, sorry. And she would have been running over to Paul, right? So hold on. Why did it? Okay. So then it's like he would have had, in order to have her phone, he would have had to go get it, right? So, but again, all the other option is like, what if it was just left on the golf cart and then he started driving off and then panicked, putting it on airplane mode in hopes that the data would show he was never with her phone. Remember, he has always expressed 100% certainty. I think this is really important. He has always expressed 100% certainty that her phone would not line up with the GM OnStar data, and he was right. Perhaps because it was never in the Suburban. I think this is a big deal. Because there's been a lot of talk about when the phone was thrown. All the people talking about how could it be, the speed of flying out of the window. Everybody is, the speeds to and from Alameda, everyone's operating under this assumption that it was with him in the Suburban. And then they're simultaneously trying to figure out why I didn't log any orientation changes during all of that activity when he had it supposedly with him to Alameda, from Alameda, in the car, blah, blah, right? This is under the assumption that he killed them and then spent another, couple hours or whatever with her phone, keeping it with him. And of all places in the Suburban, which he knows is going to have OnStar data, in which he's on purpose using that Suburban to create his alibi. He's on purpose. He's really like, that's the one thing he's really careful about, right? That of vehicle wise is that Suburban. Like, he is only involving that Suburban when he's sure it's going to prove his innocence, right? So, and he's right. That's the other important thing. He's right. Her phone data does not line up with the OnStar. Like, it doesn't travel with it. Okay, so this is just a picture. Ensuring location services is always on will make it easier to track lost or stolen iPhones. That's just a picture. This is when I was just reading about using like Find My iPhone and stuff, because we know that they did that for Maggie. So there's Maggie's phone. As we can see, she has location services on. There's some of her app preferences. One, we can see, and we know from testimony that she had location services turned on. This is how John Marvin was able to locate her using Find My iPhone. Oh, sorry, I didn't hit play. 2, we also know law enforcement placed Maggie's phone on airplane mode when they found it. Okay. So here's a close-up of this. Location services was already on. That was a preference that she had. And airplane mode was switched on by law enforcement, as we know, when they found the phone. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. You know, much ado about that versus the Faraday bag, but that's, you can see the plane. I mean, they say they put it on airplane mode. They don't say it was already on airplane mode. They say they put it on airplane mode. So, all right, putting it all together. All right. So here's 849.31. At this time, as we discussed, oh my God. Alex is either carrying out his planned cell phone shenanigans. Again, that's if you're going with the scenarios A or B from the chicken business stuff we've talked about before. Or if you think maybe it's more plausible going with scenario C, which is puts Paul using his phone and shifts that time of death or about 30 seconds earlier, then he's realizing he's fucked at this time. Like, again, let me just repeat this. So either that phone locks, either Alex at this point at 849.31 gets Maggie's phone after she's dead, after it's locked, and then he's going to carry out his planned cell phone shenanigans. Or at that time, that's him realizing he's fucked because he's like, fuck, the phone's here on the golf cart, right? And then we have the phone, Maggie's phone showing steps. Look at all these orientation changes. We have a bunch of them on Maggie's phone, right? 853.08, 853.12, 854.40, 855.04, 855.32. We have a lot of orientation. This is important, you guys. All right. Now, we have a system startup. Now, remember, we've heard that this is from the OnStar data. This is, wait, hold on. No, sorry. This is telemetry. This is from the telemetry dude. It's that same dude with the park and out of park. Okay, so the system startup can be something like if you have the key in your pocket and you walk by the car, or if you open a car door. We've heard there's a lot of testimony about it, but basically it doesn't mean that you start up the car to drive it. It's the system startup. It's the telemetry. And I remember somebody described it, and this made a lot of sense. Like if you ever, like I know ever since this trial, I've noticed it in my car. Like if I go to my car to get something and I like open up the door and I get something out, like if you listen, you can hear these like funny noises and it's like, what is that? It's this shit. Okay. So 9:03:44 approaches his car to leave for Alameda, right? But changes his mind, perhaps realizing the car. So what I mean by this is approaches the car to leave for Alameda with the intention of also getting rid of Maggie's phone, right? But changes his mind, realizing the car will have all the GPS, the OnStar data. So perhaps what happens is he hops on the golf cart. Because look, this is 9:03:44. It's several minutes later until he actually leaves in the car. All right. So hops on the golf cart. Remember, this is during that time period, the busy bee time period, right? Treadmill. This is that same time period. When he says he's, quote, getting ready to go to Alameda. All right. So then we have Maggie's backlight on at 9:05:44. Okay. So then at 9:05:56, we have another system startup, but he's still not leaving yet. Because look, we don't have the other telemetry shit until later. At 9:06:50. Okay. So we have another system startup. That could be then, right? If we say he's went and got on that golf cart, drives past the Suburban on the golf cart. This imagine, right? They all say it never goes as planned, right? I think that happened a lot. We imagine what all went not to plan. Like, first of all, we have the Bubba with the chicken. And then that started the whole thing, right? The dogs are still out. The hose is still on. Then we have Paul not getting shot from that first shot. They said it was 1,000,000 to 1, right? Paul doesn't die from that first shot. Takes that second shot, right? Perhaps the next thing is Maggie. He gets in the golf cart to leave, and fuck, he's got Maggie. There's Maggie's phone. Now he's got to come up with a way to get what he's going to do about this. I think the panic would be real. Like, fuck, So anyway, so this could be him driving past the Suburban on the golf cart, 9:05, right? Now check it out. At 9:06:12, we have a portrait change from Maggie again. And we also have a call coming through from Alex. Now here at 9:06:20, that is the last orientation change from Maggie's phone. Now here's the key part. It's before he leaves for Alameda. So what's been happening is, like I said, the way everyone's been kind of saying, well, oh, he has her phone with him in the Suburban. And it's like, did he chuck it on the way to Alameda or did he chuck it on the way back? And like, let's look at his speeds and let's look at how fast you can throw it out a window and whatnot. The other thing you're having to do with that is say, well, if that happened, why didn't it show a orientation change? And so the way that they tried to handle that from the prosecution was by having that dude throw the phone around in his office. Well, okay. What is weird to me is why the heck did nobody consider that was when he got rid of the phone? That the reason there's no orientation changes after that is because it was lying on the side of the road. And that it never went in. There is no reason to think. I think it got confused because it's like, well, they see that her phone is lighting up and backlight's coming on and phone calls are coming through. And it happens to be while he's driving. But I don't know why that means that he has her phone. I guess it's just if you're thinking that he's trying to look at it to check to see. But why? But like, again, there's no orientation changes. It's not showing that he's picking up the phone. And also, just the whole notion of putting it in that Suburban seems crazy to me when you think about it. And maybe there was a lack of creativity. I don't know. I would love to know what you guys think because this is a big deal. Like, was it why did they not consider that it is what it looks like? That last orientation change is when he got rid of the phone. It was before he left for Alameda. That would be smart. Why you would not, in my mind, you don't want that phone in that Suburban. If you want that to be your safety vehicle, the one vehicle you can say for sure, yep, get the data because you know for a fact the phone was never with the car. I think the only way you can say that for sure is if that's, and again, like we know he lied all the time, of course, right? But here's the thing. When that data came in, it did prove that. So he was right about that. And how would you be able to say that with 100% certainty unless you knew for sure, right? That it wasn't ever together. Okay, anyway, so then, of course, maybe that 9:06:20 chucks the phone from the golf cart, right? And then this is how Maggie's last orientation change is before he leaves for Alameda. Then, there we have it there, 9:06:50, vehicle shifts in out of parked, right? And then what do we have? We have another call, 9:06:52, after that orientation change. So this would be as he's going to leave, right? Let me keep playing this. Okay, so here we go again, 9:06:15, that's call number 2. And here, this is just a close up, right? 9:06:20, chucks phone from golf cart, potentially drives back to the Suburban, shifts in and out of park. Actually, that's actually me understanding that incorrectly. I think I typed that before I finished watching all the telemetry stuff because it's actually, now that I understand it better, it's not in and out of park. It's actually just out of park. Right? Because it says, yeah. Yeah. Drives back to the Suburban, shifts out of park, calls Maggie, and then there it is, call number 3. That makes sense because he's about to leave. So it's funny because my question mark there was, why would he shift in and out of park? But of course, now I understand this shit that he didn't shift in and out of park. That's just that's the same entry. Because remember, he said he would have duplicates. So he just shifted out of park. Okay. Calls Maggie. That's call number 3. All right. And then that's that same call we just looked at, call number 3. And then here, his phone connects to the Suburban. That makes sense, right? And at this point, he's calling Maggie. He knows his calls to Maggie are not going to ping the cell phone towers because of airplane mode. Again, his phone is pinging towers. Her phone isn't. He's calling her. The calls are going through at the time. He's calling her and the calls are going through at the time. And again, how do we know that? Because of her backlight. It's not just that it's showing up later. And I know that makes so much sense. The way Super Planner Girl pointed that out. That makes so much sense. That's just not what happened here. And that's what's so crazy. Because as he calls her, it shows her backlight coming on. The call is coming through. But it's not pinging a tower. And see, even again here, sends this text for good measure. I mean, you can even see it right here. Look, check it out. So 9:45:04, Maggie Murdaugh, backlight on, notification of a call from him. This happened every time you called her. She always got the backlight on and off. But again, no orientation change. So again, all this is happening. Her last cell phone tower ping, just to reiterate, was at 7:50. Her last orientation change was at 6. Well, sorry, not 6. Oh my God. It was like 9:06:20 or something. So yeah, okay. But all this is happening. So the 4th call out of 5, her backlight comes on, doesn't ping a tower. Backlight goes off, right? And again, it's also registering on her phone. He texts her, call me, babe. Backlight comes on again because of the text. And I keep thinking to myself, I know it seems like it can't be possible to airplane, but it's the only explanation because it can't, like, A, it's the only way for him to ensure that he should be trying to call her when he's got the phone. And then B, if the spotty service wouldn't account for the fact that his phone is pinging towers and hers isn't. So I know it's just crazy. I wish a cell phone, I don't know, I feel like with as much, we've had so many cell phone experts and I feel like it's still so much to try to understand for how this shit works, right? Okay, so then here's this chart that we looked at earlier. The Suburban is in park at 10:01:43. That's the very last entry there at the bottom. That's when it's in park, right? So he arrives at Moselle at 10:36. And then he, like we said, he waits like, what is it? A minute? A little bit like 40 something seconds, right? And he shifts out of park. He shifts back into park. And like immediately out of park and then back into park. And again, I'm going to probably break that down with the minutes and all that, the duration for the next video, since we talked about that at great length earlier. But this is just so confusing to fucking look at. All right. So remember, 10:01. Okay, this is crucial, you guys. This is another, I forgot this was in here. This is huge. 10:01:43, right? That's when the vehicle is in park for the next time period. So at 10:04:49, why do I have that there? Because if you look at the green and blue thing here, that's when it shifts out of park. So let me reiterate, 10:01:43, it's in park. 10:04:49, out of park. So during this time gap, this is the time gap in question of what's he doing, okay? Now, the last call from Alex ever to Maggie's phone is at 9:03. Oh my God, I can't read. 10:03:58. So during this time period, okay? Y'all, okay. Her phone has a gap in activity. I'm getting really excited for what's happening next here. Okay, so does he go to the house? I mean, that's what he says he does, right? 10:04:49. This is as we see here, that's when he starts up Suburban, leaves for the kennels at 10:05:06, as we see here from the GM OnStar, leaves for the kennels at 10:05:06. That's when he's going to show up and quote unquote find them. Okay, so again, 10:01:43 to 10:04:49 goes to the house. All we know is he says he goes to the house to, quote, look for Maggie and Paul, right? A lot of people have asked me about this, and I guess I have kind of explained, well, I guess he just, who knows? He could have been trying to could have been doing something else at the house, right? Why? But it's like in my mind, I'm like, God damn it. Why were we even assuming he was at the house? Because he says so? Ugh, I keep thinking, gosh, darn it. How am I still making this mistake, right? But remember, guys, he's like, he tells law enforcement, right? And it's almost plausible, right? I'm looking for Maggie and Paul, right? Well, remember, his stories when he leaves for Alameda, they weren't home. Of course, they were dead, but regardless, his stories, they weren't home. So if they weren't home when you left, and you come home and there's no lights on, or you open the door, hey guys, you don't hear anything, and they weren't home when you left, so you, according to your story, assumed they were at the kennels because they weren't home, it would only be plausible to reason that they're still where they were, right? Now, had they been home when you left, it might make sense that, okay, well, maybe, let me go look in here or there. I still don't see how it would take 3 minutes, especially considering if, there's no lights on or whatever. But again, his whole story is like, he assumed they went to the kennels, they weren't home, right? And then they aren't answering their phone. He comes home. If you're looking, okay, like over 3 minutes is kind of a long time, right? Like, just to see if somebody's there or not. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Like, maybe if you live in like a huge mansion, or like you have multiple stories, but the house is one story, I believe. And also, if from the pictures, it had those really high ceilings and it was all wooden interior. You know what that means acoustic wise? I can tell you exactly what that means. If you clap or if you say something, it's going to echo and you're going to hear it. I mean, that's why I think about like a concert hall, right? High ceilings and lots of wood. Same thing, because of the acoustics. It amplifies everything. Anyway, all right. So then 10:04:49 starts at the Suburban, leaves for the kennels at 10:05:06, like we said. We keep playing this here. Okay, so then 10:03:58, again, this is the last call from Alex. So, all right, possible options here. So first thing, 10:01:43, because that's when the Suburban is in park. So it would have been immediately after that, right? Drives the golf cart out to find Maggie's phone and take it off airplane mode, legitimizing his alibi. So what am I saying here? We have to remember, I think he did not plan to have that phone. I think it was on the golf cart and he freaked out. So he's trying to figure this out on the fly. And that's why this is kind of maybe not ideal. I mean, it makes sense. If you freak out, if you have this phone and you're driving off with it, you're like, fuck, what do I do? It makes perfect sense to me that if you go to that control panel, you don't even have to log in. Or again, that could have been him putting in her passcode and using her phone when it seemed like it was her, but it was him. Put it on airplane mode. Because it's like, that would be like the first thing if you're panicking of like safe thing to do, right? And then he's calling her, trying to establish his alibi, and hoping that because it's on airplane mode, he's probably not assuming the calls are going to go through on her phone. He's probably assuming that they're not going to go through, but they'll show on his phone, and that's what matters, right? But it would make sense that it would be weird for detectives to find it and see that it's on airplane mode, right? Like that would be sus. So I think that what happened was, well, we know that they put it on airplane mode, right? So he would have had to take it off airplane mode. And again, this makes sense if you imagine the panic, right? Nothing going to plan. We see similar oddities like this analyzing the BK timeline. And it's like, I feel like with certain things, it's like once they start this plan in motion, there's a point of no return, or in their minds, there's a point of no return. And I don't mean in terms of making the decision to kill. That's not what I mean. I mean in terms of you're starting the motion to make that happen, and when is things not going to plan, and when are you going to maybe not go through with it at that time or whatever. Because even and when they decide to go through with it, we see it, still doesn't, and nothing ever goes to plan for them, right? And so there's all these oddities. So anyway, I think that if you imagine panicking, put it in airplane mode, and then now you're finally home. He's had all this time. He drives out to Alameda and back, right? He's at his mom's house. He's had time probably to think about this, right? He's getting his story ready. And he probably realizes, maybe because he's using his own phone, he's thinking about it, maybe he realizes, oh, I really want to establish this whole thing and make it plausible that I called her and make it seem like, whatever. He might, again, he might not have known that you could put it on airplane mode without the passcode. I'm sure he didn't know that. I'm sure he also didn't know that wouldn't register. He's probably assuming that would show up in the data, right? And it's like the type of thing where it's like, well, if they find it and it's on airplane mode, he might have thought it's going to register when that happened, right? After her time of death. And it might register like, that he put a passcode in or whatever, right? Like, in other words, it would make it look like only someone who knew the passcode could have done that type of thing, but we know it wasn't her. I think that's what he was probably afraid of. In other words, he's in this predicament where he's fucking with the phone, but he's afraid it's going to betray him and show he was fucking with the phone. Like, that's his issue. That's his problem. That's the problem with Paul and Maggie's phone, right? How do you fuck with the phone and try to hide that you're fucking with the phone, especially when this whole thing is so complicated with what data gets logged with what? And I think your best bet, if you're Alex or anybody, would be to just err on the side of caution and assume everything's logged, right? That would make perfect sense. So I think that's why it would make sense where it's like, well, I don't want them to find it and see that it's on airplane mode. Because they're probably going to, he probably was thinking that it would have been required for him to have the password. It's a logical explanation. And for all we know, he actually did do it with the password because he could have done it at that 10 or what was it, 9:49:36. So anyway, this is why I would love y'all's input, because I could be missing something with this, and it is so complicated with the whole airplane mode thing. But y'all's personal experience with using it is helpful to me because I don't ever use it. So, all right. I've just been doing all this research, right? So drives out in the golf cart to find Maggie's phone and take it off airplane mode to legitimize his quote alibi calls, right? To make it look like they went through. He probably doesn't know if they pinged or not, whatever. But he's hoping they didn't ping towers, right? And then, which they didn't, so he was lucky there. And then 10:04:49 starts up the Suburban, leaves for the kennels at 10:05:56. So what about this last call, right? So this last call, so this is what we just had before. We just added number 2. So obviously he can't find it in the dark, which explains the last call at 10:03. That was the part I was like, that makes perfect fucking sense, right? He's got the phone's been on the side of the road. He's like, I'm going to switch it off of airplane mode, right? Driving in that golf cart. He can't find it. What does he do? He calls it. So the screen will light up. It makes perfect fucking sense. And then he's back home. He has time to do that here. My thought is he may have never even gone in the house. He might have just got home, fucking got on the golf cart, went to go put, to take her phone off of airplane mode, right? Drive back. He's calling her. Like, did he have any need to go in the house? No. And again, why do we think he did? Because he said so, right? Okay, well, all right. So obviously can't find in the dark, explains the last call at 10:03. And then 10:04:49 starts up the Suburban, leaves for the kennels at 10:05:06. And then 3, so 10:03:58, that last call, right, happens. So he sees her phone, takes it off of airplane mode, skedaddles back to the house on the golf cart, like I said there. So that's just reiterating that. Skedaddles on back to the house in the golf cart, gets in the Suburban, drives to the kennels. There we go. And then why has no one mentioned the towel? Yeah. This.
What unit's 23 on those?
I don't know that anyone's ever tested that. Like, that towel has any, no one's mentioned it. Let me play that again.
What unit's 23 on those?
We're talking about, what do you guys see why that's important? All right. But what the truck is going on here?
It's a house.
Okay. So there's still more to kind of talk about and understanding all of that. But hopefully you guys are seeing the differences in the picture in terms of what happened with perhaps with the time of death, how he ended up with her phone, why all this shit happened with her phone. Like, everyone, we're going to hear it. We're going to hear more about it as we go back to Jim here. Why this and not that? Why what? As we hear the rest of this closing, see if you can keep in your mind what we just went over and if this makes any more sense with that context. And we're going to go back to Jim.
I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope, because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there, but there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alex Murdaugh was not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08. I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him.
So yeah, so that's another thing, contradicting his own arguments, right? He's like, oh, it would have gotten him out of the circle. And then he's like, oh, well, wait, hold on. I can't argue that because he's also trying to argue that he was targeted from the get-go. So it's just, can't have it both ways, right?
Now, as I mentioned, Alex asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alex's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it. Because it'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction. Not because Alec requested it, that's just what they did. Said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get it off Alec's. Now, if Alec had not made those requests to Owen, and they were disputing that.
Confusing because he's saying ping, and we see ping. When we hear ping, we think of the towers. That's why it's confusing. He's saying ping there. He's referring to the GPS cache. That's the iPhone cache data that's stored on the phone. Because, of course, we have all the GPS pings. Or, sorry, see, he's confusing. Cell phone tower pings. I think a good way to differentiate it is like there's cell phone tower pings. Again, that can't be fucked with. That comes from the cell phone service provider, right? Like Verizon. And that comes from the records. That's not stored on the phone. That is what it is, right? That can't be overwritten, blah, blah. So he's referring to the GPS iPhone cache data. But it's confusing because he says ping, and when I hear ping, I think tower. So
it's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. Came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of the circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because General Motors, it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some is inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on start. Thankfully, we did. But, so then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021. For Alex, long-time drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, he started fabricating evidence against Alex. Well, Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement. And I don't make that claim lightly. Here, what you have heard is they came up with a report that says Alex's T-shirt had high-velocity blood spatter on it. High-velocity blood spatter. What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting, and they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High-velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that it's fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt. That means there was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple, where it might be blood. But it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach, you heard. You also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they ask him, and they raise issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the County Grand Jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that said it was high-velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when your guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, Chief Investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email. I say it in somewhat jest, but, did the dog eat his email? I mean, how's a lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately, it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and saying, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off and gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house. So that's the blood spatter fabrication. The other is this blue raincoat with GSR, and do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alex's problems had been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And in this blue tarp, she lets him in. He goes upstairs with this blue tarp. He comes back downstairs. He lays this blue tarp out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair in the living room, and then he leaves. And then she leaves to go to her day job, and when she left, the blue tarp was laying out on Ms. Libby's rocking chair. That was her testimony. And so SLED gets that, gets a search warrant, goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket. They seize a blue rain jacket. And when they do, they take that blue rain jacket and they show it to just about every family member. Let me get it right quick. So they can think of, and it's Defendant's 87, Doug, if you can pull it up. But they show this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with. And the rain jacket is, and no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And he said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. And he said, well, my dad drives a buggy around, and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property, and then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right, and they never clarified it. Now, here's a picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but I'm going to. 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right. That's the blue rain jacket. And apparently right before this trial, they showed Shelley Smith this picture and says, does that look like the blue tarp you saw? She goes, well, yeah, sure, it looks like it. They never showed her this. And she said, this is page 87, it's on the screen. She'd never seen this. But they did GSR testing on this and says, whew, it's hot. A lot of GSR on that. Manufactured evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went through his chest. He was turned this way, went in here, and then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either depending what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head, and that was still duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water. So you've got to have steel pellets. And then Agent Owen testified, admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alex during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. But and then I said, well, you're trying to trick the grand jury. Oh, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alex Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alex. Well, they don't see Alex. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alex. And and off they go. They go off and get an indictment from the Cullinan County Grand Jury, relying upon high-velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it off.
Can you guys believe this? It's insane. I mean, mortifying. Absolutely mortifying.
What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Cullinan County Grand Jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Alameda. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now. He had not lied. But he did lie. And he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him, which is the most ironic thing in the world, because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from an impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction. He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video. So just please listen to the voice.
Get back. Quick cash.
Four minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alex Murdaugh up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail, Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alex down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but the point I was going to open this up and say, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. You could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but if you're not answering a text 2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case. That is their case on time of death. Is phone stop moving, you're dead. You've heard testimony from a lot of witnesses. I would say practically every witness.
I'm curious at this point, guys, like, what are y'all's thoughts? How do you feel like, what did you guys think about Creighton's closing and how, was it successful in your opinion? And what about Jim's closing so far here? Remember, it's the defense's job to, it's the defense's job, certainly, especially on cross-examination, right, to kind of create confusion, create doubt, blah, blah. But you don't want your closing argument in and of itself to be confusing, right? Or hard to follow, if that makes sense. You should be able to follow it. Like a good closing argument from a defense would be like you're able to follow it, but it's clearly laying out why, the state, for example, the state didn't prove their case or whatever it is, but it should be, it should be addressing the different issues, but it should be linear and you should be able to follow it. Like if that's where, if the confusion isn't just about, the facts that, aren't lining up or whatever, if the confusion comes with trying to follow the closing argument, that's where I think you have a bit of a problem. What do you guys remember? And also, what do you guys remember thinking at the time too? Like, what did y'all think at the time as he was giving these closing arguments? What were y'all thinking? Were you underwhelmed? Were you impressed? Were you surprised? And then is it any different watching it now?
Who took the stand, who actually knew Alex and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alex adored Maggie. She was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alex's best friend. His relationship with them was awesome. And that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alex's relationship with
Now, this is
Maggie.
Interesting. You'll never see this in other trials. This is not. Look at Meadors turning around there. He's probably like, "What the fuck?" Right? Look at that. Look at their faces. Yeah, like when it comes to trials, like things that happened at the trial, like a video of testimony is not evidence. It's like that it is like, how to explain it? Like it's kind of inception-y. Like the evidence is admitted and that's what they're discussing. So typically if juries, a good example, this is actually in the Maya Kowalski trial, like in Florida, like even though it was civil, it's the same type of thing. Like there was a point where there was some dispute over some witness testimony, and there was a whole problem, the whole thing about this with like the jurors were saying like they weren't going to come to a verdict without reviewing this testimony. And the only way to do it is by getting the transcript. But that's a whole problem in and of itself, because the transcripts take time to put together, and then there's dispute if it's like the correct one, and then even to get it in time. But the only way to properly do it is by getting a court transcript. Now that's usually on a case by case basis. It has to be approved. Because again, typically they're supposed to rely on their memories and then the evidence, right? That's the whole point, the evidence. So, while it's witness testimony is evidence for their consideration, it's not evidence that's submitted like as an exhibit that they can take with them. And that's really what it comes down to, is like what's an exhibit and what's not. So this is insane that he's doing this.
Isn't that what you told us, Leigh?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then, in every trial, there's
Judge Newman did not look happy there. He's probably like, why aren't they objecting?
Some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis.
Confused. I think I think the state was so confused. I mean, they looked confused. And the clip was over before they could even, object.
Do you remember what Dale testified about Alex's relationship with his family, who he played Dale Davis's?
Me? When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alex and Maggie, what does that mean? It means they love each other.
And I think what's going on is they're trying to find the proper objection, because they do end up objecting later, but it's like, this is one of those things where it's like, it's just, this is never done. It's never even attempted, So that's probably why they're struggling to find the actual rule for it, because you wouldn't normally need to know that.
In your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you? Yes. And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay.
That was Dale Davis. Which brings us to the question, why? Why would Alex Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that it was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his
Remember, like
financial
I said,
house.
A lot of these questions that we hear him asking are, I'm like, well, some of this is the stuff that's related to the cell phone and the timeline, and we went over that earlier, but some of this other why questions, right, that we want to be thinking about, he's asking it right now. Like we had a big, huge discussion on this earlier, like at the beginning of the stream, like about why Paul, why Maggie. And, again, I think, in my opinion, a lot of that is still to come for us as we dive into our next part of the series, or rather the new series, the one that will have to do with Gloria Satterfield. So,
Of cards is about to collapse, and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. Oh, in the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son have been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here, and you use your common sense, and that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. His dad goes back in the hospital that day, and he ultimately dies a few days later. Okay, so I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's going to the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt.
I mean, it's funny because it's like the way he said that, that'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? It's almost like, I don't know, that wasn't smart, because it's like, well, he's almost mocking the fact that it was just a spur of the moment thing. And I don't think that the jury thinks it's spur of the moment, you know? I know we don't really, or I don't really think that, right? I mean, we talked about that earlier, that it seems planned. But I paused it initially just to say that, of course, just to reiterate, you know, motive does not have to be proven, right? It can be, it's the state's choice if they want to offer motive, right? They can choose to, but it does not have to be proven for guilt. And I think, again, this echoes back to Dr. Gary Mercado, right? I think this is one of the many, many reasons why what he does is so important, because it's so interesting to me how, even though motive is not required, you know, we hear it time and time again. It's in almost every case. Everyone tries to prove motive, and it's because, here's the thing, right? Why do they do that? Because humans, by their very nature, want to try to understand why. And a jury, right? You think about, why would a mom kill her? And I hear people ask this all the time, even people who are following trials where they've seen it time and time again. Therefore they know that it's happening, and they're still asking, why would anyone do this? Why and how? Why could anyone do this? How could anyone do this? You know, and that's normal, right? Because again, humans are like, can't make sense of it. And I think that because that's the case, attorneys, you know, if it's a criminal case, attorneys for the prosecution, right? They know that that's normal, and that, I guess they feel like if they can't answer that question, the jury won't believe that the person did it, right? I mean, but I think it's important because, again, like what I was saying with Dr. Mercado, it's important to understand that there may not be a motive. And I think that people need to, well, okay, as a society, as humans, whether it's people that follow trials or not, you know, I think that it's important to, how can I say this? You know, to understand that there may not be a reason in terms of, well, it could just be that there's not a reason, right? There's times where we hear cases where it's like someone's like, I just wanted to see what it felt like to kill, right? And so I guess in that case, that technically would be a reason, right? But in a way, but other times there, you know, that I guess in that case, right, would make that different, right? And that would only happen if there's a confession. So I think that would be part of it, right? If you've got someone who's pleading guilty, or they've confessed and they are maintaining that, you know, that's a little bit different, because they will probably give a reason. I guess this is where we're really talking about where they're pleading not guilty, right? And then it's up to somebody to try to figure out the reason. But you have people who, you know, the reason might be something no one wants to hear, right? Like, you take, like, you know, your serial sexual sadists, for example, you know, and anyway, it's just, but what juries want to hear is they want to try to understand. And I think that's where somebody, again, like Dr. Mercado is so important, because the way he tries to help people understand the ununderstandable, right? Like, for example, those serial sexual case data, like, he actually does help people to understand how they got there in a way, right? Even though it's like, we can't relate, whatever, it does actually help, because it does make it seem like it's not, again, people want to understand, whether you're on a jury or whether you're not on a jury. Again, just like how people, like I said, that are following trials or whatever cases are asking those same questions. Why, how, and why? Everyone wants to just try to make sense of it. And so I think that's why his work is so important, because, it's those cases, the worst cases like that, where, or even if it's some, family members and stuff, or mass shooting. I mean, whatever the cases, they're all awful, but he really tries to help people understand, the mind of the person who, to answer those questions, versus just labeling people or labeling them as whatever, which isn't helpful in my opinion. And I think in his opinion, don't want to put words in his mouth, but anyway, as I've said a million times, I highly recommend you guys, if you have never watched anything of him, he does a lot of like long, long form stuff. He's on, on different YouTube channels. But anyway, all right, let's get back to this.
Gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty.
So
There's no reason.
What he just said, dude, let me rewind. I was talking, because this is insane. This is objectionable. This is misstating the law. This is objectionable.
That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty.
No.
Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial crimes, misdeeds, and he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support a very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting.
I mean, all that's true except for the first part where he said he's an addict.
The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm a-coming, that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered. And that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge Newman in his jury instructions will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world. Kill his wife and son, execute him style. That's a no-no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Was it sufficient motive, not provocation? And the evidence in the case is that there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which, frankly, was no different than any other day in the frenetic
I mean, I would say this much, like I think one of the many issues that Jim's having, besides sort of jumping around, it's not really all that linear, in my opinion, is that, and, again, like I pointed out earlier, the contradictions, like, I think his strongest thing would be to go with one thing or not. Like, either try to dismantle the theory of the financial timelines, like what he's saying is, well, they're trying to say this or that about okay. But here's where I have a problem, is where he's like, that's so stupid. Why would that be motive for murder? That's crazy, ladies and gentlemen. People don't, but then he goes through the financial timeline and tries to pick it apart, nitpick it, which makes it seem like it must be important, or why would you do that? Like, does that make sense? Like pick one. Like, either say like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. I'm not going to waste my time on it. Right. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Right. Or, you know, I guess you wouldn't say, yeah, this makes sense. But what you would do is you would, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. I'm just, you know, making this up. Like, ladies and gentlemen, you know, like, I guess maybe you would acknowledge it and validate it. Like, ladies and gentlemen, I know that they, you know, this whole theory of blah, 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 insert, in this case, it's the financial timeline. That's what he's talking about. You know, they think that's why, and that would be great. That would make sense, except for just one problem. And then X, Y, Z, and you pick it apart, right? Because of that, in that way, the strategy there would be like, being like, yeah, this is important. You should hang your hat on this. Oh, but wait, it's all fucked up, right? Then it's like, oh, well, now this thing that I was going to hang my hat on is not reliable. So I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just, what he's doing is the opposite. It's, he's doing the opposite thing. He's saying the theory is stupid and invalidating it, but then he's making it seem important by nitpicking it. So
he had so many balls in the air, and even I forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case, and they were asking questions at Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the voting litigation, in which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the with the Ferris fee, as Ms. Seconder, Jim Seconder said, that was a one-off.
He does that actually a number of times in these closing arguments. And it's really weird because it's like where he does it doesn't really make any sense. Like as if the Ferris fees are like not real. Like what? It doesn't, I don't know. It's just weird. It's just not a good closing in my opinion. I know I asked you guys this question earlier, and I'm giving you guys my opinion if you were to ask me, but at the time I was like, this is an atrocity, and I feel the same way now. I know that like at the time when it was happening, I thought to myself, this, and to me, seems like he shouldn't have done the closing. I think what happened was it was just, you know, well, we all know he's too close to the whole thing, right? And like with Alex being on the stand and that whole disaster. I mean, they probably should. I don't know. I don't know why they had Jim do it, but they probably should have had Dick Poot do both, but both with Alex on the stand and with closing, or at least one and then the other, because it's just, I don't know why. I don't know how they came to this decision. I really don't. I would love to know, guys, if you're ever Poot and Jim, if you ever are watching this, I'd love to know, why did you guys decide to have Jim do Alex's direct and also the closing arguments? I mean, that's a lot anyway, but add to that someone being a witness for a lot of the events at the time, and B, a close friend of the defendant, you know, and then add to that the fact that Alex on the stand was an absolute shit show. Yeah. Anyway.
That was completely on its own, different type conduct than all the other stuff that you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, I'm in his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, but his dad is put back in the hospital. He wasn't terminal that day, but the next day he got the terminal diagnosis. In any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him and a friend hat and their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation. That is it. That is their theory. That is their theory. And it's totally fabricated. They've got no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. There's no evidence that she was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that he had a $20 million life insurance policy on her, and that if he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bond.
Okay, right there. That's another number of missteps in a row. He's offering theories that the state's not offering. Why? Why are you giving the jury more options to consider as to reasons? Like what he just said was that there's no evidence that Maggie, what was it? Maggie was onto him. Let me rewind it real quick. Yeah, that like Maggie was onto his financial issues or whatever. Then the next thing he says is there's no evidence that she was going to blow the whistle on him for the financial stuff, like expose him or something. And then he says, and there's no evidence that he had a life insurance policy on her. The state never suggested any of that. But Jim just did. That is just not what you like. What? Why? Like, if you're going to say things, why don't you say there's no evidence that exists, but then say things that the state did suggest? That would be like, that's what you're supposed to be doing, right? Not adding more things.
None of that. And I asked Ms. Secretary, how long of a delay did that buy Alex? What, month maybe? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Did he go murder anybody, to get out from under those prior hearings? No. This had nothing to do with it. And, so they brought the plaintiff's lawyer in. He's an excellent lawyer, and he's, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say, that was a negligent parenting case, and it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Folks, that's what we are in a murder case, and that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if the financial day of reckoning was impending, if it was right there, Alex would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do, and if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, on September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date, this is the Labor Day weekend, he gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head.
You guys, I can't with this.
So he couldn't go on because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse.
Side note, we've heard a million times that there's no evidence of life insurance policy. But I learned even more so than that. I was watching an interview of Mark Tinsley from after the trial, and he actually said, it's actually like, yeah, there's no evidence of that, but not only that, he said that I guess to try to put it in the trial as evidence, to try to find evidence of it, Dick actually subpoenaed the freaking insurance companies. And they didn't have anything. So like, that's a subpoena. Like that's like, like not, so, you know, again, there's evidence and then there's lack of evidence. Like, anyway, it's not just that in this case, it's not just that there's not evidence that it exists. It's like the evidence is that it doesn't exist. That's my point.
He doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it. But this, people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it.
Well, Jim, outlandish is an adjective. So.
Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are the words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can take that down. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win, they get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win at all cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr. Waters stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And yesterday in Mr. Waters' closing argument, he said that the evidence established that Paul and Maggie were murdered with family guns. I mean, that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as the shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And that's, don't know that you really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy, Paul Greer, testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout, that the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches that cartridge, which is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match. No match. And he also did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. When I say projectile, that's the bullet. That's the bullet thing. It went into Maggie's body and broke up. But one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, you know, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here, but it's not gospel.
Guys, the nerve though of him saying that after the 5'2" guy, and then the other guy who was like the shooters were in the ceilings, and like they would have been injured from like the back splatter of blood and stuff. Like, really?
It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it, and I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants, and it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion in sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down, and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it look like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with the Alex staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you, there's two shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that.
I don't know, dude. You don't want to go there.
Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves.
Just hope that the jury is going to forget about the children, right? The two gray boys. I mean, they're not, but I don't. I would, dude.
Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Referred to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as his little detective, her little detective. And in particular when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alex using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened. Now he didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever. Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible. What if Paul the detective learned the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad? What if Paul the detective goes to that drug source, says, cut it out, that's my dad, you're ruining my family. And if you don't, I'm going to tell on you, turn you in. And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, I won't object.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios. But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you. Not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand.
I mean, that's just not true.
Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest defender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it
I
takes.
guarantee you that you aren't under like oath of perjury as to whether or not your memory is accurate in those situations, though, in your quote unquote household, Jim.
I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied. And we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion. One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m.
I
while
think
she was
this is
at
stunted. He starts calling her Sister Marion. Like, did she become a nun since she was last here testifying?
And that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edisto. Did not happen. That doesn't mean that she was lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. And that Maggie knew it. We've got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think in the day, saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens, because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, then the same with Shelley and the blue tarp. She remembers something, we're not sure what. But the evidence clearly is, she says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics, we've got records, and we got testimony that Alec is in Somerville. He spent the night with his in-laws, the Bransteaders on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alec could not have been knocking on the door of the Alameda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, well, Didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, you know, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. And I called my brother. We're not disputing that, but what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was here in 45 minutes or things like that, and frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, "You get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there." And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about, oh, he's hurrying to get over there. He's hurrying to get over there to compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument, and I understand his point.
Now this
But that point
is like exactly what Super Planner Girl was asking earlier. That was such a good question. And where we kind of left it off, we went on a bunch of awesome tangents, but was like the getting over there makes sense. But with the thing that I'm sure Jim is going to say, which is a great point for the defense, the speeding back part, right? And I think I think it was Super Planner Girl again who actually said maybe it was because of the dogs, and then that made a whole lot of sense, right? That the tracking collars, maybe the batteries were dying, maybe he just knew they were going to be out, and that electric fence doesn't always work. But yeah, and we had a whole tangent too about would it have been better to kind of let somebody else discover them, but yeah, I think that it still makes a great point for Jim, right? Trying to poke holes in the state's theory, which is what he's supposed to be doing here. Because it's right. Like the compressing the timeline is a great argument, but then you're like, well, it's also not because it doesn't work. Right. So it's like, you get half point for that, right? In terms of like being correct. Cause I think that again, it's like compressing the timeline makes sense to get over there. But clearly if he was trying to be there must have been a reason that he didn't do the obvious thing, which would be like Super Planner Girl said, right? Like he could have stayed there longer. And then also like this speeding even faster on the way back. What was he in such a hurry for? It is really interesting. And I love the great questions that you guys ask.
evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Alameda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. Does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, oh, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he was only there 22 minutes, and he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back.
That's another one.
A small point.
The state maybe suggested that. I know I suggested it, but they never actually said that. But Jim said that. Like they literally were like, yeah, look at all the data points over here by this tree line, blah, blah, blah. But like they never said, oh, he was traipsing about burying bloody clothes or guns. Again, that's Jim suggesting that to the jury.
He said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it. But what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference. And everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do. And we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did. But it's just to state it as a fact, there's no evidence of that. Now, one thing he also said,
that's ridiculous. He's like, yeah, so I agree with that, but it's really not an evidence. It's not, stated as a fact. There's no evidence. Like, why are you saying you agree with it and then disputing that it's a fact?
Phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue, and mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think. But if you take the phone flat and pick it up, light comes on, and why is that important? Why is that important? Like I said, I'll probably turn this phone off.
Weird. Why is it not coming on? That is weird.
Making a point that you all know the answer to. I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important.
Wow.
It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alex drove his Suburban.
You know what it is? I just figured it out. I think it's off because remember when he had that fiasco earlier where his phone was whatever, it was getting a call, it was making noise. That is just mortifying. It was talking and it was like through the speaker or the microphone picked it up, and it was just like, that's awful. I bet he turned it off. I bet that's that. And so he's waving it around, trying to demonstrate it turning on and off, but the phone has to be off, or it certainly would be coming on.
By the spot where Maggie's phone was found.
I was trying to use it as an example.
9:08. Now there's probably some seconds in there, but 9:08. And we know that her phone is in the woods at that point. So the question is, did Alec throw it out the window at 9:08?
No.
And the answer is no, he didn't.
Right.
Because
it was never in the Suburban, because he threw it off the golf cart at 9:06, whatever, 20, or whenever her last orientation change was. That's my thought.
If you throw it out the window, at a minimum, the display light's going to come on. At a minimum. And when that display...
See, that's why, Jim, I mean, if you could hear me, I'm answering all your questions, buddy. It's because what you're saying is there should be an orientation change. There was. That's when he ditched the phone.
Display light comes on, it registers. These phones say a lot. Lesson learned in this case. It registers in this Knowledge C database, and it says display light on, and it has a time that the display light came on. Well, on Maggie's phone, the display light does not come on at 9:08. Okay? So, means Alec didn't throw the phone out. And yesterday, Mr. Waters says, every single expert testified that the backlight comes on and sometimes it doesn't when the phone is raised aggressively. That's not true. Only one person testified to that. And Mr. Murdaugh, who, over the weekend, he works for Charleston County Sheriff's Department. I don't know why they didn't get SLED agent to do it.
What?
He got a phone similar to one that Maggie had, not Maggie's phone, had software, not the same version as Maggie, and he spent all weekend throwing the phone on the ground and see what would happen. Or many hours of the day throwing the phone on the ground. And he comes in here and says, hey folks, sometimes the light comes on, sometimes it doesn't. Well, our expert, Mika Sturgis, says it comes on. It comes on. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But folks, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if they had secured Maggie's phone and not allowed put it in a Faraday bag that the GPS coordinates on the 7th would not have been overwritten.
Again, they've done it. The defense in this case has done a good job of I'm going to be specific here about this thing. Maybe perhaps the thing they've done the best job of, because I was in the same boat as I think many people probably still are and were or still are, that operating under the assumption that her phone did overwrite stuff and stuff was missing. And that's the defense. That's because they've done such a good job of doing that. I paused it to reiterate the fact that essentially, because it wasn't in a Faraday bag, could that have happened? Yes. But did that happen? No. because remember the whole point. This is all one of those things where it's like one thing leads to another, and then they get this conclusion, and then they act as if, or they state the conclusion or the inference they're drawing as if that was the evidence, right? So remember when we went back through all the different phone testimony with all this, like her location services were on, but her app said only while using for like most of that or never. So she wasn't using those. So again, it's so funny when he's talking about the data being overwritten, he's talking about the iPhone cache data, which is the data that happens, it's from using those apps. And so remember, Lieutenant Dove testified that it wouldn't have been using them. Like she wasn't, like they weren't being used. So it wouldn't have had, there was no, in other words, there was nothing to get. Like they're saying, oh, it's not there. But the evidence is like, there would have been nothing to get. Now, again, the thing that's missing, not from the record, we have record of it, but it's the cell phone tower pings, right? In terms of it hitting off a tower. That's really the mystery, but that's not what he's talking about. And I guess there's a reason he's not addressing that, right? Because I'm sure he wants to avoid getting to how that could possibly be, right? With the phone being on airplane mode. So, and instead sticking to things where he can try to blame the state or law enforcement, essentially, say they fucked up this or that. But anyway, I'm just have to keep pointing it out because it's like one of those things, like it's just one of those, like it's like a rumor that is spreading, right? And just accepting it as fact when it's not fact. All of the experts, I mean, yes, they were testifying for the state, but they're law enforcement, right? But every expert testified that her location services were locked down because she wasn't using those apps, and that nothing was overwritten, like nothing was missing or whatever. So.
And they were. So now we got a guy down in Charleston throwing a phone around all weekend because they are desperate to prove Alec threw the phone out when he went.
And I guess again, let me just clarify that. It's another one of those things, again, like I said before with several other examples this episode, you have evidence and you have the lack of evidence, right? It's one of those things where if it's overwritten, that's the trouble with it, right? And this is going to be, like, we should remember this going forward for any trial, right? There's not going to be, when you have your Cellbrite report or any of your other forensics, cell phone forensic stuff, it's not going to say, oh, stuff was overwritten. It's just, is it missing or not? And that's up to interpretation, right? It's like, what can you do? Well, you can compare it to other records. If it's here but not here, okay, or like, is there some way to say it definitely should have been there? But for example, like the calls on Alex's, or that are missing from Alex's phone, like they're on the call record, they pinged the towers, they were received on the other people's phones that he called, but they're missing from his phone. And there's no way to know. Well, I guess Britt Dove says that he thinks they were deleted by Alex, but that would just be an example of, even if it was overwritten, that you have a pretty good way of establishing that, because there's so many other records that the thing happened. So whether it was overwritten or intentionally deleted, there's record that the thing is missing, is my point, I guess. So anyway, but that's why, like, if it doesn't exist elsewhere, it's really even more ambiguous as to, like, it's just the power of suggestion. Could it have been overwritten, right? Now, I would say in this case with Maggie, okay, let me say it this way. Like, let's say that as her phone had the location services on, let's say that she also had all these apps and they all were toggled on that said always use the location data for these apps. And let's say those apps were open, they were running on her phone. And then on top of that, then there was, and that there was no iPhone cache GPS data available. Well, I think logically there, yes, in that case, I would say you can probably say maybe it was overwritten. Because if you've got all these apps that say always use it, and they're on, they're open, they should be using that, right? And you have your location services on. Which, side note, remember Alex, when he testified, said, oh yeah, Maggie always had her location on. She was always doing this or that, and she, showing up at Walmart to surprise people. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was kind of crazy. But he made a big deal about how much she used her location services. And of course, he did it on purpose to try to exaggerate the importance of it, and that law enforcement fucked it up. But of course, her phone would show differently when you see it, and that the apps either say never or only when using. So again, that's why that matters, right? And the jury would have had that. I don't know that they took the time to go through it, but they would have had that that photo and evidence of those apps with her location services. That, should this be an issue for them in deciding the guilt or innocence, or rather, guilty, not guilty verdict, they could have just looked at that and then remembered that that from the testimony of all these different experts, it wouldn't have been logging that data anyway. And again, essentially, if a phone's not in it, what they're saying is like, if it wasn't in a Faraday bag, it was on airplane mode only, like, is it possible something was overridden? Is it possible? Well, yeah, it's possible, right? But did it happen? Well, the only way to know is unless you can compare it to something else definitively. Okay, well, that's not the case here. But then again, looking at how does the iPhone cache work with the GPS? Well, it uses location services. And then again, looking at it, would the phone have been using it? Yes or no? And again, like I said, if in this case she had these apps open that said always use it, and there wasn't anything there, then yes, I think that would definitely be like, yeah, that's pointing, that looks like it must have been overwritten. But anyway, hopefully that makes sense. I'm just, it's kind of hard to articulate because it's one of those things where it's like, I think also because it is such a confusing thing. That's part of it, right? These things, these topics that are confusing, that don't have these black and white answers, it can be to either side's advantage or disadvantage, depending on how well they can argue it, really. Because, it is ambiguous, right? A lot of it is. So.
Evidence of that. In fact, the evidence is the contrary. He did not. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview, or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing the phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise. Let me see if I've hit all. Yeah, the last one's about me. Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022, and he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but that was filmed back in, I don't know, spring, summer of 2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges, but he wants you to think that, and I don't know why. And I took a little bit offensive to that. I really did.
And we object. Yes, you was.
Matters.
I was not being interviewed.
Objection's over.
Not being interviewed in November of 2022. Not. So I've asked why. They can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how? How could Alec, in the time period we know, we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourself. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes. In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence? Do they present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns, who knows how much, whatever, disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they haven't. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life. And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 8:44, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken.
Well, we know.
So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge you on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 8:44. Paul last used his phone at 8:48. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 8:50. Actually, it's 8:49 and 50 some odd seconds, but 8:50. But, however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that. And her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55, and it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think you pretty much understand the orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait or Mrs. beats me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change. And the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06. And they've got 300 shell casings, extractor and ejector markings matched with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt, but I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot and killed Maggie Paul, and that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. Solely on cell phone use. And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean, I'd say most everybody in this courtroom does not have their phone with them right now. Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan.
Oh, here we go again.
Rogan Gibson. If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is better get down.
Okay, just a moment. All right. What is the objection?
Not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony.
So right now, just so you know, it's paused on showing the video that Jim, this is the video that they're trying to play. That's why it's not moving. But what I was going to say is that this is like what I was saying earlier, is I think that they weren't quite sure how to make an objection because this just caught them off guard. So now we're hearing them make this objection, and yeah.
This is for the objection. All right. Mr. Griffin.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's the voice, my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial how many weeks?
6 weeks.
Right, so we're not going to replay the trial.
No, sir. It's a clip of a few seconds.
Sustain the objection.
All right, take it down, Bill. So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're in jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. Your Honor, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
What can you do? I rule on objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
You asked a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot. He was on it a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly? Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it. Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out? Yes, I have seen that happen before. And have you done that yourself? Yes, sir.
All right, and so you'll know from the photographs and the evidence in the case that Paul's phone was at 2%, and it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex?
I don't think that's the right clip.
Disaster.
So there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down, and then I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene, and what I'm pointing out on top of these two kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top. And you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. On top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top. And put the hose away, Alex testified that the Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in State's 45. And so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here. And the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture.
Okay, so here's the collars in the dog picture. I assume this is the one he's referring to. Because this is from the state's evidence. So I actually pointed this out, that there's that collar that's down there in front of the window. So I would assume that's actually what he's pointing out. But that's the interesting thing, right? There's a picture of, there aren't that many close-up pictures with the dogs in them that we've seen. Maybe they're ones where we didn't see it because they were sealed, but the dogs have collars on in that picture. And also Cash has a collar on in his Snapchat video. So Jim's trying to make it seem like there weren't collars on. And I think I understand why. And it might be in case the jury's figuring out what we have been figuring out in regards to the dogs. So that would maybe explain why he's trying to make it seem like they didn't have collars on.
So it's a fair conclusion that after Alex left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up, after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone, where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate.
Okay, so intermission. So what we're going to do here real quick is take a look at, oh wait, let me remove my ticker. So Law Squirrel University again. We're just going to look again at these strategies for closing arguments. We went over this a little bit. I don't know if it was last time, maybe last episode, but just to go over this since we're hearing Jim. So from the American Bar Association. So we covered all this. I'm trying to get to the part where they talk about the strategies. That's what I'm looking for. Here we go. Strategies for successful closing arguments. Right. So I'm not going to worry about the voir dire part, but establishing credibility, the opening statement, who gave the opening statement. Right. The bad facts. Well, I would say Jim is trying with that. Like, for example, what would that mean? Like, admitting that he lied. Every time Jim's like, yeah, he lied, blah, 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 right? Okay. I would say that that's one of the stronger things that Jim's got going for him. However, the roadmap, we have no roadmap, I would say. We are lost. We are very much lost in the weeds. Very, very lost. I would love a map. Jim, give me a map. I mean, and that's another point, right? Like, Creighton used a PowerPoint. You can see how helpful that was. And I don't know why Jim didn't bring anything. You know what I mean? Like, Jim is just talking, but he doesn't have any. Now, if you're doing, when we see Meadors, when he does his rebuttal closing, it's much shorter. I think that's different. But when you're doing a long closing, that is, the point is to really go through all of the evidence, right? And again, hopefully, ideally in a linear fashion, in a way that makes sense. It's a lot of information, first of all. And second of all, it's your only opportunity. Like, it doesn't matter if you're the state or the defense, the only time that you as the attorney can present something like that, right, is in opening or closing, because anything else has to come from the witnesses or unless it's evidence. So, we hear it all the time with witnesses where they've prepared a demonstrative, blah, blah. That comes from the witnesses. So the only time that you have an opportunity to give the jurors a visual of your side's theory of the case is an opening or closing. And it's not evidence. It can't go back to them, back to the jury room with them, but it will help them understand what you're trying to communicate. And it'll keep them engaged when they've been sitting for a long time. And in Jim's case, it really would have been great for a lot of reasons. Again, I think I already pointed out some of the issues. I mean, there's more than I mean, I'm not trying to be too critical or too rough, but there's a lot to say. A visual would have been nice. So stick to the script. Remember, I pointed that out earlier too. He's not been doing that. He's been rambling from the very get-go. I wouldn't say he's done a good job on either of those two things that are on the screen. I don't think he knew his closing argument before the trial began, I would say. I think he's kind of trying to make it up on the fly. That's what it seems like. It doesn't seem like it was well prepared. And I also, engaging the jurors. I will say one thing he is doing right is he's not reading off of anything. He is just rambling, talking. And, again, that would be another benefit of using a PowerPoint, right? Because, you do want to have an outline, right? Like it said, stick to your script. You do want to have an outline, but you don't want to be reading from something. That's, again, where the benefit would be for a PowerPoint, because like what Creighton had, is there you have, you're doing yourself a favor and you're doing the jury a favor, because not only is it more engaging for them, it makes more sense. They can see things visually, but for you as the attorney, you have an outline for yourself that you get to benefit from as well without reading from papers in your hand. So you can still maintain eye contact and stuff with the jury. So another benefit for that. I would say Jim's not really helping to understand the evidence. And I don't think he practices closing. So there it is. Law Squirrel University, education powered by squirrels. Yay. Okay. So now let's continue on. Let's see if Jim gets, if he starts doing any better here with his closing. I don't know that it gets any better, unfortunately.
So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26, last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks and remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53, the backlight comes on. Backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there's a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, the orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, backlight is on. Backlight is off again.
Now remember,
and it's on again. Keep going.
The reason that's happening is because things are happening on her phone. Like she's getting, we know she's getting like calls from like Rogan Gibson and texts from him. At this time that's on the screen right now, it wouldn't be the calls from Alex, but the same thing happens with his calls. But this was what I was saying earlier too, in regards to the weird thing with the airplane mode, that things are going through on her phone at the time contemporaneously because she's getting those notifications at the correct time. They're not coming through all at once after it's turned off. They're coming through and the phone is lighting up because of exactly what we're seeing here.
At 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen.
Remember, that's what I was saying from the lock screen. Remember that whole thing? So all that can be done without typing in the passcode.
There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Micah Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation to landscape starts 8:54:44. It ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And at 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, a missed call from Alex in.
Wondering what his point is with this. I think what he's hoping is to suggest that either Maggie was still alive and using her phone to try to change the time of death so that it's when he was gone or closer to when he was gone, right? Or that the other, the Stas and Gray Boy children have it and they're using it. But I think more than likely he's leaning towards trying to make it seem like she was still alive and that she was using it. Which again, it really doesn't make any sense because the best way to try to do that would be to show that it is using like say Face ID, which it didn't, or in other circumstances unlocking it. However, in this case, that still doesn't help because we know Alex had the passcode. So it's really silly because it's like initially I'm thinking, why is he trying to show all the activity on the phone, right? Like because it's like knowing that that's Alex, that doesn't look good, right? But it's like he's trying to argue that it's activities that she's doing, but again, where it falls flat is like there's nothing that actually proves that it was her. So I don't know. I probably would have left it out. You know what I mean? Because you're just drawing attention to it. You're just drawing attention to all the shit Alex is doing with the phone, in my opinion.
So let's back up to. Let's go to 9/4/23. Missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9/04/23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie, and when that happens, you would her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04, missed call from Alex starts. At 9:04:23, and instantaneously, the backlight goes off. Now, you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now, was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed?
Again, not a great question to be asking because we know.
And that she didn't want any noise coming through?
I mean,
or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04. I'll tell you that. And
that's
then
when
at
Alex
9:04, the next
realizing that's what I said. Remember, if we go back to the presentation I did at 9:04, that's when he realizes. I think that he's got to try to. What was it? Hold on. Now I'm trying to remember. That's when he calls her for the first time. So. Yeah, again, he would likely have been panicking, putting on airplane mode. At that point in time, he was, I think the other thing too, if I recall, it was like he was possibly walking by the Suburban, right? And so, I mean, again, I could go back and pull it up on the presentation, but I don't want to lose the spot in the video. But this was in that window where it's like, what was he doing? Remember the busy bee? And I just remember, like, in general, it was like what it looked like was he's walking by the car with the key in his pocket, calling her, and then like getting on that golf cart and driving out to go throw her phone, right? So
his missed call from Alex ends 9:05. Backlight on 9:06. Orientation changes to portrait 907, incoming call from Alex. 906, 14. Keep going, Doug. And 906, 52. Keep going. And then at 907, her phone stops for good. And so these are Alex steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you'll look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug. All right. So 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47. And this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took, just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just that's fine. So that so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they take the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.005.
This is really funny.
1.05.
Jim's like, let me show you how that works. I'm going to. You guys know what
Multiply that
walking
by
is?
60, you get 63 steps.
You guys ever
per
heard of
second.
walking?
And if, ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second.
Watch.
1001, 1002.
Thank you, Jim.
1003,
Thank you.
1004, 1005. This is Alex scurrying around, according to the state's case. And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 203 meters before it stops registering. And then, one thing you will remember during this time period, between 9:02 and 9:06, at 9:06, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here. But what her phone doesn't have, go to the second page, what her phone doesn't have are steps. Are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone, like when her phone is moving at 9:06, but there's no steps being registered. Alex is walking from 9:02 to 9:06.
Well, we know that those steps
So-
happen during that entire time range. I mean, that's the whole point. Remember, he's like trying to say, oh, well, we did the math, so he was actually walking slowly. Remember, the way that it works is it just gives a time period, and it could be the steps are in clusters. I would say from 9:02 to 9:04 is probably when most of those steps are happening, and he's moving quickly. And then from 9:04 to 9:06, I would argue he's on the golf cart, which is why Maggie's phone isn't showing steps, and his phone logged the entire time period, which we heard can happen. And, again, all this stuff is not, it's tough because it really can kind of go, it's like not an exact science in a way, right? With this technology stuff, because I mean, maybe it would be helpful if the steps could be more specific, right? Even just in the time frame, so that you can't just be like, oh, well, it could have been a bunch of steps here and then no steps, right? And sometimes the windows that we get for that data is like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right? So anyway, the 9:02 to 9:06, I think from the way we looked at it, around 9:04, he's got to be getting on that golf cart. And I think 9:02 to 9:04, he's logging a bunch of those steps, cleaning himself off, doing all the shit, right? Quote unquote, waking up from his nap.
The reason that Alec is not walking with Maggie's phone. That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. I mentioned earlier, and so State's Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 9:08 where Maggie's phone was found, and there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found, whenever it was tossed. And then they have, a chart or slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there and the speeds that it took. And Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory. And we graphed it out, and he's passing some cars, and he is, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say. Compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back.
I think we answered that question, Jim.
You want to be driving slow as you can to make it appear you've been going a lot longer. I mean, he drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? About Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alec has her password. Alec, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text.
No.
To show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline by speeding,
I mean, that doesn't make sense. Even if you're saying, logically that doesn't make sense for him to even make, even though he's arguing that it wasn't Alex. He's saying he's saying Alex isn't guilty, blah, blah. That doesn't make any sense because Jim would know that any criminal or any person who, like he's saying hypothetically, is like, if he really wanted to manufacture an alibi, he would do this, X, Y, and Z. Well, Jim would know that anyone who was in that position, right? If they were, what he's saying is, why doesn't he pick up Maggie's phone and make a call him back, or text back if he's trying to manufacture an alibi? Well, obviously, right? Because if a person's manufacturing an alibi, then that it's implied that person has the phone and did the crime, and therefore has to have the phone in their possession in order to answer it, right? So, I don't think he had the phone in his possession because I think he ditched it, as we've discussed, at like 9:06:20. But let's say that he did have the phone in his possession. Well, obviously, if you answer it, it's, again, more likely to ping a cell tower, and then it puts you at the same location using the phone with your own phone. So that's a really silly argument to make.
The easiest way to do it is use both phones. Talk on both phones. And he did it. I mean, this whole thing about using Maggie's phone.
What I will say is that the ideal situation would be if you have the ability to generate activity on that phone of the deceased person, right? In this situation, if you're saying, how do you manufacture an alibi? The ideal situation would be to have activity appear on their phone, but without it pinging a cell phone tower, right? Where it could put it at the same location as, in this case, Alex. Like that would be the ideal situation. Like, how do you essentially, again, it's like you want to use the phone, but you don't want to use it to where it's going to prove that you're using it. So in that case, Alex just got really lucky with the fact that for whatever reason, with it being on airplane mode, would be that's the only thing I can imagine that happened was he put it on airplane mode, that for some reason, it was still registering on her phone. Like the calls were still appearing on her phone, and her phone was still receiving those at the time. And he just got really lucky that it also wasn't pinging the tower. I mean, it shouldn't be pinging. It shouldn't be doing any of that, right? So, but yeah, again, that's not something that I think you could predict or count on. I think that his expectation would have been that nothing would have come through, but it would have shown that he was calling, right?
Driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone?
Again, these are all the questions that I'm like, yeah, we're going to answer it. I think it was an accident. That would be my best guess, would be it was on the golf cart and he didn't mean to take it.
Not Paul's phone.
Or he did take it so that he could try to screw with the crime scene, as we know, like with the two-shooter.
That's a question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? And these are circumstances that have to
like I
be
said,
consistent.
It would be terrifying because you'd be like, I have to use the phone to try to establish this alibi, to try to fuck this shit, or to even just to, I have to use the phone so I can put it on airplane mode, blah, blah. But yeah, imagine how terrifying, because again, it really is. You'd be like, I don't really know exactly for sure what it's logging, but the safe thing to do would be assume it's logging everything. So I think the answer to his questions is exactly that. Like, you would have to be really careful that the phone is not going to betray you, when you're using it, by showing that you're using it,
with each other,
and where you're using it,
and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alex Murdaugh, beyond a reasonable doubt. And these circumstances just raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise more questions that we wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it.
That's like what do they call it, a red herring or something? That's just not right.
So we do know from the timeline
that's not accurate.
Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. But we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them.
No, we don't know that.
We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things. But they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that.
Yeah,
haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and shots are ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear them. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his. But they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up, and I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least.
Buster never did
get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera.
He was allergic.
And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone.
And I remember. Sorry, I can't. I remember too when he asked Buster that question. It was like one of those things where it's like he assumed Buster would know, and he assumed Buster did this shit, but forgot Buster was allergic. But I remember Buster's answer was like, he didn't answer, and then I think Jim sort of like led him or suggested it, but Buster, it was just like the way Buster answered the questions about the drugs. He's like, I don't know, I was never involved with this, you know. Anyway.
That their theory at 8:50, after
there he is with the bunny ears.
having a pleasant conversation, talking about is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, you know, and getting, I mean, all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie's secretary. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well,
that's like what I always say when I'm working.
He leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, so if he's got, you know, if it happens at 8:50, he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey
or
Mr. Palmbach,
maybe the Gray Boys
Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach, and Dr. Eisenstadt. Either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooting. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kinsey said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood.
Yeah, but what his expert said was that he would have been, the shooter would have been
Sufficient amount of
injured,
time
dude.
to clean all that up, make all that disappear. And then
Covered in blood versus, like, literally, one of the reasons that Mr. Palmbach stated that in his opinion it had to be two shooters, the main thing he was saying is because he said the first shooter would have been so injured from shooting Paul, from the blood splatter and stuff hitting them, that they would have been literally, he said they would have been stunned. They would have been stunned and disoriented, and they wouldn't have been able to get it together for the second to kill Maggie. I mean, I don't blame Jim for leaving that out because it's obvious, but it's misleading to say, oh, well, Mr. Palmbach and Mr. They agreed. They said the same thing. Well, they didn't say the same thing because acknowledging, yeah, of course there would be some sort of blood or whatever is different than saying, yeah, the person would be essentially knocked out from getting hit with the blood. It's a lot.
Driving to visit your mother, who he got a call from Barbara Mixon earlier today and said your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey, Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up?
Would anyone say that, Jim?
You should see the damn mess.
Dude, would anyone say that?
Are you kidding me?
Are you
Chris
kidding?
Wilson.
You guys, are you kidding me? Seriously. What kind of argument is that? No one in the history of time would ever say that.
Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then,
exactly. That's the point. He's going to try. Why would someone call and say, yeah, I just blew up these people or whatever it was he said? No, they're going to try to act normal. Duh.
He goes over there and he sits down with Shelly and sits on his mom's down.
He thinks he's trying to argue like it's supposed to help him. And it's like it's having the opposite. It's like what you're saying, if anything, makes the point for the prosecution.
He stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alex. Yet
that's why he called everybody. That's why he called them all over. He wanted everyone to be able to
the people he
testify.
Loved the most in this world blew him away.
He wanted everyone to be like, yeah, I talked to him. He was normal, right, on the way to Almeida and back. He wanted everyone to be like, yeah, he sounded normal. And then he wanted everyone after the fact when they showed up at Moselle to be like, oh, he was so distraught.
I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton did, his reverse trajectories on the on the
Here
shots.
we go.
And I mean, they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the pharaoh, saying, oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid, it's 5'2", 5'4", and you know, let them have their fun, but that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level.
No, wrong.
To make
That was-
the shot
no,
into the quail
no.
pin.
No, that's the test. Okay. The testimony on direct, he's right that they didn't say it had to be a 12-year-old, but the testimony on direct was it had to be 5'2", basically. Now on cross, the testimony came out that it really was more about the height of the barrel of the gun, not the height of the person, because on cross, the state was trying to say, well, couldn't they have been? It could have been a taller person kneeling, right? Obviously. So that's when he conceded, well, yeah, the barrel of the gun, blah, blah, blah. And then tried to walk it back by saying that that's not a natural shooting position. So, so I don't know. This is just, Jim's just messing all this up, in my opinion. Like, you should, because again, it's not well done because he's making points for the state.
We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure. And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees?
Are you hearing what he just said? He said, could a 6'4" person get down? Sure. What? This is a huge error because he should know what his expert said, and don't throw your expert under the bus, man. Like, the point of cross, right? Regardless of what side is doing the cross, the point of cross is to get the expert to say something that works for your side's theory of the case, right? Obviously. But then in closing arguments, if you're the side that called that person, you don't go quoting that part, right? Like when they concede something that's going to benefit the other side on cross-examination, you like his dude, because even on redirect, right? Even after he conceded on cross, yeah, I guess it could have been, it's more about the height of the gun. So therefore, the dude never actually said it could have been someone taller. He really didn't. He said he agreed with the way the prosecutor was putting it, which is this would still be on that angle or whatever. And then on redirect, he reiterated and said again, verbatim, when I can say with like 100% confidence in my expert opinion, it couldn't have been someone who's taller than 5'2", 5'4", probably 5'2", right? And it couldn't have been someone who's 6'4", and then he actually said it couldn't have been Alex Murdaugh. He said that. But Jim, let me rewind it a second. Jim is contradicting that, which is crazy. Like, why? What?
SLED
like,
took
you paid him the big bucks to say that shit.
the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure.
It's insane.
Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure.
No, why are you saying that's what the
Shooters are
state's saying?
in
That's
movement.
what the state's saying. This is bizarre.
A 6'4" person's going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so. But, the most common sense thing here is there were two shooters. Because there were two guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. Why take another gun that only has 3 shots?
Creighton was spot on when Creighton talks about that aspect, because that was just so what's the right word? Uninformed. Like, that argument is ridiculous. It has no relevancy to this case whatsoever. Like, if this was like hitman who's on trial for murdering somebody and they're trying to say it was a different hitman or something, and one part of the argument had to do with the weapon, and it's like, yeah, this is a trained hitman, he would only use the most efficient weapon, and then in that case, sure. But that, like, and the fact, like, it's so crazy because it's like the things that the experts said that actually were supposed to help their case, whether they seem plausible or not, right? He's not saying, but like, that's what you brought them there for. And then the things that they said that are ridiculous and don't help their case anyway, he's also saying. And then the things that his experts said that actually benefit the state, he's saying. So it's just, this is just bizarre.
Agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul's killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence, that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. Those facts are just not consistent. I'm going to say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos. But I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec, in the back of the car, with me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there and talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and he says it was so bad, they did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said I did him so bad. And I think the evidence is, everyone who's listened to it and everyone who knows what Alex was talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car, and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said, I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question. What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Croft would be saying, he said, I did him so bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful to SLED that they videotaped that, so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure.
SLED again.
Another thing that we're going to clear up right now
Are we?
is Alex's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing. That in the statements that Alec made on the roadside shooting in Labor Day weekend, where he tried to arrange assisted suicide, that he told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis 80 Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is he knows he did it.
The prosecutor.
That's what.
I'm going to rewind it just like the prosecutor who's right behind Jim and to the left of Meadors, the guy who was working with Mr. Sutton and the children, that prosecutor. Look at his reaction here. Hold on, let me rewind it a second. This is really funny.
He told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis 80 Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what.
He's nodding. Oh, that's so funny.
Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alex speaking to Buddy Hill about his concern about Buster's safety. Will you play that now, Doug?
Oh, boy.
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get Mr. Buddy, can y'all get a police officer with my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call back? No, I haven't told him yet.
Did you hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? That's Buddy Hill, sheriff. And they want to come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety? Once again, I'm grateful.
Well, I didn't get a
Gallatin
police
County
officer
Sheriff's
over there.
Department had
And in
body
fact,
cams.
Buster came over to the crime scene, so, you know.
Now you know. You know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster. Now, I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owen during interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even, like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about all the... Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And the and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, that's not true. And so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent, whenever he had an interview, he said, you get the records, and it will show what time did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. I mean, he's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. I mean, he left. He left at 9. He left at 9:07. That's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and then he went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now, it's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alec was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? Is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun, and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his T-shirt, and you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his T-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his T-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in the golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. how's he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. Their forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel, thanks to the OnStar information. Thanks to, I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent the stuff in. But the
he
Suburban
simultaneously tries to talk shit about the fact that the OnStar did it all, but then he's like, thanks to it. It's just, it's weird. It's a very confusing tone.
Suburban never went down to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get.
I mean, this is all, it doesn't even, it's almost not even worth saying because it's so obvious, like, but everyone knows a spot of blood here and a spot of blood there is not what would have been the case had he even gone really anywhere near them when he said he did. Because as we know, even the next day after it was cleared, Murdaugh went and just from like, what did he say? Just walking anywhere near the area, he got blood all over him without even, Paul wasn't even there anymore. It was essentially, it was like, there was no way to not get blood on you. And that, anyway, again, it's just not even worth saying because I think everyone listening to this probably already knows that.
Then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun.
That's why he did that.
Really, we're back to the lie.
We all know that.
We are back to the lie. That's all they have in this case is that Alex lied to them when he last saw them, and he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he said, "What a tangled
credit
web."
where credit is due, kind of like at least he's following the part from the closing argument strategies where you admit your bad facts and stuff. Like again, I even gave that as the example. Like at least he's always like, "Yep, Alex lied." Yeah. Okay. Good.
Once we start to deceive, and once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie, and he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he had just found his wife and son.
Even if you want to believe any of that bullshit, it doesn't change the fact that he would have had the option to any of these subsequent interviews say that. I mean, he say exactly that. Sorry, man, I was in the throes of an addiction, right? I wasn't in my right state of mind, and do the bullshit story, but be like, like in other words, if you want to even give him the right of the, like, if you want to go with any of that bullshit, it's like, Jim. It's just not worth it. It's just, this is why this is so stupid, because it's like the fact that he didn't come clean about the lie until right before the trial. Sorry, it really refutes the entire premise of the fact that this was drug related, because according to him, he's been sober for however many, it was over a year at this point, right? When it was during the trial and he was on the stand, it was over a year. Well, if everything is drug related, including the paranoia and all that, shouldn't you have told the truth when you got sober and once you weren't in withdrawals anymore? I mean, technically, yeah. Or you could have done it before then, but that would have been, if you go with everything that he's saying, that's the worst case scenario, that the latest possible time you should have come clean about it if you weren't covering up the fact or trying to cover up the fact that you murdered them, would have been like if there was any legitimacy, or even if there wasn't legitimacy, if you just wanted to even keep the appearance of legitimacy to, but the point is like it wasn't an issue for him because he didn't know, no one knew about the kennel video yet. So this is just, Jim, it's just.
And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR. And he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he's
that's
wrong.
Not reasonable, and everyone knows
he was
that.
wrong. But
we saw the
I thought that's who it was that night.
Fake David Owen.
He was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating
I
accident.
mean, that is actually
He was
true,
under
but
investigation by SLED for
from
that.
all the testimony that Alex never expressed
And
himself.
he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer.
That part, no. He never says
The
anything.
state
like
in this
that.
case has gone
He never says anything about go
to
find the real killer.
lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand,
That would have given him a
convince
little bit more credibility
you of
had he done
this
that.
and show you that, and without
Like, think about that, right? It's not, don't look at me, go look for the real killer. It's just, don't look at me, I didn't do it.
you of guilt without showing evidence of guilt. Convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of his financial misdeeds were going to come out, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up, but the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either, so you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection. Because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them, but we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered. They want you to think that because you own guns, that you should be viewed differently.
They never even
I don't know what else to
he
make
never
of it.
suggested
I don't know
that,
what
not
else to
even
make
close. That just never happened. No one
When this
suggested.
trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked why. Why would Alex
There was nothing like
execute
that.
his wife and son in cold blood?
I mean, I'm offended on behalf of whoever should actually, like, I don't even know who should be. I guess if I were on the jury, I would find that offensive because it's like, do you think we're all deaf and stupid? Like, there was never this entire trial any suggestion that was like discriminating against people who own guns. There was no hint of that. In fact, I guarantee you all of them, like maybe not the prosecution team, but like all the law enforcement, obviously, I mean, this is a gun culture. Like if anything, you're probably more likely to get, the side eye in that area if you don't own firearms. So this is just like, it's really kind of offensive because like, well, A, it's not true. B, it's like, well, if you're making that argument, even though it never happened and it's not true, and you're risking insulting the jury, really, what does that say about the strength of the arguments you're making prior to that, right? And C, like, give the jury more credit than that. Here
we are.
I'm offended on their behalf.
And you've heard weeks testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not. He would not.
Well, here's the thing.
Under any circumstances, murder.
Even though I've been saying, I think there's more to it for the why, he's incorrect. Because the fact that the jury found him guilty, by definition, means the state did provide sufficient evidence as to the why. So.
Those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other.
I think this.
And when taken together conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt, and if they merely portray,
it's like fake trying to
hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must.
I didn't mean to move the thing. This is really just. It's like he's trying to yell in certain places, but it's not at the right time. Like, this is your chance to fight for your friend's freedom. It's just, dude, I don't know. It's really disappointing. There's no passion, there's no heart. And you would think, I don't know what the deal is. Is it just the pressure? Because Creighton and Meadors, there's so much more heart and passion in their closing arguments, but especially at the very end, right? When you're asking the jury to return a verdict for whatever side you're on, whatever it is that you're, guilty or not guilty, you're asking them to do, that's like your big moment. And this is just, and for Jim, this is like one of his best friends. So it's just very odd.
Prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty. The state's evidence fails to meet these requirements. Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex's guilt. Far from it.
And
Mr.
now
Waters wants you to believe
anyway.
that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul on June 7th and repeatedly lied and changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time.
He's just
from the
reading
date
it.
of these murders until yesterday.
Why?
In the absence of forensic science, a reliable
I'm going to quote Jim here. Why?
Investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors. Prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively to Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have the most powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation. With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation. There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
That's an interesting ending. Wow, that's cool where I paused it. Think about that. I mean, I think that very last sentence was genuine, and here's why. But it is interesting because he didn't say, you expect him to say, I was expecting him to say, I humbly, what does he say? I humbly, right? I think he uses the word humbly. I humbly ask that you return a verdict of not guilty, right? Like I even just referred to that. Like they always say what they want for the verdict. And I know he's said that, but for that last sentence where he's actually getting emotional and he's especially when he refers to Paul, I think he's genuine there, but he doesn't ask for their verdict. He says, don't compound one family tragedy with another, which has nothing to do with Alex being guilty or not guilty, right? It's like, do him a favor and find him not guilty so there's not more, not more tragedy. I mean, it reminds me a lot of like, give him a favor for being a Murdaugh. I mean, in the sense that that's kind of been his situation. He's been able to get away with stuff, right? And again, in that last sentence, it's not, He's not referring to the state didn't prove. I mean, I know he said those things. I just think it's really interesting that where he's actually getting genuinely emotional, it seems like I think it's interesting. What is he saying in that moment? Right. And he's asking, don't add more tragedy to this situation, which like that he could be like, even if in his subconscious, he thought maybe Alex did it, he could say that sentence, don't add more tragedy or whatever. And he could genuinely mean that because they're not mutually exclusive. I guess that's sort of my point.
Thank
well,
you.
Interesting. I'm curious how you guys felt about his John Meadors' closing at the time. I was thinking about this as I was putting this video together. And I remember when this happened at the time, I was very confused. I was so confused. I wouldn't be surprised if many of you guys also felt that way. But it's really funny because now that I know what to expect from him, and also having spent so much more time understanding the culture and just the style and all that, and what would resonate with these jurors, right, in this area. Going back, I'm like, I actually really love it. Like, I think his closing is great. Is it what would be compelling for me? Absolutely not. Is it the approach I would take? Absolutely not. But if you can put yourself in the mindset of the people who were there on this jury, right? And if you can take it from that cultural perspective, and like, that's what I did. I tried to take myself out of it. I tried to like pretend I'm like, okay, here I am. Like, picture myself, I'm a Colleton County juror, right? And like, I go to church and like, I can understand his accent just fine, stuff like that, right? And then, like, imagine it from that perspective. And it's like, oh yeah, like that totally makes sense. Like, I have to be honest, there's parts of his closing I can't understand what he's saying. But and the other thing too is I remember again at the time, I remember like when there were some of the jurors that spoke out, and many of them commented and said that, when people asked them like, oh, blah, blah, closing arguments, they all, I think if I recall correctly, they all were saying that they thought his argument like was the best. Meadors is like, that was what really spoke to them. Like, I feel like many people said that, like, yeah, Meadors is closing, blah, blah, like that. And I remember at the time being like, you've got to be kidding me. How is that possible? Like, I thought it was, again, to me, it was like, he may as well have been speaking in whatever. I couldn't understand it. And it was like, I just heard random yelling at different times. And, there was talk about the Velveteen Rabbit and like, that was about it. But, so when I heard them say that, I was just very confused. But again, going back now, like now I have a whole different perspective listening to it. And again, part of it helps too, because I know what to expect. I can bring the right mindset into it versus like, interpreting it as if it was whatever, somewhere else, I guess. So anyway, but yeah, that's just my thoughts on it, that I have a different perspective on it now listening to it. So I'm excited to hear it again, because I've actually not heard it as much as the other closings. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state gets an opportunity to do a rebuttal.
And what I want to do
Meadors.
is, he really, again, I think where he really is his strong points is, we know he's the son of a preacher. That style of oration, that's the right word, speaking, is not appropriate everywhere and wouldn't resonate everywhere, like I said. But for those jurors, that really makes sense, right? Because again, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, when we had the whole chat about religion, like Southern Baptist, right? Or just, it's like there's a certain style, and even the walking back and forth, the pacing and the big hand gestures and the all of a sudden, making a loud sound. I mean, it's very theatrical. And these are all church going folks, more than likely, right? Again, looking at the culture, and it would make sense that if that's a lot of the main exposure that they have to one person talking to a group and trying to compel them to feel a certain way, right? Like they're they're talking to a group, trying to, what's the right way to say this? Motivate them. How about that? Motivate them to do a certain thing, right? I'll say it that way. So in a sense, what I mean is it's different than like if they're used to just, their memories of being a kid at school with a teacher, you know what I mean, talking to a class. So I'm talking about a certain type of public speaking where your exposure to someone who's trying to be persuasive. That's a good way to say it as well. Their exposure to that type of thing might just have been from church. So it really makes sense that that style, right? And like he gets right up there in their faces. And I remember at the time people were commenting thinking it was rude, but for them, I don't think they thought that at all. And I mean, the people who spoke out, we know they didn't think that. It was the opposite, right? I think that was like, he was really trying to connect with them, and that resonated with them. And also just that he really goes from the heart. There's no notes. It's all over the place, but it works because again, this doesn't need to be a long closing. It's a rebuttal closing. It really works well that you had Creighton who laid out everything the right way, right? Factually and linear, going through everything. The way Jim should also have done, because that was their only close. And then you have Meadors, and here it's like the state made all those points really. And he does make some good points, but for the most part, he really wants to inspire the jurors, I would say. He really wants to inspire them and what's the other word I was thinking of? I'll think of it when I'm not trying to think of it. But yeah, he really wants to inspire them and empower them. That's what I was going to say, and empower them to go with their gut, and that's okay. And I don't know. It's again, I can appreciate it for what it is. Again, especially now that I expect it. But anyway, okay, let me just play it.
Police and court. Good afternoon. On behalf of Attorney General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Zelenka, and Deputy Attorney General Craig Meadors, and this entire team, and I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally, not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paying attention, so thank you. 6 weeks.
Very heartfelt, very genuine, right?
And I'm not
very genuine, very genuine.
Your clerk.
He's like, one thing you can say about him, he's 100% himself. And it makes sense because part of his whole thing he's going to say is that he was raised and taught life's about being real. He embodies that. And imagine that must go a long way with the jurors too, right? He's not just trying to act like one of the, like he's born and raised there. I mean, he is them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like he is walking the talk, right? I mean, he doesn't even care. He's just 100% authentic. And I appreciate that.
Ms. Hill
Even if
has
I
done an
can't
outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right
not
here.
interesting. Forgot about
With the
that.
hospitality of your grace,
I forgot about
making
that.
everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life.
That is some powerful shit right there. There's no pamphlet to tell you how to be a juror, but you have been preparing. Hold on. I want to get it exactly right because it's really good. The way he says that is
I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't do an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with her hospitality, her grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror. But you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life.
There it is. Okay. You've been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case for your entire life. That is some powerful shit right there. That's great.
And it's called life. It's called living. It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers.
Here's
your
where
good
he starts-
experiences, your bad experiences.
Here's
Evaluate
where he kind of starts to lose me a little bit, but then he kind of gets back on track for me.
people and deciding what's credible, what's
Now that's back
believable.
on track to me. Right?
It's
What's
true
credible?
in
Yeah,
every
makes
case
sense.
I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases. Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement.
Yeah, he
didn't
really
do
does
that.
not like it when
actually
they
said they fabricated evidence.
when they talk shit about SLUD and stuff.
Putting law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long.
I have no idea what you just said.
It doesn't get any
Incredible.
better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job while he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement?
I mean,
lying that I was down there?
I mean,
and I saw him. I was right there.
The heart of the case.
Why
right
wouldn't you
there.
tell them that?
It's the heart of the case.
Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even down there.
Yeah.
Credibility.
Yeah. I mean,
That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today, when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something you know it when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But do you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence?
Interesting.
There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it coming. And then, during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence.
Well, but if hearing it,
And that's what happened in this
was
case.
direct evidence, but
Circumstantial
it's all an
evidence
analogy anyway.
became direct
Not how the law
evidence
defines
in
it.
many instances. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices.
This is where he lost me again, but then he
My mama
makes
gave me a
sense
book
of
when
it.
I was a little boy about the
He
Velveteen Rabbit.
lost me big time here for a bit.
He's actually going off to college,
I was like, what is happening?
dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll
Oh my God. He of all the things, this seems to be affecting him. I mean, he really, I don't know. We have not, whatever is his expression, I don't even know what to call it. I'm going to rewind it so we can see it again. I don't think we've seen this ever from him. This is having a different effect. I don't know what that effect is. It's different.
It's
What do you
about
think?
being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit.
But again, I mean, I'm thinking to myself, well, like I said, it could be the point of like this being super effective for people born and raised there. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe he can feel how effective this would be, and that's,
He's actually going off to college,
making him pout.
dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real.
Here, his face. That's a different face
And
for him.
choices, which I'll get to at my end.
It's pouty, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? It's not angry necessarily.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's like
they blame everybody but
ashamed,
Alex.
maybe. It's like what we.
Everybody
I don't know.
but Alex. Let's go
It
back to
reminds
the
me of like a
first.
little kid kind of getting scolded, maybe to a certain extent. I don't know. Interesting.
I'm not going to bring it out. But this back here, the press release was sent out. There's no danger. There's no danger. What did Alex not do? They showed a tape there. He's asking the sheriff, I think, to call Buster. First time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It was about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't his first thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911. It was later. Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there. Oh, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are.
Yeah.
You with your
That's the
girlfriend?
biggest thing, obviously.
Up there,
Stay where
North
you are.
Charlotte. Go. We got some people after us.
Yeah, not come
This
here.
was real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do you do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelley. Get somebody over there. Get them over there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them over there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's why I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real. And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. It's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case except Alice. And right then, he's using it to throw off. Here's your first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen. They'd have to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex is just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit and went back up to the house. And they'd have to come. You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. We can use them. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Let's talk about murder. Murder is the intentional, malicious killing of another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is? It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long it's got to exist? Just like that. At the pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice aforethought. It can be expressed. Rarely happens. I'm going to kill you. Or it can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred two guns. Malice aforethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to prove premeditation. We don't have to prove motive. I think it's been proven. His world was collapsing. Mr. Griffin goes, does that make sense? Did in his mind.
There you go. See?
His world's collapsing. His world's coming down.
That's great
This was
fucking
the only
argument
way
right
he
there,
could
man.
save.
It did in his mind.
the
Doesn't
only
have to
way-
make sense to you.
The only way he could save Alex.
Good argument.
But if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation. But if he's down there and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba! Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here. Maybe he just got angry. Maybe he got angry at Paul. Maybe he got angry, you started all this with the boat case. And maybe he just lost it.
I mean, I definitely think that's not.
Maybe he
what
just
happened,
lost it.
But whatever. I mean, I'm sure
Maybe
that's not what
it
happened.
looked like a suicide. And then Maggie came. And he had to shoot her. I don't know. Only one person knows.
I mean,
And that's why
there you go.
we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry. He did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm going to get to that. And that's how we prove beyond, I want to say all that. But our burden's only reasonable now. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice? Well, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 2 shots to Paul.
It's just, it's
Malicious.
so,
First one didn't.
it's so insane to me. It's like the way he's like talking to himself. I mean, I get it. Like, I get it. It's still just really, I'm laughing out of just how unique and what's the right word? It's just so, on the nose. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the word. It's like if you were to like create a character, right, of like the most southernest southerny lawyer from the low country who's the son of a preacher making a closing argument, you know what I mean? Like this would be like exactly what I would think. Like it's exactly like I'm laughing like because I like I love it. Like it's just so over the top. And like the fact that the fact that like I guess part of it, like the fact that he's not laughing, like is it just makes it funnier to me, but funny not in a funny in a funny like in a I don't know how to explain it. It's hopefully you guys know what I mean.
Do it. The second one finishes them all. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in me about that this is a malicious killing. But I've got to go over that with you. Malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours, that's why this is so great, I agree with is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm borrowing on these waters if that's okay.
I love it.
It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here as historically as long as it had. The law doesn't describe that, and listen to His Honor. And I'm not playing up to him, he is the best. He's the law. Listen to him when he reads the law. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying a retrial case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt, and he said sometimes, you know, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it.
I mean, I know he's right, but we're still trying, right? We're still trying. We're going to keep trying.
Hearing all the evidence.
I know you don't have to, but I do.
You don't, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty. He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when he went to hide the guns. It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there, nice pavement. You can go look at it. Nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night. The testimony is very unusual, very rare. Kind of funny is Miss Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go over there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. And you remember, she said he called. What happened after that? Well, it's about 5 minutes or so. At first I was thinking, well, that's when he was going to hide the gun. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what did Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think it was after the visitation, and he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes? Y'all remember looking at her up there on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? Ask her, what's wrong? What's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey, I was here 35, 40 minutes now visiting my mom. Shelley said, no. No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in the embassy. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. And Shelley's real. You saw her body language is so important, right? Body language is so important. We're talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's. And then one day that week, never before, never, ever before, it's 6:30 in the morning. Doesn't call. He didn't need a timeline to create for that one visit. Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been out that time before? No, sir. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl-like. Remember I tried to what?
That was a good point.
It was like this.
About that phone call that I hadn't caught before, which was like he didn't call on that day because he didn't want it. He wasn't trying to create an alibi. In fact, he wanted to go unnoticed. That was a good point he made.
What did you think it was? I don't know what it was. And they try to gloss over it now. Tell you one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And two investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her. And talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. Have you ever worn it? They were worried about it. Because that's great circumstantial evidence. That kind of morphs into direct evidence. I saw him come in at 6:30. You even heard, they asked one of the experts, well, could it stay on there for 5 years, 10 years? Sure. This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him coming in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Can't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now ask her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp. Picture of it too. That wasn't it though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Shelley that they got from Kmart.
Yeah.
That's not real. This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bungled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information, and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something, she tells the police officer, I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant, and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbled in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out, and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there. I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most. The one he really loved the most. So he could keep his lifestyle and not be embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. Might have been out in that stump house. I don't know. But he brought it back in there and hid it. 6:30, days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? There's a little bit gunshot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher finally said,
this tarp raincoat situation has always been a puzzler, but what he just said made sense in the sense that, like, it actually would make sense because we know what the whole family, this whole thing with the trucks, right? Like, they all had the trucks and they all left their trucks unlocked, blah, blah, right? And I remember the testimony about how he did keep a lot of stuff in that truck. You know, and again, we're thinking about the night of the murders, right? We know that Alex was parked all the way back there by the tree line next to the forest. And, you know, he was out there for a while before he called. And then, you know, there's a bunch of other like sus things with that whole trip to Alameda, right? But like, I guess I didn't really think about like, if you put the guns in something, where did he get that thing? I just didn't really, you know, anyway, because the tarp raincoat has been such a disaster. But that would make sense that if he did intend to hide them in something before he hid them wherever in the woods or wherever he hid them, right? Like whatever, if it was guns, clothes, whatever. And so he went, if he that would make sense that the truck was unlocked. If he kept a lot of stuff in the truck, he got that thing out of the truck, the blue thing, you know, and then wrapped him up in that, I guess. And then that was like the temporary place, right? And then eventually he moves them to the next location and collects that blue thing and I guess brings it back to the house. Now, I don't know why he would bring it inside versus putting it back in the truck where it was, but I guess his dad wasn't going to be using the truck, right? So, and actually, now I'm trying to remember, wasn't there talk about, what was the deal with that truck? Now I feel like there was testimony about that truck with something, but I don't remember exactly what it was. But anyway, let's keep going.
We get, I can't remember the term right now, we get so many, I just stopped. I'd have been there for days. Gunshot residue. Inside the rain jacket, the blue tight garment that Shelley said, I saw him carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in. That's what he disposed of the guns with. And went uptown. He said he left, and before that, she thought he'd left. He came back, and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck, and he came back, and then he left.
Maybe that's the thing I was thinking
He's
of.
disposing and hiding.
Right.
Whatever he was
Okay.
doing with that evidence.
Okay. Right. I just remember where I was like, oh, now I'm trying to remember. And there was something because the only person we heard about that from was Shelley, right? She's the only one who could testify to it. But I was like, why do I have a recollection that there was something else? We know of all the trucks, right? Of all the things. But I was like, why do I feel like there was something else funny about this particular truck at Alameda? But I couldn't remember exactly what it was. And that was the story. But it was also really hard to hear her talking about this. Like her volume was really quiet and it was just hard to follow. But I guess this is what it was
Only one person knows.
This thing.
With that blue rain jacket, that tarp, incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there. Is Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp light. It was in that closet. It's got gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis. And you know the thing he told Shelley? The night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You get married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible timing. Oh, and your job, don't you work in school? You know, I got friends down there. I can help you on that if you need it. I was there 35, 40 minutes, wasn't I? Can you make up the sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her to say, I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago at a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name. But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while, and you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere. And they kind of pulled off and just talked. Just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. Knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed and what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. Some undergarments, which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie. Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those, he said, you know, Maggie wanted to come. She wanted to come. Well, no, sir. No, she didn't. She was having work on her Edisto. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back to Edisto. Remember the text to Blanca, well, I left the workers there, but I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come. We also know that from her sister Mary, who had a little regret in here today.
Well, and she left the doors unlocked at the house.
You know who regretted? Who was real was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got close. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James, I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship, you know, we weren't close. Then we got closer as the kids got older. No, we were close. We talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her bone. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come. She wanted to come. No, so you wanted to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove he did. But he got her there. She wasn't planning on being there. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves. Let's stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home. She gets a call sometime that night. And this is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone. Real emotion. Because she cared about Maggie. That's real. And you remember she described that day when she left Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, he just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens, and they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. When did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, I guess I changed after that. Well, those are the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie and Paul. Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't even know this. I got it. You can't make it up. Sometime mid-August he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day? I said, no. I mean, yes. It's a Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. That Columbia shirt, you've got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstantial. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt again. Ever. What's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes? Shorts, shirt. You know what she said about his shoes? Sperry type, cloth shoe. You remember that? When Dave Owens and those get there, and when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on the, those weren't.
Oh, we remember. That was
change
the
his
whole
shoes.
thing.
I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. From the one to visit his mom, he's got Sperry type shoes. He comes back and puts on the tennis shoes. Why? I think, is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a T-shirt looked like it had been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes her clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much, but she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. Do you remember the Sperry shoes? Yeah. Did you see those? You never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it again. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, you know, she had real feelings and told y'all about that and told law enforcement about that. Is that real? And why is that important? Because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rutland? She's sitting in the back. David's in the front. Alex in the front. His lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son have just been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around. Everybody said, well, you know, they're just sled agents. We need to have a lawyer around. Really?
Well, I don't think
my
that's
wife and
why
son are
here
just been
because-
butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer.
Because with him, it's a little bit different because all of his best friends, whom all of them he called, are all lawyers. So, you know.
But they did. And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating. You know when I asked old Dave, put his hand on his shoulder? So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Is that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul. I'd still be on the ground arguing myself. And I tried to turn him over. Trying to take his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in the 20 seconds he's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they've tried to change that. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean, he was clean, he was clean, he was clean. He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. he'd washed up. And this phone, tried to make a big deal about this phone that you do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, rode back up to get those shorts and that shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that. Every expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record.
I mean, yeah.
If it's there, if it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting
Okay, but I don't agree with that part.
And this is why I asked Ms. Rutland. And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense.
I mean, yeah.
But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes. Well, his answers.
When he does that, answers his own question.
Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7, then the next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking, I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. Had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody. Anybody. He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. Why is that so critical? That's the time of death. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation, yes, it is important. Paul, who uses his phone all the time, Paul is in a conversation about the dogs, interacting. Well, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's what it happened. And then Maggie's phone. A little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she's got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working in the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text y'all have in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information? Okay, then the 10th, with his lawyer, Mr. Griffin, in the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you. I want to help you. And then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. Well, it's just Rogan's word. Does that make any sense? It's just Rogan's word. No, sir, I can handle that. He made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like lock it and close. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck. He's stuck. I'm going to try to wrap up. Yeah. Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important than anything. And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, that blood evidence was investigated, and the state didn't offer it.
Yep. And they could have objected every time they brought that up.
Your prosecution didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this, and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic?
I know, right?
They're now jamming us.
We didn't try to present it.
Jamming us for doing our job. All the evidence of the guns, and I'm getting that in a minute. The timeline, the incredible timeline, his lies, all of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's presented. And do we make mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. You don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus Sled. And I want to tell you something. Sled, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. Sled starts working with the FBI. They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment. They gave that man every benefit.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was David Owens said, well, and I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, how's this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings by Maggie's body out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house, the shell casings. They all were came from the same gun, all cylindered in the same gun. You think if they didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have?
Good point.
And Alex goes, oh really? So the gun was there? Yeah. You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue. Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or did, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia, I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March, it was more like April or May. We were shooting his gun on the side of the house and those shell casings. That's where they found them. And lo and behold, the shell casings matched the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It is. That's powerful. You can feel it like the rain. The murderers come in. There'll be a gun there. We'll just use their gun. Does that make any sense? Y'all too young. You ever watch Columbo? When I first looked at this case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, and the mistakes they made. And that's what happened here. He killed her. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie on that phone when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it.
Here we go again with this.
Threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They said if you pick it up, yes. Yeah, we had somebody come in here. You throw it rough, and it doesn't.
I mean,
and what are the chances it's anything else? He'd almost had to bump into him. Almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story. I was down there.
I don't know what he's even talking about.
Whatever. Go and take a quick nap. Come back. He didn't hear the shots. Just happens to come back. It's common sense. Don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now. My wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, and the deal was to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30, and you're right down there. You've just seen them now. Well, you said before you hadn't even seen them. Don't forget that. And you go up to the house. Why don't you say, "Hey, Mags, I'm gonna go see Mom real quick." It's just a few minutes later. No, you go up there. You take a quick nap. You know what? I'm gonna try to call them, let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the why, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. And I think even Buster said when you get down there, if the lights are on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No? Doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. He just takes off. Does that make any sense? We've proved that nobody else could have done it. With that timeline. Does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed two people before.
Yep.
So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong two shells in the gun. Coming back, he's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there, that's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving. He gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense.
That,
and what did he say about
golf cart? It's worth.
I started, yeah. I didn't know. I got it out, and then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You got to evaluate everything. If you can't believe somebody's credible on one thing, how can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar.
Wow. Dude.
And that's all you can judge.
He doesn't like it. I don't think. Wow.
The three witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified through Dr. Raymer, and he testified through his phone. And here's so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down there. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance, some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I've made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul, too. I know I put your life, open your life, your fake life, with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked David Owens, and anybody else in the world know that that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement, working together, the states, the local, SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you.
The way he yells thank you is my favorite.
All the other. Maggie testified to you. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell casings around me. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct and circumstance. And finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Cissy still calls my dad Jack this.
What? I can't.
My daughter-in-law
I
been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater.
Tater.
And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, dead Bubba. Tater bark.
Tater.
And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs? You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew?
Oh, yeah.
You think Bubba knew something? You got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba. DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shoulder. That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all.
Yes.
Thank you, Bubba.
Yes. Thank you, Bubba.
And guess where Bubba is now?
Thank you, Bubba.
Bubba's with Blanca.
We love Bubba.
Bubba's with Blanca. You can't make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the lie he told and told and told. I went down there. Why aren't y'all doing something law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Why aren't you telling us you were down there?
Beg the court's indulgence.
Thank you. If he tried to respond to the phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would show that he was going to Alameda. He had to get rid of that phone. He had to get rid of it there.
Well, he's responding to that thing about the phone.
Finally, it's the book, Your Greatest Power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said, read it.
What book is it?
Your Greatest Power.
Oh, Your Greatest Power?
You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose. Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say, hey, where we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me, don't blame anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these worlds coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's motive. Don't have to have it. But yeah, it's there. And is this rational? When he said that, is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, he wanted to kill himself. He called 911.
Great point right there.
He called 911.
Great point. Yep.
When he
I
told the
didn't think about
officer
that.
in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? I also forgot
And he
about that.
says there in that
Sounds like a
last
shotgun.
interview with Mr. the call-in interview, Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Griffin, what you
interesting.
got in there.
You know,
Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything.
Dear God, I hadn't given that the credit. I forgot about that because there's so much there in that whole thing of the fucking sidearm. But she said it sounded like a shotgun. That is insane because, well, there's no way you could mistake that for like something like a pistol or whatever. Which even though most people, I think, believe he was never shot in the first place, that he just hit himself with like a rock or something. Everyone knows he's an avid hunter and he has those firearms and he would know the difference. And that is really substantial, isn't it? Right? I mean, that really does speak to the fact that he was trying to set it up like it's the same people. Because that's really crazy. I forgot about that detail. Wow. I mean, it makes you wonder if like he was just meeting Eddie for different things. We've talked about it, but and then something went wrong, and then he needed an excuse, and then he made up that story. Or I mean, with keeping that detail in mind that he right off the bat told them it sounded like a shotgun. I mean, was this on purpose? Like, was this the plan? Was the plan just to make it look like people were after him? Then it was the same people that killed Maggie and Paul. I mean, of course it's possible. Like, it's after, we know everything changed for him on August 11th when he had that third interview. That was clear when he kind of knew like he's a suspect. So by the time the side of the road happened, like kind of like with the going to rehab thing, right? He needed ways to seem like his stories were plausible, right? I mean, like, again, the only person in the world who would go to rehab without having a drug addiction just to try to support the lie that he had a drug addiction. I mean, maybe it's something similar, right?
I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners, losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. And I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that?
Mm-hmm.
You know who he loved more than that? And who is going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex. And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued, or try. And he couldn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest power.
Wow.
Based on the evidence you've heard, the evidence you haven't heard, the credibility, the believability of the witnesses, and especially of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, who has lied and lied and lied and lied, and it's been okay. And he got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. And we're going to exercise our greatest power and find you guilty of killing Maggie.
That's powerful stuff.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments. Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations. We're at lunchtime. We're going to take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and you'll come back. I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, guys, that is it for this one. We are almost done with this trial series. So the last episode I have scheduled for tomorrow. So we'll hear the jury instructions, and we'll hear the verdict, and then there's like the post-trial press conference, and then there is sentencing. So that will be it, and then we will begin our next series with Gloria Satterfield, as we've talked about, so you guys know. And as always, I'll have timestamps in the description. Thanks so much for everyone that was here, and we'll be, if you're watching on Rewatch Crew, and I will see y'all on the next one.